Chapter 101. After breaking through to the mortal core realm, Long Chen's status had changed from a rank 4 disciple to a rank 3 disciple. His living quarters had also changed from a rank 4 disciple's living quarters to a rank 3 disciple's living quarters. However, during his time in the Lingwu family, he was either cultivating or going out. He rarely interacted with others, so he did not recognize many of the other rank 3 disciples. After moving here, his living quarters were bigger, and he even had his own courtyard. It was a beautiful place with birds chirping and flowers blooming. After returning here, Long Chen quickly walked into the basement and sat down with his legs crossed. In his hand, he was holding the cosmos bag that Lingxi had taken from him. Quick, let's see what's inside. I remember that he took out the thunder flame crystal from this Chenkuan bag last time. That guy still has another Chenkuan bag, but I couldn't snatch it away. That should be his other belongings. As soon as Long Chen opened the cosmos bag, he could feel the power of thunder and fire rushing towards him. Although the power was contained within the thunder flame crystals, it was still not simple. Long Chen and Ling Xi's eyes lit up with excitement as they unfurled the familiar thunder flame crystal in front of them. There's a total of 47 crystals. After the calculations were complete, Ling Xi was indescribably happy. And Long Chen knew that with only 10 thunder flame crystals, he would be able to complete the thunder flame battle body and become a thunder flame warrior. These 47 thunder flame crystals were enough for him. I guess the headquarters of the Morning Light Business League only gave him 50 thunder flame crystals. They gave me 1 and 2 to the others, so there's only 47 left. After coming out from the quiet room of the Morning Light Business League, Long Chen had already returned the remaining 4 thunder flame crystals to Zhao Tianfeng. But in the end, they still ended up in his hands. If Zhao Tianfeng knew the whole truth, he would definitely vomit blood. From the heart of steel, he knew that I'm strong and talented, so he wanted to use this thunder flame crystal to test himself. That's why he treated me so well. If he really found out that I'm suitable for this thunder flame crystal, then he might also use it to let me join the Morning Light Business League. Long Chen had already seen through Zhao Tianfeng, so he didn't have any qualms about it. Long Chen, there are only a few days left until the Sky Martial Realms trial. You should hurry and fuse with this thunder flame crystal and see how many you can absorb. Long Chen nodded. In the rooms of the Lingwu clan, the door could only be opened with the identity jade card, so the concealment was guaranteed. In the training basement, Long Chen put away the other thunder flame crystals, leaving only 1 in his hand. When I fused with 1 before, although I felt very uncomfortable, it wasn't like I couldn't endure it. So, fusing with the second one shouldn't be a problem. After saying that, he did it. With a deep breath, Long Chen fused the thunder flame crystal into his body. Instantly, the same pain as last time surged into his body. In this process, Long Chen was in pain, but he was happy. The impact of the second thunder flame crystal was much greater. Basically, it was more than twice the impact of the first thunder flame crystal. Under the destructive impact of the power of lightning and flames, Long Chen gnashed his teeth in pain. Lingxi was originally a bit worried, but seeing that Long Chen's body was fine, but his expression was extremely painful, she rejoiced in his misfortune. She happily spun around at the side and started giggling. At this time, the power of lightning and flames surged through Long Chen's body. It destroyed his body, and at the same time, constructed a new one for him. In this process, his body gradually solidified and strengthened. Long Chen took less than an hour to fuse with the first thunder flame crystal. As for the second thunder flame crystal, it was essentially the same as the first thunder flame crystal. However, the thunder flame crystal was such a strange thing. The difficulty of fusing 2 thunder flame crystals was more than twice as difficult as fusing 1. If Long Chen were to fuse with 3, the difficulty would likely be more than twice as difficult as fusing with the second one. This difficulty increased exponentially. One could imagine just how difficult it would be to fuse with a thunder flame crystal in the later stages. Long Chen spent a total of more than 2 hours on the second thunder flame crystal. At this time, it was already late at night. Long Chen stood up and happily stretched his body. Compared to before, the strength of my body has indeed increased by a lot. Moreover, the thunder flame power contained in my Dantian's true energy has also increased by a bit. How is it? Can you endure another one? Beside Long Chen, Lingxi asked expectantly. She felt that this should not be Long Chen's limit. Yes. The pain brought about by fusing with the thunder flame crystal would completely disappear as long as the fusion was successful. all that was left was a slight numbness in the muscles. Although this feeling caused Long Chen to tremble in fear, it was not enough to make him afraid. The third thunder flame crystal was absorbed into his body. Sure enough, the difficulty of the fusion was much higher. This time, Long Chen used more than 4 hours to completely fuse with the third thunder flame crystal. Not only his strength, but his true energy had also increased by a certain amount. However, the pain this time was much more terrifying. Long Chen clenched his teeth and endured this thunder flame crystal with great difficulty. Only after this experience did he become a little afraid. 3 thunder flame crystals. This has already exceeded the expectations of Manager Zhao. Long Chen, let's leave it at this. I can tell that you are unable to endure any longer. Seeing that Long Chen was finally able to catch his breath, Lingxi said worriedly. Only 3 thunder flame crystals. This is still not my limit. There are still 4 hours until daybreak. I will give it another try. Long Chen's personality was stubborn and his gaze was resolute. Since Lingxi could not out-talk him, she could only let him be. Moreover, although the fusion of the third crystal was terrifying, Long Chen clearly still had the strength to continue fighting. The fusion of the fourth thunder flame crystal was about to begin. As expected, the fusion of the fourth thunder flame crystal was much more terrifying than the third one. Long Chen felt as if there were several swords hidden within his body that were continuously waving about, shredding his body into pieces. The pain this time caused Long Chen's face to turn green. Beside him, Lingxi watched the lightning and flames emerging from his body. Seeing his painful appearance, her 2 tiny fists were tightly clenched as she anxiously stared at Long Chen. Time gradually passed. Long Chen continued to grit his teeth and endure the pain. As expected, the thunder flame crystal was not easy to subdue. The power of the fourth thunder flame crystal entered Long Chen's body and seemed to fuse with the power of the previous 3 thunder flame crystals, resisting Long Chen's dragon soul chi together. Fight. Persevere. Only then can I stand out. In Long Chen's life, his conviction to become strong had always been incomparably strong. This was also the case now. The Yang family needed him to use his powerful strength to save them, and Lingxi also needed him to use his powerful strength to save them. Therefore, he knew that he had to become strong. These little thunder flame crystals. Do you really think they can stop me, Long Chen? As long as he could become stronger, Long Chen was willing to risk everything. The pain he was experiencing right now could be heart-wrenching for a normal person, but Long Chen clenched his teeth and endured it with a pale face. If this continues, I can only fuse with 4 thunder flame crystals at most. At this level, it seems like I'm still far away from the thunder flame combat body and becoming a thunder flame warrior. Long Chen was not satisfied with himself, but he didn't know that in the Morning Light Business League, there were only a few young warriors who had just broken through to the mortal core realm who could fuse with 4 thunder flame crystals. Besides, those were the top geniuses of Yuanling County. Alright, Long Chen, how could we forget about the dragon soul transformation? That kind of you is the true form of a dragon martial practitioner. Lingxi's delighted voice suddenly rang out. When Lingxi said this, Long Chen also remembered that after transforming into the dragon soul transformation, all the marks related to dragons on his body had increased by a few times. The nature of his true chi had also increased from 4 times to 10 times. In other words, he could completely transform into the dragon soul transformation right now and fuse with the thunder flame crystals. Thinking about this, Long Chen's eyes lit up. In the next second, he had completed the dragon soul transformation. Perfect and tidy red scales and sharp bone spikes emerged from his body. In just an instant, Long Chen had transformed into this eye-catching image. After transforming into the dragon soul transformation, Long Chen could feel the aura of countless dragons surrounding him. The pain caused by the 4th thunder flame crystal actually quickly disappeared without a trace after he completed the dragon soul transformation. Long Chen actually discovered that whether it was the dragon soul chi or his current dragon body, they had completely overwhelmed the thunder flame crystals. The power of the 4th thunder flame crystal was simply not enough. It was easily absorbed by Long Chen into his body, causing Long Chen's body to undergo an earth-shattering change. This speed of fusion is even smoother than when I first fused with the thunder flame crystal. Long Chen was filled with amazement at this dragon soul transformation. After transforming into this body, even the number of thunder flame crystals he could fuse with had increased by several times. This was truly heaven-defying. It is indeed effective. When Lingxi saw that Long Chen had only spent a short amount of time to completely fuse with a thunder flame crystal, which he had spent 4 hours fusing with. Lingxi was astonished by the mysteriousness and strength of the dragon martialist. Hey, if this is the case, how many Thunderflame crystals can you fuse with? Won't I know if I continue trying? Long Chen smiled brightly. He had originally thought that he would not be able to endure until the 5th Thunderflame crystal. But the reality was that he was already fusing with the 5th Thunderflame crystal. Furthermore, from the looks of it, he was extremely relaxed. This freak, seeing Long Chen's expression of enjoyment, Lingxi was a little speechless. Her beautiful eyes stared intently at Long Chen. Her expression was filled with a sense of accomplishment. After all, without her, Lingxi, Long Chen would not have been able to obtain so many Thunderflame crystals. In less than an hour, the 5th Thunderflame crystal was completely fused. Long Chen opened his eyes with a pleased expression. This 5th Thunderflame crystal is even easier to fuse than the first one. Girl, watch me perform tonight. I guarantee that I will be handsome to the point of dropping to the ground. TCH, the 7th and 8th Thunderflame crystals are 100 times more difficult than the first one. Let me see how you fuse with them. How can you be proud? Today is Sunday, and tomorrow is Monday. It's time to rush the rankings. I hope that all the handsome men and women will arrive on time and send flowers to help me rush the rankings. 3rd place for 2 weeks in a row. I can't stay calm anymore. Begging for flowers. Chapter 102. Lu Yuan. Although the sky was bright, there were still 6 days until the Sky Realm trial. During this time, most people would be cultivating diligently in their residences, so no one came to disturb a small figure like Long Chen. The 6th Thunderflame crystal didn't cause much pain to my body, but it still took more than 4 hours to completely merge with my body. Long Chen thought to himself as he sensed the tyrannical power in his body. I can imagine that if I didn't transform, I would have died when I merged with the 5th Thunderflame crystal. The higher the number of Thunderflame crystals, the more difficult it is. I wonder how many Thunderflame crystals my dragon body can absorb? In the next few days, Long Chen was ready to risk it all for the Thunderflame crystals. The Sky Realm trial was just around the corner, and nothing else would help him. He might as well use the Thunderflame crystals in his hands to increase his fighting strength and his true energy. With my current strength, I can deal with early-stage mortal core cultivators, but high-level mortal core cultivators, I won't stand a chance. Not to mention Feng Wutian, who has all kinds of powerful combat skills and a powerful bloodline. Although the peak of the Mortal Core realm was also the peak of the Mortal Core realm, it was only a step away from the Earth Core realm. If he had more resources, then his combat strength would be a few times stronger than an ordinary peak Mortal Core warrior. With your current strength, if he really attacks you, you can probably kill him with one strike. Lingxi said with a frown. Thinking of Feng Wutian, Long Chen's brows deeply furrowed. He knew that if he wanted to pass the test of the Heaven Realm, the breakthrough point was the 7th Thunderflame crystal in his hand. Whatever. I'm going to risk it all. Who cares what sky it is? When the time comes, I'll smash it with one punch. Looking at Long Chen's passionate expression, Lingxi shook her head. The difference between him and Feng Wutian was not something that could be made up for with just a little bit of passion. But she didn't have the heart to emphasize the difference to Long Chen. The assimilation of the 7th Thunderflame crystal made even Long Chen, who had transformed into a dragon soul, feel the pressure. However, it wasn't as big as the 4th one. But in terms of time, it was taking longer. After Long Chen endured for almost half a day, the 7th Thunderflame crystal was finally fused. Next, the 8th one. The time for the Heaven Realm test was getting closer and closer. Long Chen did not dare to be slow even for a moment. When he reached the 8th Thunderflame crystal, the pain he had to endure was actually about the same as the 4th Thunderflame crystal. However, when he recalled the pressure Feng Wutian had put on him, Long Chen knew that he couldn't be a coward at a time like this. Only those who are able to endure will be able to make a name for themselves. Those who can't even endure are not considered capable at all. Gritting his teeth, Long Chen fought with all his might. His effort made Lingxi's voice a little hoarse. Looking at this hard-working and quick-witted young man, Lingxi didn't know what she should say. This time, the duration of the assimilation was unprecedentedly long. Long Chen spent a total of almost 2 days before finally fusing with the 8th Thunderflame crystal. At the start, it was indeed extremely painful. But in the end, he was more or less numb to it. The determination in his heart was incomparably firm, so he was able to endure until now. Long Chen, it's better if you don't take the 9th one, right? Lingxi worriedly said. Long Chen's determination and tenacity had already reached a level where she admired him. What a joke. This little bit of pain is far from my limit. Long Chen smiled and took out the 9th Thunder Flame Crystal from his Cosmos sack. Right now, he had already assimilated 8 Thunder Flame Crystals. Under the refinement of the Thunder Flame Crystals, his strength had already increased by several times. Moreover, the power of the lightning and fire in his dantian had already started to gradually invade his human core. Because the power of the lightning and fire was already sufficiently strong, it wrapped around the blood-red human core. In fact, all the powers had even started to fuse. As long as I truly assimilate, I will be able to become a Thunderflame Martialist. This was something that Long Chen was very clear about. Without further ado, he quickly began the assimilation of the 9th Thunder Flame Crystal. This time, the assimilation was several times more difficult than the 8th one. It was also several times more painful. Basically, Long Chen's face had already turned green. Currently, Long Chen was bathed in blue flames and lightning, looking extremely sinister. A powerful aura gradually erupted from his body. The flames enveloped his entire body, while the lightning bolts darted back and forth between the flames. Fortunately, after so many days of training, Long Chen had more or less gotten used to the pain of the Thunder Flame Crystal. Therefore, although it was difficult, he gritted his teeth and ultimately managed to endure it. This 9th Thunder Flame Crystal, I actually spent almost 3 days to assimilate it? Since that's the case, tomorrow will be the Sky Realm trial. I still can't try to assimilate the 10th Thunder Flame Crystal. Thinking about this, Long Chen couldn't help but feel bitter. He was about to become a Thunderflame Martialist, but he didn't have the time. Although I don't know if I can assimilate the 10th Thunderflame Crystal, if I can succeed, at least in the Sky Realm, I will have a higher chance of staying alive. However, Long Chen didn't feel discouraged. Right now, I have the medium mystic rank Burning Devil Yang Fist and the life combat skill, Returnance, as well as the beginner mystic rank movement skill, Dragon 9 Heavens Roaming Steps. Because of the Thunder Flame Crystal, no matter if it's my body or the nature of my true energy, they have all increased by a lot. Together with the Dragon Soul Transformation and the Blood Refinement Technique, I should be able to fight against a mortal core warrior. Thinking up to this point, Long Chen was filled with confidence. Since he had just assimilated so many Thunder Flame Crystals, he spent another day to sort out his current situation. The next day came quickly. Early in the morning, Gon Lin had already brought him out of the Green Willow house. Let's go to the Qingyang Hall now. Just now, the deacon has brought Lu Ling and Feng Wutian over. There are a lot of strong warriors from the Qingyang Hall, and there is even a heavenly core warrior. He is the founding elder of the Qingyang Hall, Master Lu Yuan. You have to be respectful to him. Long Chen secretly remembered Gon Lin's words. There were countless strong warriors in the Lingwu family, and right now, Long Chen was just one of them. Besides, he hadn't attracted much attention. Now that he was going to meet another strong warrior, he couldn't help but feel excited. Speaking of which, Mo Xiaolang and Lu Yuan were the strongest warriors Long Chen had ever met. But Lu Lan had actually brought Feng Wutian and Lu Ling over first, and this made Long Chen feel a bit depressed. Is she looking down on me? Thinking about it, this was the only explanation. During the Sky Martial Realm trial, the conflict between Long Chen and Feng Wutian was caused by this beauty Lu Yuan. Long Chen had no idea what she wanted, but he was sure it wasn't because she had nothing better to do. Under the Qingyang Hall, there were 5 deacons, and each of them had their own rooms. The Green Willow House was one of them. As for the Green Willow House, it was one of the 8 great halls of the Green Clan. Of course, its building was much more magnificent than the Green Willow House. If the Green Willow House and the other places were for the young disciples, then the Qingyang Hall was for the strong warriors. When Long Chen walked into this place, he immediately saw a few middle-aged or old men who were obviously no longer at the mortal core realm. Right now, in the main hall of the Qingyang Hall, only those with real strength were here. In every hall, the doyens were the highest authority, and the deacons were in charge of the disciples at the mortal core realm. Apart from the deacons, if they were old and had great strength, they could be given the title of elder in each hall. As for the Qingyang Hall, besides the 5 deacons, there were 4 other elders. At this moment, a middle-aged scholar with a sage-like appearance was sitting on the seat in the middle. To his left were 4 reserved old men. To his right were 5 young men and women. The extremely charming Lu Lan was among them. As for the person in front of them, it was the Mortal Core disciple who was representing the Qingyang Hall and participating in the Green Clan Sky Martial Realm trial. When they arrived at the main hall, Gon Lin greeted everyone and then sent Long Chen in. After that, he respectfully left the main hall and went back to the Green Willow house. Because Long Chen had arrived late, and because of his relationship with Feng Wutian, there were some rumors about him. Therefore, when he entered the hall, almost everyone was staring at him. "What are you looking at?" "I, your father, am not a girl. Do you really need to stare at me like this?" Although he was cursing in his heart, he didn't dare show any disrespect. Long Chen immediately raised his head and bowed towards the people sitting in front of him. Disciple Long Chen greets the doyens, 4 elders and 5 deacons. The 4 elders were probably so old that they couldn't even move their faces. They were still looking at Long Chen with an indifferent expression. The other 4 deacons just smiled at Long Chen and didn't pay much attention to him. Lu Lan's reaction was the same as the others. It was as if she had just met Long Chen. "I don't know what this wretched bitch is thinking." Only then did Long Chen notice Lu Yuan, who was sitting in the middle of the hall. At that moment, Lu Yuan looked at Long Chen for a while and thought of what his younger daughter had said. Then, he looked at his eldest daughter, Lu Lan, speechlessly. His gaze was clearly saying that Lu Lan had given Long Chen a 3-star evaluation, which was a bit inappropriate. He has just entered the Lingwu family, and he doesn't have the slightest bit of bloodline. He promised to fight but failed to keep his promise. This young man named Long Chen is only at the Mortal Core realm. Why did Lan give him a 3-star evaluation? Although he was a bit dissatisfied with Long Chen, the name list had already been submitted. Lu Yuan didn't have the heart to change it. He said indifferently, "So you are Long Chen? You have just entered the family and you already have a great opportunity to participate in the Sky Martial Arts Realm trial. I hope you can make good use of this opportunity and don't embarrass the Qingyang Hall. This is a competition between the halls of the Green Clan. It concerns everyone's reputation. Therefore, all 10 of you must do your best, understand? Tomorrow was Monday. Same rules. Send flowers as soon as possible." Chapter 103. After paying attention to Long Chen for a brief moment, Lu Yuan swept his gaze across the faces of the 10 young experts. Long Chen appeared to be well behaved on the surface, but he did not like this kind of environment from the bottom of his heart. Under Lu Yuan's scolding, the 10 young men remained silent for the rest of their lives. Long Chen, on the other hand, was not in the mood to listen to Lu Yuan's scolding. Initially, he was looking forward to meeting this expert, but Lu Yuan had basically treated him as a stopgap, so Long Chen did not have a good impression of him. "It seems like I didn't participate in Feng Wutian's life and death ring battle. My bad reputation has spread throughout the entire Qingyang Hall." Seeing the disdainful gazes the elders and deacons were giving him, Long Chen immediately guessed that it was because of that incident. "Feng Wutian, Lu Ling. You 2 shameless couple, how dare you make me be looked down upon?" As Lu Yuan continued to scold them, Long Chen secretly shifted his gaze away. The little beauty, Lu Ling, did not even dare to make a sound when her father was speaking. Suddenly, she sensed that someone was looking at her, so she turned her head around and threw a cold smile at Long Chen. "Don't give me a chance, or I'll give you a good spanking." When Long Chen was thinking in his heart about how to deal with them, Lu Yuan had already nodded at the crowd and said, "It's about time. Go to the Azure Clan's Heaven Martial Hall right now. This time, Feng Wutian will be the leader of the Heaven Realms trial. Everyone must listen to his orders and act according to his directions. Everything will be for the sake of the Qingyang Hall's reputation." After that, he turned around and said to Lu Lan, "Lan, bring them to the Sky Martial Hall now." Lu Lan nodded her head and stood up, revealing her tall and slender figure. She nodded at Lu Yuan, before leading Long Chen and the others to bid farewell to the elders. Before leaving the Qingyang Hall and heading to the Sky Martial Hall, Lu Yuan sent them off with his gaze. After which, he turned to the 4 great elders and said, "You guys, do you think our chances this time around are high?" One of the sect elders quickly said, "The competition for the Tai Ching sword is more about the top strength. The others are just there to make up the numbers. Although the overall strength of our Qingyang Palace isn't that strong, coincidentally, we have a genius with a great bloodline and talent like Feng Wutian in the Mortal Core realm. That's why I think it won't be a problem." Another elder shook his head and said, "If you want to compete in terms of peak strength, the other halls are not bad, especially the Azure Emperor Hall. The leader this time should be Elder Chu Fengqing's, that 16-year-old daughter, Chu Yunyao, right? Compared to this young genius, Wu Tian is under a lot more pressure. Lu Yuan frowned, nodded and said, with Chu Yunyao's strength, Feng Wu Tian is under a lot of pressure. However, the other party is young, and she is at a disadvantage in terms of gender. Our chances of victory are still quite high. If the Qingyang Hall can win the championship this time, we will definitely be in the limelight. At that time, the Grand Elder will pay more attention to us. This is an opportunity for us to rise up. Thinking up to this point, everyone became excited. After chatting for a while, they were ready to leave. All right, Elder, that Long Chen just now seems to be in conflict with Lu Ling. He won't be looking for trouble with Ling Heir during the Heaven Realm trial, right? Lu Ling was the little princess of the Qingyang Hall, so everyone loved her a lot. Lu Yuan sneered and said, he's just an outsider who has just entered the family. If he really has any bad intentions, Wu Tian will kill him for me. Besides, Ling Heir is also at the early mortal core realm. She's not someone this kid can bully. Just as they walked out of the Qingyang Hall, Long Chen felt that out of the 10 people, 9 of them were leaning against each other. With Feng Wutian in the lead, there were even 3 late mortal core warriors. Lu Lan didn't say anything, he just led the way. As for the other 9 people, they all stared at Long Chen with faint smiles on their faces. It was as if they were playing a monkey. Their eyes were filled with disdain and disdain. He already agreed, but he doesn't even have the courage to keep the appointment. This Long Chen is so weak. One of the men shook his head and said to the man next to him, didn't Miss Ling Heir say it? People from small places don't have any guts. This time, he's going to join the Heaven Realm trial with us. Maybe he'll be a burden to us. I think it's better for him to die early. Don't run away at the last minute and lose our Qingyang Hall's face. If that happens, the Elder will punish us as well, and we'll be finished. Don't say any more. I don't think Feng Wutian will let him leave this place alive. I heard that Huang Feiyang, who used to follow Feng Wutian, was killed by this Long Chen. He doesn't have any real strength, and he only knows how to secretly hurt people. He's not a real man. The group of people whispered to each other as they walked. When Lu Ling heard their conversation, she felt happy in her heart. When she thought of how repulsive Long Chen was, she felt happy in her heart. Lu Ling knew that Long Chen would be able to hear what they were talking about. She turned her head around because she wanted to see Long Chen's sullen and angry expression. However, contrary to her expectation, Long Chen was walking with his head lowered and an indifferent expression. Is he pretending to be calm, or does he not have the guts to resist? Lu Ling thought to herself, and then looked at Feng Wutian, who was walking with her, looking into the distance with a resolute gaze. His tall nose bridge and determined face made Lu Ling feel a wave of intoxication. Big brother Feng Wutian is truly the most perfect man. Even if there were 10,000 Long Chen, he wouldn't be as good as big brother Feng Wutian. What if, when she thought that she would marry such a man in the future, Lu Ling's heart was filled with joy. At this time, Feng Wutian looked at her warmly, causing her heart to beat wildly like a little deer. Ling you're the one who spread the news that Long Chen accepted the challenge but didn't have the guts to keep it, right? Feng Wutian's indifferent voice contained a hint of displeasure. Lu Ling panicked and quickly said, who asked him to be so annoying? He actually dared to humiliate you that day. When I saw his wretched expression, I got angry. Feng Wutian shook his head and patted her head. Be good, don't be like this in the future. Weak people will eventually pay the price for their actions. You don't need to waste your effort to deal with him. He will seek his own death. Why waste your effort on such a person? Oh. Lu Ling nodded her head obediently, then said happily, thank you, big brother Wutian. I'll remember it. Lu Lan also heard Feng Wutian's words. She turned her head around and nodded at him with a smile, before continuing on her way. Feng Wutian has matured a lot in the past 2 years. Ling won't have to suffer if she follows him in the future. As for me, father actually wants me to marry him. What should I do? Lu Lan's heart was in a state of panic. She turned around and glanced at Long Chen, who was walking alone. The 11 of them were very close to each other, so Long Chen could basically hear Feng Wutian's words. However, in Lu Lan's eyes, although the young man was lonely, his expression was calm. His spirit is very strong, but his background is not as good as his. Lu Lan gave him an evaluation before focusing on walking. There were quite a lot of people outside the Qingyang Hall. After half an hour, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Heaven Martial Palace. The Heaven Martial Palace was the most crowded place in the Cyan clan, apart from the Yibao Pavilion and the training hall. The daily life of the people of the Lingwu clan was nothing more than training, and carrying out missions. One of the training missions was to enter the Tian realm and fight against monstrous beasts. While fighting against monstrous beasts, at the same time as tempering their fighting skills, they could also obtain things from the bodies of monstrous beasts and exchange them for contribution points. Long Chen knew that the Heaven Martial Realm was divided into 3 areas: the Mortal Core area, the Earth Core area, and the Heaven Core area. In the Mortal Core area, the strongest demon beast was only at the 4th level of the Mystic level. In the Earth Core area, the strongest demon beast was about the 6th or 7th level of the Mystic level. As for the even stronger demon beasts, they were in the Heaven Core area. The Mortal Core disciples of the Cyan clan were training in the Mortal Core area. The Mortal Core area was usually the most crowded place in the Heaven Martial Realm. However, today was the day of the Green clan's Mortal Core trial, so the other 8 families would show some respect. They would evacuate their disciples from the Sky Martial Realm and make some space for the Green clan's people to have their own trials. This time, the Heaven Martial Realm trial will last for 8 days. In 8 days, you must find the heart-devouring demon beast and take the Tai Ching sword from its body. If you still can't get the Tai Ching sword after 8 days, the trial will be over. After all, the other families still need to enter the Heaven Martial Realm. When they arrived at the Heaven Martial Palace, Lu Lan repeated this again. 8 days. Long Chen calculated for a while. I'll need around 6 or 7 days to fuse with the 10th Thunder Flame Crystal. Anyway, that Tai Ching sword doesn't seem to be suitable for me. I'll find a place to fuse with the 10th Thunder Flame Crystal after I enter the Heaven Martial Realm, and then... Long Chen was mumbling to himself, but Lingxi could hear it from the sword. She said worriedly, Long Chen, don't be too optimistic. Let's not talk about whether you can fuse with the 10th Thunder Flame Crystal or not. When you enter the Heaven Martial Realm, we don't know if they will let you leave. I can see the way they are looking at you. They don't seem to be friendly. Lingxi's observation was more detailed than his. Long Chen raised his head and looked at the other 9 people. He realized that there was indeed some killing intent in their eyes. The one with the calmest expression was Feng Wutian. Here, he had the biggest grudge against Long Chen, but from his expression, it didn't look like he cared about Long Chen at all. With Lingxi's reminder, Long Chen knew he had to be careful. At this moment, everyone followed Lu Lan into the Heaven Martial Hall. Right now, the vast Heaven Martial Hall was completely empty. There were only a few groups of people, and each group consisted of roughly 10 people. These are probably the outstanding disciples of the Mortal Core realm from the other clans in the Green clan. Altogether, there are around 100 of them. Among these people, all of them had heroic spirits. Obviously, they weren't ordinary people. Among them, there were quite a number of warriors who were at the high level of the Mortal Core realm at Long Chen's age. The Heaven Martial Realm trial had officially begun. It's a new week. After reading the new updates, send me fresh flowers every day. Help me break through the rankings. Just for the sake of my hard work. Chapter 104. The teams from the other halls also arrived one after another. Very soon, a total of 8 teams had gathered in the Heavenly Martial Palace. Long Chen was in the corner of the Qingyang Hall team, sizing up the people from the other teams. Long Chen knew that among all the great halls of the Azure clan, the combined strength of the Qingyang Hall was one of the last 2. But this time, with the existence of Feng Wutian, they had the chance to become the champion. However, in the other halls, there were also peak Mortal Core warriors, especially that young girl from the Azure Emperor Hall. As soon as she entered, she attracted everyone's attention. The Azure Emperor Hall was the strongest branch of the Azure clan. Whether it was their combined strength or their future potential, they were ranked number 1 in the Azure clan. That young girl, is she Chu Yunyao from the Azure Emperor Hall? Looking at the young girl who was wearing a light yellow dress and had a finely sculpted face, but her expression was cold. She had an indescribable aura of otherworldliness, Lu Ling said while gnashing her teeth. From her tone, it was obvious that she was jealous. They were both the daughters of Doyen-level experts, but the difference between the 2 of them was not small. Lu Ling was only at the initial Mortal Core realm, and the other party was already about to break through to the Earth Core realm. Moreover, Chu Yunyao was receiving the attention of everyone, while Lu Ling was only nestled next to Feng Wutian, occasionally receiving admiring gazes. At this moment, even Feng Wutian was sizing up Chu Yunyao. Lu Ling clenched her teeth, her face filled with anger. She wished she could twist her big brother Wutian's head back. Long Chen also looked at the young girl. Sure enough, her strength was at Feng Wutian's level, and she was even younger. Most importantly, her appearance was outstanding. Although she didn't have Lu Lan's mature charm, compared to Lu Ling, she was still a level higher. At this time, Lu Lan and the leaders of the other 7 clans gathered together. Although the Qingyang Hall was ordinary, because of Lu Lan's beauty, her reputation in the Azure clan was very big. When the leaders were talking, most of their gazes stopped on her sexy and delicate body. Everyone, since everyone is here, shall we begin the Heaven Martial Realms trial? Of course, there's no time to lose. Let's lead them into the Heaven Martial Realms tunnel now. Before everyone came, you should have already told the juniors clearly, right? Of course. After making some arrangements, Lu Lan returned to the Qingyang Hall. At this moment, someone had already called out to the juniors of the clan, and was walking towards a tunnel not far from Long Chen's side. This passageway was 10 meters wide, and at the end was a light membrane. This light membrane rippled like water, giving off a sparkling feeling. It was extremely beautiful. A strange aura emanated from the ripples of light. This is the entrance to the Minor Cosmos world. This Minor Cosmos world seems to be a ruin left behind by an expert. In the sword, Lingxi said with some surprise. In other words, there might be something good inside? I don't think so. The Lingwu family has been here for so many years. This relic isn't big, so it has long become their private property. There must have been some good stuff inside, but I'm guessing none of it is left. Long Chen didn't have such thoughts. To him, the Heaven Martial Realm trial this time was a forced one. What he wanted was to train and become stronger. At this time, there were already teams that passed by Long Chen's side and entered the entrance of the Heaven Martial Realm. After a while, the Azure Emperor Hall, which had around 20 people, also walked over. The position of the leader wasn't as high as Chu Yunyao's, so Chu Yunyao walked in front. When they got close, Chu Yunyao suddenly walked towards Lu Lan and said, "Yunyao, greet Sister Lan. My brother told me to tell you that he has some matters to attend to and can't get away, so he didn't come to see you. He said he misses you." Hearing this, Lu Lan's expression was a little unnatural, and she said, I understand. Yunyao, you have to be careful in the Heaven Martial Realms trial." Chu Yunyao nodded, then turned around and left. This young girl's attitude towards everyone was very cold. Only when she was facing Lu Lan did her expression show a trace of respect. Big brother? Could it be that this woman is having an affair with her brother? Thinking about how such a beautiful woman was already someone else's woman, Long Chen suddenly had a feeling that all the good cabbages had been arched by pigs. Right at this moment, Lu Lan turned around and said indifferently, "You have to remember the details of the trial. I'll be waiting for you here. I wish you all success." Feng Wutian and the others did as they were told. After that, he brought the other clansmen and headed towards the entrance of the Heaven Martial Realm. When Long Chen passed by Lu Lan, he kept looking at her. Lu Lan also looked at Long Chen with a faint smile. She had arranged for Long Chen to enter this dangerous place, but she didn't feel guilty at all. When Long Chen passed by, Lu Lan shook her head and thought to herself, how can someone who has just entered the mortal core realm survive under the pressure of a heavenly core warrior? Isn't my training method a bit too unreliable? Thinking about that man, Lu Lan furrowed her brows. If there's no one to protect me, I'm afraid I won't be able to change my fate. Could this be my destiny? While Lu Lan was in deep thoughts, Long Chen had followed the others and walked into the light barrier. In an instant, a cool feeling surrounded him. Long Chen felt like he had fallen into a pool of water, and he started falling at an incredible speed. After a few seconds, his body stopped falling. Suddenly, he realized he was standing on a yellow ground. Raising his head, he saw that he was standing on a piece of solid yellow soil. Short trees and shrubs were scattered all over the ground. Although it couldn't be said to be beautiful, it wasn't ugly either. Looking at the sky again, it was a yellow sky. There were thick yellow clouds everywhere, so dense that they covered the sky and covered the sun. A desolate aura filled this place. Long Chen knew that the world he was in right now was not the world he was in just now. Is this the Heaven Martial Realm? Compared to Long Chen, The others had all entered the heaven martial realm before. Therefore, only Long Chen had a blank look in his eyes. Seeing Long Chen acting like a country bumpkin, the others all had mocking looks on their faces. In the Azure clan, the other groups that had arrived in the heaven martial realm had already left. Feng Wutian first brought the crowd to a short shrub. Finding the heart-devouring demonic beast depended on luck. Feng Wutian glanced at his surroundings, pointed in a direction and said, "All of you, follow me. No one is to be left behind." After saying that, he intentionally glanced at Long Chen, as a warning to Long Chen. However, Long Chen didn't want to stay with them. Therefore at that moment he calmly said, "I'll leave the Tai Ching sword to you guys. I'll be going first." He didn't get along with Feng Wutian, nor did he get along with the others. There was no point in staying here. Therefore, he didn't want to waste his breath. Long Chen already knew that although Feng Wutian always had a calm expression, he had long wanted to deal with Long Chen. As expected, when Long Chen said that, Feng Wutian's expression became colder and colder. "Lord Elder has already said that in this operation, everyone has to listen to my orders. Are you going to disobey?" "Disobey? I don't dare. However, with my strength and status, I, Long Chen, will inevitably be a burden to you geniuses. In my opinion, you should let me leave by myself. You can focus on getting the Tai Ching sword. That's more worthwhile," Long Chen said with a mocking tone. The others originally didn't think much of Long Chen. At that moment, seeing that he actually became unyielding, they were instantly interested. With mocking expressions, they took Long Chen to be a clown. Lu Ling hated Long Chen the most. At a time like this, there were no seniors here, and Long Chen still dared to stir up trouble. She immediately coldly smiled and said, "Big Brother Wutian is our leader. His words are orders to us. If he wants you to die, you have to die. You still dare to be so talkative and contradict him?" Long Chen looked at them and hiddenly analyzed in his heart. If Feng Wutian valued the Tai Ching sword, he wouldn't be bothered to leave me and let me leave first. But since he spoke to stop me, he clearly wants to deal with me. That's right. To him, I am a small threat. If it was me, I wouldn't allow Venomous Sting, who is a threat to me, to exist in this world. As expected at that moment, Feng Wutian indifferently said, "The senior elder handed the authority to my hands. This time, the journey to the heaven realm is completely up to me. Long Chen, if you don't know what's good for you and cause trouble for me, I have the authority to kill you. I'm afraid that if I follow you, I will only die by your hands without knowing why." Feng Wutian. Long Chen coldly smiled and said those words that caused Feng Wutian's expression to suddenly change. Even Lu Ling, who was at the side, couldn't help but say, "You're courting death." Seeing that she was about to attack, it was still Feng Wutian who pulled her back. At that moment, killing intent finally appeared in Feng Wutian's eyes, and his voice also became incomparably cold. "Everyone, Long Chen didn't listen to orders and caused a huge obstruction to our movements. I represent the seniors to kill him. Does anyone have any objections?" The other 8 people were respectful towards Feng Wutian, and in their hearts, Long Chen was only a dispensable character. So they all smiled and said, "Senior brother, go ahead and do it. If the seniors ask, we'll bear the responsibility together with you." They were aggressive, but Long Chen wasn't afraid in the slightest. This Feng Wutian is pretending to be magnanimous. Is the fox's tail finally revealed now? At that moment, Feng Wutian, who had obtained approval, already walked out from the crowd, step by step. "Do you still have flowers? Please give them to me." Chapter 105. When Feng Wutian had the intention to kill Long Chen, the powerful energy immediately pressed down on Long Chen's body. The energy of a peak mortal core warrior was not just for show. Right now, in Long Chen's eyes, Feng Wutian was like a huge mountain pressing down on him. Long Chen tensed up his body, and only then was he able to withstand the pressure from his opponent. Being bullied by Feng Wutian like this, Long Chen was furious, but he knew that he was no match for his opponent. "This Feng Wutian, he has underestimated me. Although I'm no match for you, escaping from your hands is a piece of cake. But, if I escape like this, I'll leave you guys with some good luck. If you see Daddy again, you'll still be so noisy." Although Long Chen was no match for Feng Wutian, the gap between them wasn't too big. Besides, Feng Wuqian still had to take care of the Qingyang Hall's team and the Tai Ching sword. He couldn't just abandon everyone and chase after Long Chen alone. Now that Long Chen had confidence in his heart, he felt a lot more relaxed. Right now, Feng Wuqian was already less than 10 meters away from him. Huang Feiyong was killed by you. Today, I'll take revenge for him. After saying that, Feng Wuqian clenched his fist. Immediately, a powerful energy wave formed around his fist. I don't even need combat skills to deal with a brat who has just broken through to the mortal core realm like you. Feng Wuqian glared at Long Chen coldly. After that, his body became like a tornado as he charged towards Long Chen. That violent punch felt like it could cover the sky and cover the earth. Is that so? Long Chen immediately sensed that if he were to take the attack head-on, not only would he have to transform into his dragon soul form, he would also have to use the Taishan dragon seal, which would be taxing and exhausting. Therefore, Long Chen slid on the ground and performed the dragon swimming steps as fast as he could. As soon as Feng Wuqian made his move, Heap swam past him. Long Chen didn't need to transform into his dragon soul form, but he still managed to do this. First of all, Feng Wuqian thought that Long Chen had just broken through to the mortal core realm, and that's why he didn't have much strength left. Second of all, Long Chen had almost formed the Thunderflame combat body, and it had increased his speed and agility by a lot. Therefore, although Feng Wuqian was really strong, Long Chen still managed to dodge him. Seeing that Feng Wuqian was about to get rid of the annoying Long Chen, the people of Qingyang Hall were all looking forward to it. Lu Ling, in particular, was about to see the invincible Feng Wuqian kill Long Chen with a single strike, but she didn't expect that Long Chen would slide to Lu Ling's side in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? His speed is faster than mine. Thinking up to this point, Lu Ling's eyes immediately revealed an expression of disbelief. As for the others, they were also shocked that Long Chen was able to dodge Feng Wuqian's attack. However, what no one could have imagined was that after Long Chen dodged Feng Wuqian's attack, he actually dashed towards Lu Ling at an even faster speed. The distance between the two of them wasn't that far, and Long Chen's movement was out of everyone's expectation. Lu Ling didn't know how to react, but in this short period of time, Long Chen had arrived in front of her, with a pair of light red eyes. He was looking at Lu Ling with a playful expression. Little bastard! Lu Ling cursed. She was about to attack Long Chen. In her mind, although Long Chen's speed was faster than an ordinary mortal core warrior, his attack would definitely be weaker. In a hurry, she shouted out and anxiously threw a punch towards Long Chen. An attack from an early mortal core warrior, if Long Chen encountered it before, he would definitely be beaten half to death. But since he had absorbed 9 Thunderflame crystals, he was not afraid of Lu Ling's attack at all. Besides, Lu Ling was a young girl. If she didn't go through life and death situations, she would definitely be lacking when it came to fighting. Long Chen could tell that she basically had no fighting experience at all. Therefore, in just a split second, Long Chen threw out a punch. The light red true energy from his dantian, along with the power of thunder and fire, immediately gushed out and collided with Lu Ling's fist. 2 fists collided. What shocked everyone was that Long Chen, who was supposed to be defeated, was actually unharmed. On the other hand, Lu Ling let out a painful cry, and tears almost flowed out of her eyes. The power of thunder and fire from Long Chen's true energy had collided with her fist, and it immediately turned her pink and tender fist black. She had never experienced pain like this in her life. She immediately started crying, and her face was covered with tears. And at this moment, Long Chen suddenly leaped behind her. His hands turned into claws, and suddenly clamped down on Lu Ling's pure white neck, and with a loud bang, he threw her backwards. Bastard, you're courting death. Feng Wuqian turned his head around and saw this scene. His face immediately turned red, and he unleashed an overwhelming attack towards Long Chen. The other 7 men were also furious. They all started attacking Long Chen, creating a pincer attack. This guy, he has just broken through to the mortal core realm, but he can actually dodge Feng Wuqian's attack and kidnap young lady Lu Ling, who is an early mortal core warrior? Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Before this, they had thought that Long Chen was just a coward who came from a small town. But now, their opinions of Long Chen had completely changed. How dare he kidnap a doyen's daughter? This Long Chen is really courting death. Everyone was attacking Long Chen with all their might, but they didn't expect that Long Chen wasn't afraid at all. While Lu Ling was screaming, he raised her up high and used her as a shield in front of everyone. Feng Wuqian immediately quivered in fright and hurriedly stopped his attack. Long Chen took this opportunity to quickly retreat and said coldly, "If you don't want her life, then go ahead and do it for me. All of you, stop right there. All of you, I'll let this girl die in front of you." Hearing Long Chen's ruthless words, the huge strength he used to grab her neck, and the pain she felt all over her body, Lu Ling was so scared that she started trembling. She had never experienced such a terrifying thing in her life. That's why her face turned pale, and she immediately cried out, "No! Don't kill me, Big Brother Wutian, quick, save me!" Wah! Feng Wutian, who she thought was omnipotent, was now spitting fire from his eyes. He looked at Long Chen viciously, but he didn't dare to move. He could only roar, "Long Chen! Lu Ling is the Doyen's daughter. If she loses even a single hair, the Doyen will definitely cut you into pieces. If you have any brains, let go of her. You're courting death." "Is that so?" Long Chen coldly smiled. "Do you think I'm a fool? Didn't you already want to kill me? Since I'm going to die either way, why don't I find someone to be my scapegoat?" Long Chen felt a little better when he saw the girl trembling in fear and Feng Wutian's helplessness. During this period of time, he had already taken Lu Ling hostage and moved about 30 meters back. This girl has a big background. I better stop before going too far. Thinking of this, Long Chen no longer joked with them. Under everyone's gaze, Long Chen suddenly pressed Lu Ling down on his knees and raised his hand up high. "You little girl, how dare you spread rumors and slander me? Today, I'll make you suffer." As he spoke, in front of Feng Wutian, Long Chen's palm fiercely slapped onto Lu Ling's raised buttocks. With a clear paw sound, it instantly resounded in the air above the heaven realm. Lu Ling let out a scream that shook the heavens and the earth. Her originally white and tender face was completely filled with blood. On her fair buttocks, there was a handprint that would probably stay there for a long time. At this moment, when Feng Wutian saw this scene, his eyes immediately popped out. "Linger! Long Chen, go to hell!" After ruthlessly slapping Lu Ling, Long Chen was finally satisfied. He looked at Feng Wutian with a provocative smile and said, "I slapped your woman, you must feel very good in your heart, right?" After saying that, he ignored Feng Wutian's face, which had basically turned into a pig's liver, and threw Lu Ling at Feng Wutian with all his might. Initially, Feng Wutian wanted to kill Long Chen, but when he saw Lu Ling's body already smashing toward him, how could he not carefully catch it? As he went to catch Lu Ling, Long Chen let out a hearty laugh and burst out into the distance at his fastest speed. With this difference in time, by the time Feng Wutian put Lu Ling down, Long Chen was already out of sight. As for the others, after chasing for a while and seeing that Feng Wutian was still in the same place, they could only return helplessly. When they saw Feng Wutian's face that had already turned into a pig's liver, they all became silent out of fear. At this moment, Lu Ling, who felt the burning pain on her buttocks, had already begun to cry loudly. Seeing that she was crying, Feng Wutian tried to calm her down, but it was useless. "Why are you still standing here? Big Brother Wutian, why aren't you going to kill him?" Faced with the little beauty's questioning, Feng Wutian's face revealed a bitter expression as he said, "Ling Er, that kid runs very fast, and we still have to find the Supreme Purity Sword, bastard. You get lost. All you think about is the Supreme Purity Sword, and you don't care about me. I was bullied by him like this, and you still didn't kill him. Feng Wutian, are you still a man?" "Enough." Feng Wutian's face was livid as he said coldly, "Ling Er, I promise you that the next time I see him, I will definitely capture him and let you chop him up with your own hands. Stop messing around now." Sob sob. "But it hurts so much." After escaping far away from their line of sight, Long Chen only heaved a sigh of relief when they could no longer catch up. He hurriedly said, "Little Shi, hurry and find me a place to hide. I want to try the 10th Thunder Flame Crystal." "Bastard. You only remembered now that I'm still here? Weren't you very awe-inspiring just now?" Lingxi's voice came from Lingxi's sword as she gnashed her teeth. Long Qing immediately knew that the way he bullied Lu Ling had made her angry. A black line immediately appeared on his forehead. He said to Lu Ling in a flattering manner, "Darling, don't misunderstand. I was teaching her a lesson. Don't you think she was very hateful before? So I taught her a good lesson." "What does that have to do with me?" "It's not like I have anything to do with you. Continue begging for flowers." Today was an important day, because the number of views was about to break 1 million. Would anyone congratulate me with their actions? Over 1 million views. This was an important moment. Chapter 106. Within the heaven realm, it was not just plains that stretched as far as the eye could see. Within it, there were also mountains, hills, valleys, and basins. Basically, almost everything in the outside world could be found there. The heaven realm is exactly the same as the outside world. I can't even tell that it's a minor cosmos world. It is truly mysterious to the extreme. As he looked at the world, Long Chen sighed from the bottom of his heart. The vastness and mysteriousness of this world surpassed his imagination. That is indeed so. However, if you reach the edge of this minor cosmos world, you will touch the extreme wall of this world. As for the outside world, it seems that no one knows where the extreme wall is. As for the term extreme wall, Long Chen knew that it was still a bit far from him. At that moment, he arrived in a valley. The valley was filled with jagged rocks of strange shapes. Long Chen carefully advanced within it, and only then did he find a relatively concealed place to hide. It could be considered a natural crack in the rocks. Only after moving away several huge rocks did Long Chen enter the crack and cover the huge rocks. I've turned into a gopher this time. He still had to hide himself like this. Long Chen was a bit depressed. However, the people outside were searching for the Tai Ching sword, so naturally, they were jumping around everywhere. If Long Chen wanted to absorb the 10th Thunder Flame Crystal, he definitely needed a quiet environment. If he was disturbed by someone, especially by Feng Wutian, his life would be a tragedy. Long Chen, have you really decided to try the 10th Thunder Flame Crystal? Thinking of the possibility that Long Chen would not be able to endure it, Lingxi's heart was extremely nervous. However, as she spoke, Long Chen had already used his Dragon Soul transformation and instantly turned into his strongest state. Then, he sat down cross-legged and took out the 10th Thunder Flame Crystal from his Cosmos sack. As he looked at the Thunder Flame Crystal, Long Chen's expression was filled with determination. Of course. Don't worry. I know where my limits are. If I can't even endure this, would I still be Long Chen? Furthermore, even though I vented my anger just now, I've incited their desire to kill me. If I don't break through, I'll definitely die without a burial. Seeing that she couldn't change Long Chen's mind, Lingxi could only sigh and say, then be careful. She thought to herself that if Long Chen could not hold on any longer, she would have to think of a way to help him. Long Chen looked at the Thunder Flame Crystal in his hand and faintly smiled. Without hesitation, his true energy surged and quickly absorbed the Thunder Flame Crystal into his body. The moment it entered his body, the Thunder Flame Crystal transformed into a flame electric current. Then, it instantly merged with the power of the Thunder Flame in his Dantian. Together, a huge explosion occurred. The 10th Thunder Flame Crystal is indeed terrifying. At the start, Long Chen was shocked. Then, he felt waves of pain start to engulf his body. Even though he had already transformed, it was still very difficult to endure. He could feel that the power of the Thunder Flame was unceasingly destroying the structure of his body. This destruction completely surpassed the speed at which he could reconstruct it. Therefore, not long after, Long Chen felt a pain that was even more severe than the 9th Thunder Flame Crystal. It appeared from every corner of his body, tearing at him. It was as if there were countless small blades hidden in every corner of his body. At this moment, they were all frantically twisting. This twisting motion was so intense that it could drive anyone insane. At this moment, Lingxi caught sight of fresh blood flowing out from the corner of Long Chen's mouth. However, she could see that his teeth were still tightly clenched as he persisted. The lightning and flames continued to twist and turn on his body. As they passed by him again and again, even his dragon scales were damaged to a certain extent. If this goes on, he won't be able to escape the fate of death even if he can hold on. What should I do? Lingxi paced around anxiously. As he sensed his current situation, Long Chen tried to think of a solution while enduring the massive destructive power of the Thunder Flame Crystal. My body has already suffered a lot of damage. Under the tempering of the lightning and flames, it has probably exceeded its limit. At this thought, Long Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Essence restoration has a very good healing effect on every single injury in the body. I can try out the effects of this restoration. Thinking up to here, Long Chen hurriedly used Origin Returnance. This was a mid-level profound rank life combat skill. Even if he was heavily injured, Long Chen could use Origin Returnance to recover. Traces of warmth started to flow through the cracks between the lightning and flames and slowly flowed through Long Chen's body. Wherever it went, his bones and muscles seemed to be nourished and slowly recovered. It's actually effective. Long Chen was overjoyed. He hurriedly increased the rate at which he used energy restoration. Immediately, a warm current circulated through his body. Every time the lightning and fire destroyed a part of his body, it wouldn't be able to reconstruct it. Under the effect of energy restoration, it would be nourished. This caused the rebuilt flesh and blood, which had been tempered by the lightning and flames, to become even tougher and stronger. After consuming the 10th Thunderflame crystal, Long Chen looked miserable. However, after a short while, Lingxi could see that Long Chen's complexion had already started to recover. This is the aura of restoration. Only then did Lingxi remember that restoration might be effective against Long Chen's pain. If he were to consume elixirs, he would still need to refine the elixirs in order to refine the elixirs. Long Chen's qi was currently resisting the power of the Thunderflame, so he couldn't split his attention to refine the elixirs. However, restoration was hidden within Long Chen's body. All Long Chen needed to do was think about it and he could summon it. This was also the magical part of life combat techniques. They were fast, convenient, and very effective. Most importantly, they were limitless and didn't cost any money. This kid is really lucky. If it hadn't been for restoration, Lingxi didn't know if Long Chen would have been able to pull through this time. Now that the situation was slightly better, Lingxi felt a little more at ease. With Yuan Gui Yuan, Long Chen was barely able to persevere. However, it was extremely difficult to extend this perseverance to 5 or 6 days. Therefore, Long Chen's current situation wasn't optimistic. After all, using restoration would deplete his Dragon Soul Qi, and the depletion of Dragon Soul Qi would be an opportunity for the power of the Thunderflame to take advantage of. Long Chen quickly predicted this in his mind. When this moment finally arrived, almost 2 days had passed. In these 2 days, Long Chen's cultivation had soared rapidly, and he was only a step away from the legendary Thunderflame battle body. As the Dragon Soul Qi was depleted, the power of the Thunderflame finally began to counterattack. The originally obedient Thunderflame crystal was like a swarm of bees, sweeping towards Long Chen's body. Lingxi had originally realized that Long Chen's body was quiet. The lightning and flames were quietly refining Long Chen's body. However, at this moment, the power of the Thunderflame crystal seemed to rebel. Not only did it invade Long Chen's body, but it also surged towards his blood-red mortal core. Not good. This is a sign of death by explosion. Long Chen broke out in a cold sweat. The surging power of the Thunderflame had already reached the mortal core in his dantian, and the remaining qi was completely unable to resist it. If the power of the Thunderflame entered his dantian, and Long Chen's qi was unable to resist it, his mortal core would be destroyed by the power of the Thunderflame crystal. Most people who had an accident while fusing with the Thunderflame crystal and died by explosion were in the same situation as Long Chen. The 10th Thunderflame crystal. Am I so close to it? I can't accept this. As he thought about how he still had so many things to do, Long Chen's heart was filled with all sorts of reluctance. The Yang family was still waiting for him to save them, and Lingxi also needed his help. Previously, when he had chosen to fuse with the 10th Thunderflame crystal, Long Chen had already anticipated such a situation. As long as there was a risk, there was definitely a possibility of failure. Long Chen had somewhat underestimated the power of the 10th Thunderflame crystal, so the tragic outcome was also within others' expectations. No, I won't die here. A cold light exploded from Long Chen's eyes. The obsession in his heart was incomparably strong. If he lost his life here because of the Thunderflame crystal, then his death would not be worth it. How can I, Long Chen, die? This sentence was basically roared out by Long Chen, and it instantly reverberated in the small mountain crevice. At this moment, the power of the Thunderflame in Long Chen's body turned into streaks of blue flames and thunder, and they headed towards Long Chen's dantian to destroy. In his dantian, there was only a dim mortal core. Because he had previously used too much qi, the mortal core basically could not be of much use. Only the dark red dragon-shaped pattern on the blood-red mortal core finally appeared a little more prominent at this moment. Seeing that the power of the Thunderflame was about to enter his dantian, Long Chen gritted his teeth and prepared to risk his life to block the power of the Thunderflame crystal. At this moment, the dark red pattern on the mortal core in his dantian suddenly seemed to come alive, and it shone with a dazzling light. A pair of blood-red lights shot out from the eyes of the dragon-shaped pattern, and headed towards the gradually approaching power of the Thunderflame. A wave of blood-red mist instantly filled all the power of the thunder flame. Under the control of this powerful force, Long Chen could feel that the power of the thunder flame was undergoing a miraculous change. Not long after, Long Chen actually saw that the blue power of the thunder flame that filled his dantian had now completely turned into a blood-red color. Thunder and flames existed in his dantian at the same time. Chapter 107. This sudden turn of events caused Long Chen to be stunned. He had never imagined that the blood-colored dragon pattern on the mortal core would spit out a beam of light and completely turn the power of the 10 thunder flame crystals blood-red. At this moment, Long Chen felt as though he had gained control over the blood-colored lightning and flames. The power of the thunder flame crystals has already fused with my true qi. Has it become one with my true qi? At this moment, the lightning and flames had already attached themselves to Long Chen's mortal core. The originally blood-red mortal core was now burning with blood-colored flames and being surrounded by blood-colored lightning. The power of the thunder flame crystals had completely fused with Long Chen's dragon soul true qi. The nature and attacking power of this true qi was not only 10 times stronger than before, but even more. At the same time, under the gentle tempering of the blood-colored lightning and flames and the nourishment of the returning energy, Long Chen gradually became stronger as time passed. After another day or two, Long Chen felt that he should have reached a critical point. Previously, Lingxi had suddenly felt that Long Chen's body was going berserk. At that time, she had been so scared that her face had turned pale. However, in the blink of an eye, Long Chen had subdued the power of the flames and lightning. Lingxi could only use her beautiful eyes to look at this young man in amazement. Long Chen, what exactly is his secret? Back when he obtained the primordial divine dragon's essence blood inheritance, he was already on the verge of death. However, he miraculously came back to life and obtained the inheritance. Now, he was originally unable to resist the power of the thunder flame crystals, but he miraculously came back to life. From the looks of it, he should have successfully fused with 10 thunder flame crystals. Even though Lingxi was knowledgeable, she still did not know what secret manuals Long Chen had on him. Long Chen could feel the existence of a critical point. As long as he broke through this critical point, he would be able to master the Thunder Flame battle body and become a Thunder Flame martialist. If it was before, with the Thunder Flame power of the Thunder Flame crystal rampaging in his body, it would be extremely difficult for him to break through this critical point. However, it was different now. The current him could completely control the power of the Thunder Flame to slowly and gently temper and forge his body. Time passed bit by bit. Under his comprehensive control, he naturally broke through the critical point. Thunder Flame martial artist. At this moment, he could feel his body's strength soaring. Long Chen faintly smiled as he stood up. Opening his palm, he discovered that a Thunder Flame crystal pattern had appeared on his palm. However, unlike the Thunder Flame crystal, this pattern was blood red. Long Chen knew that this was the mark of a Thunder Flame martial artist. The current him, in addition to his status as a dragon martial artist, also had a Thunder Flame martial artist. Not only did a Thunder Flame martial artist have a high-quality true energy, they were also very powerful in other aspects. Long Chen was only at the first level of the Thunder Flame battle body, but the effect of his body tempering was probably comparable to a medium mystic rank body tempering combat skill, or even more. It had to be known that a middle profound ranked battle skill wasn't easy to find. Long Chen's sky-incinerating demon sun fist came from the mysterious iron plate, while a middle profound ranked life battle skill came from the exotic origin fruit. Now, in the entire Green Clan, the final reward for the Mortal Core Warriors trial was only a medium mystic rank spirit sword and combat skill. This showed how precious a medium mystic rank combat skill was. But Long Chen, who had just broken through to the Mortal Core realm, already had a medium mystic rank attack, body tempering, and life combat skill. Not only that, but all of them were extraordinary. Long Chen, you've become a Thunder Flame martial artist? Lingxi revealed an extremely joyful expression. She hurriedly circled around Long Chen and continuously touched his body. At this moment, Long Chen had stopped his Dragon Soul transformation and returned to his harmless appearance. Speaking of the Dragon Soul transformation, Long Chen still had one thing to worry about. He was considered a beast warrior, and now that he had broken through to the Mortal Core realm, he obviously needed to absorb a new beast soul. But Long Chen's Dragon Soul transformation made people feel that he was still using a yellow rank demon beast's beast soul. This was a very stupid thing to do, and it indirectly proved that Long Chen hadn't even killed a single mystic rank demon beast. However, Long Chen didn't think about this for now. He had finally become a Thunder Flame martial artist, and he felt a lot more relaxed. With this kind of strength, although he might not be able to fight against Feng Wutian, at least it would be easy for him to stay alive. I've completed the Thunder Flame battle body. Little Shi, aren't I great? Looking at Long Chen's proud expression, Lingxi said with disdain, "Pfft, when I was young, I was 10,000 times stronger than you are now. Only an idiot like you would be so proud of such a small achievement. Be careful, don't be too happy and too sad." Actually, she knew that it was not easy for Long Chen to reach this level in such a short period of time when he had nothing. At least, it was much harder than what she had achieved when she was young. She admired Long Chen from the bottom of her heart, but of course, she wouldn't say it out loud. This guy, if I compliment him, his tail will definitely fly up to the sky. Lingxi thought to herself. Long Chen did some calculations. It had only been 4 days since he had broken through to the sky realm. I wonder if those idiots have found the heart-devouring demonic beast. Anyway, I still have a lot of time, and I haven't used blood-refining chi for a long time. I can go out and see if there are any demonic beasts that I can kill. Walking out of his hiding place, Long Chen came to the middle of the valley. The valley was narrow and long, and deep in it was a dark forest. He could vaguely sense a heavy aura hidden in the depths of the forest. Walking in the sky realm, Long Chen had already encountered several demonic beasts, the lowest of which was at the first level of the mystic rank. But here, there was not a single yellow-ranked demonic beast. If I make good use of it, this sky realm will be my paradise. Long Chen sighed as he gradually entered the depths of the forest. With Lingxi's guidance, Long Chen soon encountered a few demonic beasts that lived in groups. This is a great demonic ape, a first-level mystic-ranked demonic beast. Its advantage is that it is very strong and full of vitality. It should be very suitable for you, is that so? Long Chen also looked from afar at the great demonic apes that were roaring as they chased after him. This demonic beast was more than 3 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in black fur, and its muscles were as hard as rock. Pass. You will be my food for today. As soon as he said that, Long Chen charged at the great demonic apes. His current strength had increased once again. Although he was in the same realm as the great demonic apes, his combat strength was countless times stronger. The great demonic apes were no match for him. In less than a quarter of an hour, they had all turned into corpses. Long Chen used blood-refining chi to refine them, but he immediately frowned. "What's wrong? Did you have a breakthrough?" Lingxi asked with concern. Long Chen shook his head. "No. I'm guessing that the blood essence of a first-level mystic-ranked demonic beast is no longer effective for me. I need to find a higher-level demonic beast. I reckon that even if there are more of these first-level mystic-ranked demonic beasts, they won't have any effect on me." That's right. When you were at the 5th level of the Dragon Vein realm, you devoured a 7th-level yellow-rank underground blood lizard king. When you were at the 8th level, you devoured a first-level mystic-ranked demonic beast, the Emerald Snow Lion. At this moment, Long Chen had already extracted the beast cores of the great demonic apes and took out 4 transparent beads. These beast cores and beast souls can be exchanged for contribution points. I can't waste them. Seeing the transparent beads in Long Chen's hand, Lingxi asked, "When did you bring the soul consolidation bead? Why didn't I see it? Do I have to report everything to you when I take things?" Laozi smiled faintly and used the soul consolidation bead to extract the beast souls of the great demonic apes. The soul consolidation bead had a strong attraction to dead beast souls. The beast souls had to exist in the soul consolidation bead in order to not dissipate. "Long Chen, tell me, do I look like one of the beast souls trapped in the soul consolidation bead?" Lingxi's voice was a little sad at the mention of this. Long Chen was startled and said, "Silly, what are you thinking? You're 10,000 times more adorable than these beasts. Don't compare yourself to them. Moreover, you won't be trapped in this broken sword for your entire life." In fact, the Lingxi sword was also an extremely mysterious item. Long Chen knew that Lingxi must have been very powerful in the past. A mysterious sword that even Lingxi couldn't resist must be a secret treasure. It was just that neither Lingxi nor Long Chen could discover the secret of this sword. As for the name of the Lingxi sword, it was purely a name given by Lingxi for fun. After condensing the beast souls, Long Chen began to look for his next target. In just one day, he killed several mystic second-level demonic beasts and obtained many good things. Laozi is really going to be rich this time. Little she, tell me how many contribution points I can get. If I sell the beast cores and beast souls to the Lingwu family, mystic first-level demonic beasts can be exchanged for about 2 to 3 contribution points, and mystic second-level demonic beasts can be exchanged for about 10 contribution points. In the Lingwu family, Lingxi had read some books about the Lingwu family in Long Chen's room when she was bored. She probably knew more about the Lingwu family than Long Chen did. In other words, my contribution points are going to exceed 50? He was rich again. Long Chen suddenly felt like a nouveau riche, and he was extremely happy. However, although he had refined a few mystic second-level demonic beasts, they still didn't have much of an effect on Long Chen. Although there were a few of them, they still couldn't help Long Chen break through to the early mortal core realm. I wonder if they have finished searching for the Great Qing sword. Ling Qing has learned the 7 deadly phantom sword, and if it's possible, when she breaks through to the divine core realm, I can give her the Great Qing sword path. As her brother, I have to work hard. But before that, I still found a mystic third-level demonic beast. Daddy doesn't believe that a mystic third-level demonic beast with combat strength that exceeds the late mortal core realm is not enough for Daddy to break through. Today is my best brother, Mandrill's birthday. I hope when he sees this, he will give Daddy a VIP ticket worth 10,000 renminbi. Happy birthday, I hope we can know each other forever. Chapter 108. Red Flame Golden Succubus. In the mortal core realm, there were level 1 mystic level beasts everywhere. Sometimes, there were level 2 mystic level beasts. However, level 3 mystic level beasts were not that easy to find. The demonic beasts were also divided into different regions. The place where Long Chen was currently at had fewer demonic beasts. Therefore, Long Chen had no choice but to change his location and head in the direction that Ling Shi had pointed. During this time, Long Chen did not see a single team. The Green Clan is holding the Sky Martial Realm trial. At least in the Mortal Core realm, there are no other clansmen. There are only 8 teams in such a big Mortal Core realm. It's normal that I didn't see a single one. This also means that the heart-devouring demonic beast has yet to be found. Otherwise, the Heaven Realm's trial would have ended ahead of time, and the other clansmen would have rushed into the Heaven Realm. At that time, there would have been more clansmen that could be found. The entire Sky Martial Realm was as big as the Lingwu city, and the place where Long Chen was staying was only a small part of the Lingwu city. After walking for about half a day, Long Chen came to a barren sandy land. After arriving here, the shrubs and trees were relatively sparse. Only a few cacti grew in this place where there was a lack of water. A small Sky Martial Realm not only has a forest, but also a desert. Long Chen praised from the bottom of his heart. After walking on the desert for a while, Long Chen felt that the surroundings were getting hotter and hotter. He asked, Xueqi, there shouldn't be any beasts here, right? Even if there are, they won't be level 3 mystic level beasts. Let's walk a bit more. Under Lingxi's request, Long Chen had no choice but to continue walking. After a while, the desert in front of them suddenly caved in. Lingxi hurriedly stopped Long Chen. What's wrong? There was a bit of excitement in Lingxi's voice as she said in a soft voice. Look, there's a demonic beast at the very bottom of that sandy area. It should be cultivating while bathing in the sunlight. Long Chen continued forward. After walking for a long time, he finally laid down on the sand and looked at the bottom of the sand not far away. Soon after, his eyes lit up with joy. Isn't that a level 3 mystic level Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi? The demonic beast at the bottom of the sand was a tall lion-type demonic beast. This Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi was more than 10 meters long. At this moment, it was crawling. If it stood up, it would probably be taller than an ordinary house. Its entire body was covered in golden fur, especially around its neck, where there was a thick mane, giving it an awe-inspiring appearance. The most frightening thing was that on its fur, there was actually a faint red flame circulating, and its 2 eyeballs were like 2 lantern-sized fireballs, extremely frightening. It really is a Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi. Among the level 3 mystic level beasts, this Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi is one of the strongest. Long Chen estimated. This beast is close to Feng Wutian's level. Fine, I'll use you to test my Thunder Flame combat body. After making up his mind, Long Chen's fighting spirit exploded. When he was fighting against a level 2 mystic level beast, he didn't need to transform. But now that he was facing a strong enemy like the Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi, he had no choice but to use his strongest form. Perfect dragon scales and bone spikes appeared on his body. Since he had become a Thunder Flame warrior, he was different from before. The faintly discernible blood-red lightning and flames were flying across Long Chen's body at high speed, producing a terrifying force. And the blood-red thunderflame crystal pattern on his palm was the gap between the force and the thunderflame force in his body. My current strength is much stronger than before. With this alone, I think I can fight against an early mortal core warrior. Plus, I have the thunderflame force and the dragon soul true energy. Long Chen had enough confidence to fight this Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi. When Long Chen finished transforming and appeared not far away from the Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi, the Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi finally noticed him. Originally, it was resting with its eyes closed, but suddenly, a little guy walked into its territory unscrupulously. The Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi was instantly enraged. In this area it was always the king. But now, an unknown little guy dared to offend it. It immediately stood up and stared at Long Chen from above. Flames of anger rose from its body. Although Long Chen was small, there was something strange about him that made the Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi feel fear. Lions were kings to begin with, but Long Chen was even more of a king. Roar! Letting out a furious roar, the Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi landed on all fours and suddenly exploded. Instantly, a huge killing intent locked onto Long Chen, who was running towards it. One man and one beast, with a huge difference in their bodies, collided in mid-air. The huge flame energy of the Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi headed towards Long Chen. Since I've formed the Thunder Flame combat body, do you think I'm afraid of your flames? Long Chen sneered. Under the sky full of flames, he actually dashed into the flames. After that, he unleashed a storm of attacks towards the Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi. With the support of the Thunder Flame combat body and the Dragon Soul True Energy, Long Chen suddenly attacked. Taishan Dragon Seal. Suddenly, the surging image of a divine dragon blasted towards the Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi. The Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi was extremely shocked when it saw Long Chen dashing directly into its flames. However, this wasn't enough to scare it. Instead, the Taishan Dragon Seal that Long Chen used next made its heart skip a beat. This time, the Taishan Dragon Seal actually contained violent blood-colored thunderbolts. The blood-colored image of the divine dragon was burning with blood-red flames. Even the Red Flame Golden Xueqi didn't dare to be careless in the face of such a terrifying attack. Roar! With a loud roar, the Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi suddenly opened its huge mouth. Suddenly, a huge scarlet fireball with a diameter of more than a meter shot towards Long Chen's Taishan Dragon Seal. Boom! The Taishan Dragon Seal and the huge fireball collided. Instantly, a huge shockwave spread in all directions, causing sand and rocks to fly and dust to fill the sky. This beast was able to break my Taishan Dragon Seal with just a scarlet fireball. It's not simple indeed. In terms of quantity, Long Chen's true energy was many times weaker than the demonic energy of the Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi. However, it was superior in terms of its nature, which was why their battle strength was on par. Long Chen suddenly realized that this Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi was the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. Demonic beasts have long honed their fighting skills through generations of battles. Even a casual attack of theirs has the power of a battle technique. The huge scarlet fireball that the Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi used just now was one of its divine abilities. Although the Taishan Dragon Seal, which contained the power of thunder flames, had been broken, Long Chen was not discouraged. He once again dashed towards the Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi like a bloody whirlwind. The Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi was shocked to see how fast this little thing was. In terms of agility, it was several times stronger than the Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi. Suddenly, it let out a series of angry roars, and a frenzied scarlet fireball burst out. At least 10 fireballs were flying towards Long Chen. Long Chen was taken aback. He hurriedly used the 9 heavens roaming dragon steps. His nimble body suddenly turned into a phantom, brushing past the scarlet fireballs. The scorching flames caused a certain degree of damage to him, but it didn't affect him at all. Long Chen could not dodge the last scarlet fireball, so he had no choice but to use the Taishan Dragon Seal again. Rumble! The scarlet fireball exploded. Long Chen shook off the thick smoke and pierced towards the Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi like a blood arrow. The bodies of demonic beasts were usually very strong. They were even much stronger than martial artists who had tempered their bodies. At this moment, Long Chen was actually able to get close to it. The scarlet flame golden mastiff was even more enraged. Its claws, which were even sharper than steel, slammed towards Long Chen. Long Chen was not to be outdone. He had just rushed past the scarlet fireball when he was faced with the opponent's attack. The mountain-like claws made Long Chen feel suffocated. I have the thunder flame battle body, so why would I be afraid of you? A fist and a claw collided. Both man and beast were knocked back. What shocked the scarlet flame golden Xueqi was that this little thing Long Chen was able to completely block its claws with just the strength of his body. This made the scarlet flame golden Xueqi even more furious. Roar! The huge figure pounced towards Long Chen. You're so clumsy, and you still want to fight me in close combat? Long Chen sneered. He used the 9 Heavens Dragon roaming steps and quickly leapt out from under his opponent's body. The flames on the scarlet flame golden Xueqi's body were really making him feel uncomfortable. Devil Sun Burning Fist, fire attribute, and my true energy also contains the power of fire. I wonder how much power I can unleash if I use this Devil Sun Burning Fist? Thinking up to this point, Long Chen dodged his opponent's angry attacks while preparing to use the Devil Sun Burning Fist. Fighting with him has caused such a huge commotion. Looks like it's time to kill him. During the battle with the Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi, Long Chen gradually understood the power of the Thunder Flame battle body. Of course, there was also the Thunder Flame energy within his true energy. This Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi was a 3rd-level mystic rank demonic beast, and its demonic energy was extremely strong. For Long Chen to be on par with it in terms of true energy was not an easy feat for someone who had just entered the mortal core realm. Within the Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi's body, the scarlet fireballs seemed to be endless. At this moment, the entire sandy ground was filled with holes from the explosions. Sand and dust flew everywhere, almost blurring one's vision. And Long Chen was right beside the Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi, entangling it. That's it, Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi. This time, Long Chen jumped out from under the Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi's stomach. The Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi locked onto his figure and immediately spat out another 7 or 8 scarlet fireballs. And at this moment, Long Chen's entire body was burning with blood-red flames. On his fist, a blood-red fireball was quickly forming. When the Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi used the scarlet fireball, Long Chen shouted and punched out. Devil Sun Burning Fist, Scarlet Flame Burning Sky. A blood-red flaming fist mark was pushed out, and a human face could be vaguely seen within the sky-burning Devil Sun Fist. This huge flaming fist directly shattered the Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi scarlet fireball, and then, it completely hit the Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi's forehead. Boom! Chapter 109. The scorching Devil Sun Fist hit the red flame Golden Xueqi beast head-on. The surging force instantly shattered its head. The red flame Golden Xueqi beast let out an earth-shattering howl. Then, its huge body crashed onto the ground. Only then did the commotion come to an end. After killing the red flame Golden Xueqi beast, Long Chen was extremely excited. He quickly took out a fist-sized crimson beast core from the red flame Golden Xueqi beast's head. Then, he took out a soul concentrating pearl to collect the beast's soul. With these 2 things, I, Long Chen, am really rich. The red flame Golden Xueqi beast was a 3rd-level mystic rank demon beast. Its beast core and beast soul could be exchanged for a lot of contribution points. As for the Morning Light Business League, Long Chen didn't dare to go. He had already formed the Thunder Flame combat body. If he was discovered, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, he could only go to the Yibao Pavilion in the Lingwu city to exchange for things. Of course, he needed contribution points. While he was refining the beast soul, Long Chen was thinking of using the blood refinement technique on the Scarlet Golden Xueqi beast after he was done refining the beast soul. However, a group of people appeared on the horizon and rushed towards Long Chen. Long Chen knew that the battle between him and the red flame Golden Xueqi beast had caused a huge commotion. That was why these people came after hearing the news. All of them were geniuses, so their speed was naturally fast. When Long Chen had just finished refining the beast soul, there were already 3 young men in their 20s surrounding Long Chen in an aggressive manner. As for the rest of the people, they also arrived one after another. When they saw Long Chen's face, they were all startled, because they didn't know which hall Long Chen was from. The 3 young men who arrived first were all warriors at the late mortal core realm. To be able to reach such a high level at such a young age, they were all geniuses. At this moment, Long Chen placed the soul concentration pearl back into his cosmos sac and looked at the others with a faint smile. He said indifferently, "Everyone is surrounding me and looking at me like this. Is it because I am handsome that you are head over heels for me?" The three young men were startled. One of them said coldly, "Which hole are you from? Why haven't I seen you before?" "I'd like to ask, who are you, and why haven't I seen you before?" When he was in the Sky Military Hall, Long Chen had actually seen them before, but he didn't know which hall they were from. "We're from Qingfeng Hall. Kid, let me ask you, did you kill this Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi?" Long Chen was now in his dragon soul form. He had the aura of a king, and of course he also had a ferocious nature. However, in their opinion, Long Chen's aura wasn't very strong, so it shouldn't be enough to kill the Scarlet Flame Golden Xueqi. "Are you kidding me?" Long Chen teased them and said, "Such a huge beast, how could I kill it? But first come, first served. This beast core and beast soul belong to me. Do you want to snatch it?" The three young warriors from the Qingfeng Hall looked at each other and saw the desire in each other's eyes. Although they were a bit scared of Long Chen's fearless appearance, it couldn't extinguish the greed in their hearts. "Let's do it." After saying that, the three of them started attacking Long Chen. So they really want to snatch it? As soon as they appeared, Long Chen knew that they were envious of the flame golden Xueqi beast's corpse. In their minds, Long Chen was just a disciple who was lucky enough to get a treasure. They could easily kill him with just a few moves, and it wouldn't take too much time. All three of them were late mortal core warriors. Although each of them might not be a match for the flame golden Xueqi beast, their combined combat strength was much stronger than the flame golden Xueqi beast. However, Long Chen didn't want to fight them head-on. Right at this moment, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, Long Chen broke open the flame golden Xueqi beast's chest and entered it. The clumsy flame golden Xueqi beast suddenly started moving at high speed, heading towards the outside. Trying to run? The three young warriors' expressions changed. They immediately chased after Long Chen. The flame golden Xueqi beast's corpse wasn't moving as fast as theirs, but as they chased after Long Chen, they saw the flame golden Xueqi beast's corpse slowly withering. In the blink of an eye, the flame golden Xueqi beast had turned into a dried corpse. This shocked the three young warriors. What's going on? Why is this happening? They quickly chased after Long Chen and stretched out their hands, trying to grab the dried corpse of the flame golden Xueqi beast. But right at this moment, the dried corpse suddenly exploded. The dried flesh and blood of the corpse flew everywhere, and most of it landed on the three young men who were chasing after them. The dried corpse looked harmless at first, but right now, it contained a huge amount of energy. The three young warriors were shocked to the point that they stopped in their tracks. Right at this moment, a blood-red light shot up into the sky. Long Chen, who had disappeared just now, had reappeared in front of them. But this time, his eyes were even redder, and his gaze was even sharper. He was much stronger than before. "Kid, you're finally willing to show yourself? Hand over the flame golden Xueqi beast's beast core and beast soul, and I'll spare your life." Long Chen didn't care about what the young man said. He just smiled faintly. At this moment, the surging blood qi in his body had finally been suppressed. One could see that the mortal core in his dantian had shrunk a little, but it had become more solid. If the previous mortal core was 9, then the current mortal core was 8. Long Chen knew that as long as he persisted, this mortal core would get smaller and smaller, and when he reached the heavenly core realm, it would only be the size of a soybean. The cultivation of the mortal core realm is to use more and more true energy to break through to the mortal core in my dantian, or the earth core or heavenly core. This way, the mortal core will continue to be tempered and solidified. If there is enough true energy to break through, Long Chen will be able to break through to the next stage. Before this, he was already stuck at the early stage of the mortal core realm. When he absorbed a few mystic rank second rank demon beasts, although the effect wasn't that great, many a little makes a mickle. He wasn't too far away from the initial mortal core realm. When he absorbed the blood essence of the red flame golden lion beast, a huge amount of blood-red true qi was produced. It immediately rushed towards his dantian and solidified his mortal core. He had successfully reached the initial mortal core realm. From now on, Long Chen's true qi had increased by a few times. So this is the power of an initial mortal core warrior. Before this, when he had just broken through to the mortal core realm, he was able to defeat a mystic rank 3rd rank flame golden Xueqi beast. Now, his strength had increased once again. The current Long Chen didn't need to worry about these people in front of him anymore. I wonder what kind of surprise I will bring to Feng Wutian when we meet again. Thinking up to here, Long Chen was really looking forward to it. He had successfully broken through to the initial mortal core realm, and he had even become a Thunderflame warrior. His goal of coming to the Sky Martial realm had been accomplished. Next, he would have to risk it all and see if he could help young Ling Qing obtain the Tai Ching sword and the Tai Ching sword skill. For these three young men who were at the late mortal core realm, although Long Chen seemed to have suddenly become stronger, he was still at the early mortal core realm. Any one of them could easily kill Long Chen. However, during this Sky Martial realm trial, the elders of the family had warned them not to kill anyone in order to not cause too much conflict. Therefore, one of the young men said coldly, "Brat, I'll give you one last chance. If you still don't know what's good for you, don't blame us when you die. I'll count to 3. After 3, if you still don't hand over the beast core and the soul concentrating pearl, we won't show any mercy to you because we're all from the Lingwu family." Feeling the surging energy in his body, as if it didn't belong to him anymore, Long Chen had an urge to test it out. 3 stupid donkeys. Look at me, your father. I'll beat the crap out of you, Long Chen said slowly. Immediately, the 3 guys were so angry that their necks straightened. Just when they were about to attack, a firework exploded in the sky not far away from them. The sound of the firework was heard, and the 3 young warriors were stunned. They looked at each other and said nervously, "The heart-devouring devil beast has appeared. What should we do?" They should have rushed there as fast as they could, but as for Long Chen, everything had its priorities. Long Chen had offended them, but as long as they were all from the Lingwu family, they would definitely have a chance to take revenge. Therefore, they immediately decided to lead the other disciples to the place where the firework was released. "Everyone, follow me." Fiercely staring at Long Chen, the 3 guys from Qing Feng Hall once again ran in front of the group. As for the rest of the people from Qing Feng Hall, most of them were at the early mortal core realm. They all used their fastest speed and followed behind them. Only a young man who had just broken through to the mortal core realm. He was only about 13 years old. Unfortunately, he was left behind by everyone. He used all his strength to follow behind the group. But now that the heart-devouring devil beast had appeared, no one had the time to care about him. Very soon, he was left behind. The heart-devouring devil beast has appeared? Then no matter what, I have to join in the fun. Thinking up to this point, Long Chen smiled faintly. Soon, he was together with the last young man from Qing Feng Hall. When the young man saw Long Chen, he was shocked. He used his connections to intimidate others and said, "Don't even think about fighting me. My senior brother Li, senior brother Zhang and senior brother Wang, they will kill you." "Are you talking about the 3 guys who wanted to rob me?" Long Chen said with a smile without any pressure. "Nonsense. The reason why they want to rob you is because you're not strong enough. That's why you're not qualified to have it." The young man said confidently. "Really? Then do you believe that I can make your 3 senior brothers stay here so that they can't see the heart-devouring devil beast?" The young man was startled when he heard this. Then he sneered and said, "Young man, are you daydreaming? My 3 senior brothers are the 3 late mortal core warriors of our Qing Feng Hall. With your poor skills, how dare you boast like this?" "Whether I'm boasting or not, you'll know when you see it." Long Chen had a strange smile on his face. After that, under the young man's shocked gaze, his speed suddenly increased by more than 100 times. He flew past all the early mortal core warriors, and like a tornado, he dashed towards the front of the group. P.S. Congratulations to Long Chen for breaking through to the early mortal core realm. Also, I wish myself 10,000 flowers and 1 million clicks. Also, go check out the newcomer ranking. What did you guys find? I'm now in 2nd place. To celebrate this, I'll add a new chapter today. After reading it, send me flowers and help me stabilize my position. P.S. WAP readers, if you like this book, please recommend it and leave a review. It doesn't take much effort, but it will give me a lot of motivation. Thank you. Chapter 110. How could he be so fast? At the back of the group, the young man was completely stunned. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes a few times, and sure enough, he saw that Long Chen had already rushed to the front of the group. Those early Earth Core experts who were overtaken had the same expression as the young man. At this moment, senior brother Li, Senior brother Wang, and senior brother Zhang had already discovered Long Chen. Like the others, their faces were filled with astonishment. Because of the importance of the heart-corroding demon beast, they had already used their fastest speed. But how did Long Chen catch up with them? Brat, you're just courting death. When senior brother Zhang, who was at the back of the group, saw Long Chen, he coldly shouted at Long Chen. He originally thought that he could scare off Long Chen, but what he didn't expect was that Long Chen still had that evil smile on his face as he threw himself at him. Senior brother Zhang's expression changed when he saw that speed. Turbulent true qi filled Long Chen's body and suddenly turned into a blood-red flame, burning fiercely on his body. That flame had already taken shape in Long Chen's fist. With the rapid changes of the dragon's 9 heavens roaming steps, Long Chen was like a phantom as he rushed in front of senior brother Zhang. The violent qi in Long Chen's hand made senior brother Zhang's face filled with horror. At this moment, he couldn't care less. He clenched his teeth and didn't care how strong Long Chen's attack was. He instantly used his most powerful attack. Raging Sea Tide. Burning Sky Devil Yang Fist. Red flames burning the sky. Rumble. The two people who were rushing forward suddenly collided with each other. Immediately, a shockwave spread out. What made everyone behind them stunned was that senior brother Zhang, who was running in front but was caught by Long Chen, was sent flying by Long Chen's punch. His clothes were burning fiercely, and he spurted out a stream of blood that soared into the sky. Senior brother Zhang. Old Zhang. In the eyes of the people who were still trying their best to catch up, this scene was extremely spectacular, especially the last youth. At this moment, his legs were unconsciously moving, and his entire body was in a daze. He said he was going to teach the 3 senior brothers a lesson. Is this true? Impossible. Senior brother and the others have never been defeated before. Even though his heart was filled with disbelief, the truth was right in front of him. Looking at the blood-red figure in front of him, the young man was in complete despair. Senior brother Zhang had been beaten up, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The people chasing after him all went to catch senior brother Zhang, who had been sent flying backwards. Long Chen had succeeded in one move, so he used the same move again. He used the burning sky demon Yang Fist's red flames burning the heavens, and rushed towards the second senior brother Wang. As senior brother Wang, be careful. Just as he finished shouting, the enraged senior brother Wang unleashed his most powerful move, colliding with Long Chen. It was as if time had returned to a moment ago. Another figure was sent flying backwards, coughing up blood. Everyone looked over and saw that this tragic figure was clearly senior brother Wang. Impossible! At this time, senior brother Li, who was running at the front, had a face full of disbelief. As for the others, they were all numb. Senior brother Li was their leader this time, and also the strongest one. Therefore, while everyone was rushing, they had placed their last hopes and gazes on senior brother Li. At this time, senior brother Li was still running in the direction of the heart-corroding demon beast. He looked back in shock at the miserable state of senior brother Zhang and senior brother Wang, then saw that Long Chen was already running towards him. That evil smile on his face made senior brother Li's hair stand on end. Heavens, what kind of monster is this? What kind of bad luck did I have to provoke him today? Senior brother Li had completely lost his will to fight. When he saw Long Chen chasing after him, he clenched his butthole and immediately ran away with his fastest speed. Seeing that even the strongest senior brother Li had run away, everyone stopped and looked at each other. They saw the shock and sorrow in each other's eyes. As for the last young man, when he saw senior brother Wang and senior brother Zhang's injuries, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Who the hell is he? His last hope. Senior brother Li ran for his life. As he ran, he screamed in despair. Who the hell are you? Which hole are you from? There is no enmity between us. You have already hurt my 2 junior brothers. Are you still not satisfied? Who said there is no enmity? Just now, you wanted to rob my things. I just said a few words. I beg you to spare me, okay? Qing Feng Hall will withdraw from the fight for the Tai Ching sword. I will withdraw, okay? When he said this, he felt that Long Chen's fatal aura was getting closer and closer to him. Senior brother Li was about to break down. What does it have to do with me whether you withdraw or not? At this time, senior brother Li was only 2 or 3 meters away from him. Seeing senior brother Li's perky buttocks swaying rhythmically in front of his eyes, which was extremely moving, Long Chen's eyes turned rapidly. He immediately sped up and swept past Senior Brother Li, then quickly disappeared into the horizon. This time, Senior Brother Li was completely stunned. While he was in a daze, Long Chen had already disappeared. Why didn't he hurt me? Senior Brother Li was at a loss. He turned around woodenly, his mind blank. No matter how he thought, he couldn't think of a reason why Long Chen would let him go. Could it be that he is afraid of Qing Feng Hall? Thinking of this, Senior Brother Li finally found an explanation in front of him. Soon, he walked to the front of the other disciples, only to see them looking at him in a daze. He was stunned and said, "What do you mean by this expression of yours? Senior Brother Li, you have no clothes on." Senior Brother Li looked down and suddenly let out an earth-shattering scream. It turned out that when Long Chen swept past him, he had already skillfully ripped off his clothes. The heart-eroding demon beast is a profound level 4 demonic beast. Although it is not good at attacking, it has a move called heart-eroding demon that can affect people's mind. It is extraordinary. Long Chen recalled the memory of the heart-eroding demon beast in his mind. Long Chen, you actually treated Senior Brother Li like that. You don't like men, do you? In Lingxi's sword, Lingxi was entangled and asked in a low voice. Long Chen suddenly broke out in cold sweat. He curled his lips and said indifferently, "Little girl, when I strip you naked and push you on the bed, you will know whether I like men or women, you rogue." While laughing and scolding, Long Chen had already felt that there were many people's auras in the forest in front of him. This area was completely different from the yellow sand. The soil here was black and fertile, so there were many tall trees, forming a forest. The trees were knotted together, the rocks were messy, and the terrain was complicated. When Long Chen entered the forest, there were many people who entered the forest at the same time as him. Long Chen could hide his tracks, so not many people saw him. Soon, Long Chen felt that there was a thick and strange aura hibernating in the depths of the forest. This forest is full of Yin Qi, so is the humidity. The heart-eroding demon beast is a Yin-type demonic beast, so it must be hiding here. It is the opposite of the scarlet flame golden swanni. Following the aura, Long Chen quickly entered. Soon, the area in front of him opened up. Long Chen hid behind a tall tree and observed the situation inside. At this time, there were many people coming in from the outside, surrounding the pure black demonic beast in the middle. Is this the heart-eroding demon beast? This demonic beast was slightly smaller than the scarlet flame golden swanni. It was a four-legged beast, and its entire body was pitch black. On its fur, there were strange blood-red lines that formed rune-like symbols. What stood out even more was its pair of blood-red eyes. They were like fog, and if one looked too deeply into them, they would quickly sink into them and be unable to extricate themselves. This demonic beast looked like a wolf, but not a wolf. It looked like a dog, but not a dog. Its muzzle was long and sharp, and its four claws were sharp. Its tail was like a braid, and it was covered with thorns. It looked like it was also a powerful offensive weapon. This heart-eroding demon beast is indeed much stronger than the scarlet flame golden swanni. At this time, the heart-eroding demon beast was gradually getting angry, but there were a few people it was wary of, so it did not attack immediately. This heart-eroding demon beast's intelligence was much higher than the scarlet flame golden swanni. Among the crowd, there were several experts blocking the front. At this time, the experts of the other 7 halls had all arrived. The only one who was not here was the Green Edge Hall. Right now, everyone was wondering why the Green Edge Hall was not here, but the others were too lazy to care. Aside from the Green Edge Hall, the only ones who could be useful were those at the late mortal core realm. Among the 100 or so people, there were only a dozen late mortal core warriors. As for Feng Wuqian, there was only Chu Yunyao who was at the peak of the mortal core realm. Although the others were at the late mortal core realm, and their strength was close, there was still a gap between them. Right now, Feng Wuqian and Chu Yunyao were guarding the front and back of the heart-eroding demon beast, deterring it. Long Chen looked at the high-spirited Feng Wuqian, and a cold smile emerged on his face. "You're acting almighty now, but when I attack later, you'll be in for a tragedy." Feng Wuqian found Lu Ling in the crowd. A few days had passed, and Lu Ling was now acting like nothing had happened. She was nervously staring at Feng Wuqian in the crowd. "I don't know if my bloody hand seal has disappeared or not." Long Chen thought happily, then he looked at Chu Yunyao. Although this little girl is young, she has a mature temperament, and is full of charm. If it wasn't for Lingxi's supervision, I would have definitely attacked her. Just as Long Chen was fantasizing, Lingxi suddenly said, "What are you planning?" Long Chen was shocked, and he quickly said, "I'm thinking, why is my Lingxi so beautiful, and they are so ugly?" Right at this time, the heart-eroding demon beast finally couldn't help but attack. I'll update another chapter at noon. Where are the flowers? Chapter 111. In the past, whenever something happened, I, your father, would rush to the front. Today, I, your father, will let you kill your way to the front. Once you've almost succeeded, I, your father, will come and interfere. I'll make you all die from anger. With this thought in mind, Long Chen decided to hide on the side. He was ready to watch them put on a good show. Among the people on the scene, no one would have thought that there was still a powerful warrior hiding on the side. Right at this moment, all the initial Mortal Core warriors had retreated to the side under the orders of their leaders. The remaining dozen were all late Mortal Core warriors. A dozen late Mortal Core warriors were more than enough to deal with the heart-corroding demon beast. For them, killing the heart-corroding demon beast was only one part of the plan. Once they killed the heart-corroding demon beast, they would fight for the Tai Ching sword, which was the most important part of the plan. When that time came, all the Mortal Core warriors in the Green Clan would start killing each other. At this moment, the battle suddenly began. Before Feng Wutian and Chu Yunyao could do anything, a young late Mortal Core warrior threw a punch at the heart-corroding demon beast. This was obviously a low profound rank combat skill, and in the hands of this powerful warrior, it was perfectly executed. The massive strength of the attack caused the heart-corroding demon beast to let out a deep roar. Suddenly, the heart-corroding demon beast turned into a black shadow. With a speed that was 10 times faster than the late Mortal Core warrior, it dashed towards the Mortal Core warrior. This heart-corroding devil beast speed also made Long Chen very shocked. As expected of a 4th-grade profound rank demon beast. With this speed, I'm afraid that guy is done for. Just as Long Chen's thought reached this point, everyone saw that the guy who attacked just now had been knocked away by the heart-corroding demon beast. His face was pale. It was obvious that he had suffered a huge impact. This was just a normal collision from the heart-corroding demon beast. Seeing such a scene, everyone frowned. At this time, Chu Yunyao's cold voice suddenly sounded, "Everyone, let's attack together. Let's see who this beast is going to deal with." Long Chen realized that this young girl was really good at inciting people. Right after she finished speaking, the rest of the Mortal Core warriors looked at each other. Then they all let out roars and unleashed powerful attacks towards the heart-corroding demon beast. Even Long Chen himself would have been injured if he were to encounter such a situation, but the heart-corroding demon beast did not panic at all. It coldly looked at this group of people. Suddenly, its body emitted a strange aura, and it suddenly let out a long howl. Then, it spat out thick black smoke from its mouth. This black smoke was like a long snake, sweeping towards the attacking crowd. Chu Yunyao quickly changed her expression and exclaimed, "Quickly dodge, this is the heart-eroding demon." Anyone who came here would definitely have a better understanding of the heart-corroding demon beast. Of course, they had also heard of the heart-corroding demon beast's name, and understood its famous move. At this time, everyone backed off. Chu Yunyao's words, coupled with her own strength, had already caused the heart-eroding demon beast to notice her at this time. Its scarlet eyes stared at Chu Yunyao. In the next moment, its body was like an arrow that had just left its bow, and it pounced towards Chu Yunyao. Under such a huge pressure, Chu Yunyao was not in a hurry. It was obvious that her mental strength was not something Lu Ling could compare to. At this time, the heart-corroding demon beast had already used its claws. As it waved its sharp claws, it emitted a majestic demonic energy. Rays of pitch-black light were attached to its claws. Obviously, this was an attack comparable to a combat skill, and it was not a weak combat skill. This is the legendary heart-corroding demon beast's demon soul iron claw. Chu Yunyao's expression did not change. At this time, Long Chen saw a pure white, as tough as white jade, appear in her hand. She suddenly raised it, and immediately, rays of sword light rushed towards the heart-corroding demon beast. Pure heart sword shadow. The streaks of sword light were like waves that suddenly blocked the heart-corroding demon beast's path. Long Chen frowned when he saw this attack. He thought to himself, "This sword is obviously a mystic rank elementary spiritual sword. I wonder if I can block this little girl's sword move." Long Chen thought that he was the only one who was watching the battle from afar. What he didn't know was that not far to his left, in the forest, there were 8 people who were chatting and laughing as they watched the battle. Miss Yunyao's pure heart sword shadow has already reached a level of perfection. She is basically invincible in the mortal core realm. Lu Lan's full chest was slightly moving up and down as she spoke. After that, her beautiful eyes were still looking at the battlefield. That's right, they were the leaders of the 8 halls. In this Sky Martial Realm trial, they didn't appear until the heart-corroding demon beast appeared. Only then did they watch the situation from afar. At the same time, it was to prevent some unexpected situations from happening. No, what Deacon Lu said is wrong. Feng Wuqian of the Azure Sun Hall possesses the Vermilion Bird bloodline of the Vermilion Bird family. He is not a simple person, and he is a bit older than Miss Yunyao, so he has more battle experience. I think the champion this time will be the Azure Sun Hall. Seeing the person who spoke looking at her body with a burning face, Lu Lan smiled lightly. She didn't pay attention to this person who was drooling over her body. Instead, she looked at another person and said, I wonder why the people from the Azure Edge Hall haven't arrived yet? That person was looking around. When he heard Lu Lan ask him, he forced himself to be calm and said, I don't know where those bastards ran off to. I guess they are a bit far away. I think it won't be long before we arrive. Is that so? I thought it was the Azure Edge Hall's idea to wait until the end of their battle and then stage a good show of a fisherman taking advantage of the situation. Lu Lan's provocative words immediately caused the other party to be stunned. However, if Chu Yunyao was the king of the mortal core realm, then Lu Lan was the king of the earth core realm. He was not Lu Lan's match, so he could only swallow his anger. As for everyone, they once again cast their gazes towards the arena. At this time, the situation changed again. Chu Yunyao's pure heart sword shadow collided with the heart-corroding demon beast's demon soul iron claw. A powerful force erupted, blocking the heart-corroding demon beast's advance. Chu Yunyao had already retreated and shouted at the crowd, Everyone, let's attack together. Amongst the Green Clan, the Azure Emperor Hall was the strongest. Furthermore, amongst the people present, Chu Yunyao was the main force, so everyone listened to Chu Yunyao's words. Some of them also wanted Chu Yunyao to be injured a little more. When they fought for the Tai Ching sword later, they would be able to take advantage of her. However, if Chu Yunyao's injuries were too severe, they would all have to die here today. Therefore, at this time, everyone chose to attack, including Feng Wuqian. Long Chen knew that this Feng Wuqian was still an arrogant person. Previously, Chu Yunyao had stolen the limelight, causing him, as another great expert, to be somewhat displeased. At this time, he erupted with his strength. Immediately, an illusory pair of fiery red flame wings appeared behind him. Feng Wuqian gently fanned the wings, and suddenly with an unparalleled speed, he passed by the crowd and punched the heart-corroding demon beast's head. Boom! A woo! The heart-corroding demon beast let out a painful cry and retreated a few steps. On its forehead, there was already a trace of blood flowing out. Its originally black hair was also charred black by Feng Wuqian's attack. This was the first time the heart-corroding demon beast was injured, and this immediately aroused its anger. Originally, its attention was still on Chu Yunyao, but when Feng Wuqian attacked it, its blood-red eyes were already fixed on Feng Wuqian. Feng Wuqian cursed inwardly. However, Lu Ling, who was not far behind him, saw Feng Wuqian's power and was the first to injure the heart-corroding demon beast. She immediately jumped for joy and said, Brother Wuqian, you're so awesome. However, at this time, the heart-corroding demon beast no longer cared about the others. For the person who injured it first, it wanted nothing more than to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Feng Wuqian also realized the situation and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. However, at this time, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. Thus, he gritted his teeth and rushed toward the heart-corroding demon beast. At this moment, the flaming wings on his back actually became a lot more solid. With the help of the flapping wings, Feng Wuqian actually flew at a low altitude. His aura also suddenly skyrocketed in the process of flying. The true qi turned into surging flames and whistled around him. Soon, it turned into a firebird and appeared in his palm. Vermilion Bird Technique. Spirit Gathering Feathers. Under Feng Wuqian's control, the firebird flew toward the heart-corroding demon beast and then suddenly exploded, turning into flaming feathers that filled the sky. It was like rain, smashing toward the heart-corroding demon beast. Seeing such a wide range of attacks, the heart-corroding demon beast immediately let out a sharp cry. In that instant, its speed increased again, and it actually overtook most of the spirit-gathering feathers. Moreover, in the process of running, it suddenly spat out a mouthful of black smoke that swept toward Feng Wuqian. As long as one was touched by the surging black smoke, it would definitely not be good. At this time, seeing that the heart-corroding demon beast was actually targeting him, Feng Wuqian couldn't help but feel very depressed. However, now that he was forced to do something beyond his ability, he had no choice but to brace himself and resist this attack. Everyone, please lend me a hand. When the heart-corroding demon beast was specifically targeting Feng Wuqian, this was a great opportunity for the others. The heart-corroding demon beast only cared about Feng Wuqian and didn't pay attention to the attacks of the others. And the others could take advantage of this opportunity to kill the heart-corroding demon beast. Thus, everyone looked at each other and saw the fanaticism in each other's eyes. Thus, Chu Yunyao led everyone and crazily charged toward the heart-corroding demon beast. What no one saw was that Chu Yunyao's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. I don't believe that you can block a middle-class sword technique. When the heart-corroding demon beast used the heart-corroding demon poison smoke to deal with Feng Wuqian, everyone used their trump cards and charged towards the heart-corroding demon beast. Amongst them, Chu Yunyao's killing move was the most terrifying. Chapter 112. Feng Wuqian's attack had angered the heart-devouring demon beast, causing it to ignore all the other attacks and focus solely on attacking Feng Wuqian. Of course, this was also because the heart-devouring demon beast had underestimated the others. To it, there were only two threats here. One was Chu Yunyao, and the other was Feng Wuqian, who he was currently attacking. As long as he could get rid of these two fellows, then the others would just be slaughtered by him. Seeing the thick black smoke of the heart-devouring demon beast rushing towards him like a torrent, Feng Wuqian didn't dare to be careless. At this moment, the flaming wings on his back became even more intense, and a crimson flame gradually appeared in his eyes. Bastard, can't I kill you? At this moment, Feng Wuqian was rapidly forming hand seals. These hand seals were actually much more complicated than Long Chen's dragon seal. Suddenly, a whistling fiery light surrounded Feng Wuqian's body. Faintly, the cry of a divine bird could be heard from within. Vermilion bird technique. Fire spirit seal. After forming the seal, he suddenly pounced towards the black smoke of the heart-devouring demon beast. What dealt with the black smoke was a surging flame. The flame suddenly transformed into a flaming divine bird, and then it collided with the black smoke. Suddenly, an even thicker black smoke was ignited and shot up into the sky. Not far away, one of the experts from the hall sighed with emotion. Feng Wuqian's fire spirit seal is really not bad. He can even barely block the attack of the heart-devouring demon beast. Look, the heart-devouring demon beast is about to die. Lu Lan also looked at Feng Wuqian happily. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a sparkling light, filled with pride. "All right, where's that kid Long Chen?" Glancing around the crowd, Lu Lan didn't find Long Chen. Her originally proud face instantly turned cold. Sure enough, I'm disappointed. I guess he was killed by Feng Wuqian as soon as he entered the Heaven Martial Realm. This time, I wasted my time again. No one could hear the words in Lu Lan's heart. Right at this moment, the heart-eroding devil beast's attack had been barely blocked by Feng Wuqian. At the same time, all the late mortal core warriors unleashed their powerful attacks onto the heart-eroding devil beast's body. Wounds appeared on the heart-devouring demon beast's body, but these wounds did not affect the heart-devouring demon beast at all. At most, it would only make it more furious. Indeed, other than Feng Wuqian and Chu Yunyao, no one present could deal with this heart-devouring demon beast. At this moment, this heart-devouring demon beast had just attacked Feng Wuqian, and was attacked by so many people. It still hadn't turned around, but the rage in its heart had already reached its peak. Although Feng Wuqian had blocked the heart-devouring beast's attack, it knew that if it attacked again, Feng Wuqian would die without a doubt. As long as he killed Feng Wuqian, he would be able to specifically deal with Chu Yunyao. Thus, the heart-devouring demon beast hardened its heart, endured the pain on its body, and continued to crazily charge towards Feng Wuqian. It poured out all of its anger onto Feng Wuqian, and at this moment, the powerful killing intent behind it had already locked onto it. The heart-devouring demon beast finally knew that it had underestimated Chu Yunyao. Even Long Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this attack. This level is definitely a middle-grade profound rank battle skill. Not everyone could cultivate a battle skill that was at a higher level, and the higher the level of the battle skill, the more difficult it would be to cross levels. There weren't many freaks like Long Chen who had no obstacles. On the other side, Lu Lan's brows were also deeply furrowed. This Chu Yunyao has actually already learned the first move of the Tai Ching Sword Dao? It seems like this time, it is a trial arranged for Chu Yunyao. The Tai Ching sword is clearly prepared for her. However, Wu Tian will make all of you drop your jaws. At this time, Chu Yunyao had already caught up to the heart-devouring demon beast. At this time, Chu Yunyao's entire body was covered in a misty white light, making it seem as if her entire body was the white jade blade in her hand, sparkling and translucent, beautiful beyond compare. But if this was the case, and denied her terror, then it would be a huge mistake. At this moment, a whirlwind was crazily coiling around her blade. Within the whirlwind, there were actually countless tiny blades hidden. These blades were all illusory, but in terms of sharpness, they were not the slightest bit inferior to a real blade. In fact, they were countless times sharper than a real blade. Hundreds and thousands of blades rapidly wrapped around the white jade blade. At this time, Chu Yunyao had already caught up to the heart-devouring demon beast. With a sudden shout, she brandished her sword. Immediately, countless blades turned into blade light and sword shadows, pouncing towards the heart-devouring demon beast. And at this time, the heart-devouring demon beast was about to kill Feng Wu Tian. Chu Yunyao's timing was just right. Even Long Chen, who was watching from the outside, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This girl is really not simple. Tisk, this is nothing. If I were to release those sword moves back then, you would definitely be scared out of your wits. Seeing Long Chen praise Chu Yunyao, Lingxi pouted and became unhappy. Long Chen was currently staring at the stage, and did not care about her. When Chu Yunyao released that move, for a moment, there was actually a feeling that the weather had changed. The sword light and blade light instantly pounced on the body of the heart-devouring demon beast. Tai Ching sword. Clear jade sword. The heart-eroding devil beast let out an earth-shattering howl as it was struck by the countless swords and sabers. Its entire mind was focused on killing Feng Wutian. At this moment, it spat out another mouthful of black smoke that was much thicker than before as it pounced towards Feng Wutian. And at this time, Chu Yunyao, who was behind him, seized the opportunity and suddenly exploded, giving it a fatal blow. Instantly, densely packed wounds appeared on the body of the heart-devouring demon beast. The deepest wound had already broken through its head, directly piercing into the head of the heart-devouring demon beast. This huge injury immediately caused the heart-devouring demon beast to let out a mournful cry. Its entire huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Although such a huge injury wasn't going to take its life right away, the heart-devouring demon beast had already completely lost its fighting strength. It could only wait to be slaughtered. As long as Chu Yunyao gave it another strike, even if it was just a casual strike, it would still die. At this time, Chu Yunyao had indeed prepared a sword move, but the direction was towards Feng Wu Tian. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately let out cries of alarm. Previously, in order to deal with Feng Wu Tian, although the heart-devouring demon beast was killed by Chu Yunyao, the final heart-devouring demon attack was still aimed at Feng Wu Tian. At this time, Feng Wu Tian was busy dealing with the heart-devouring demon, but he didn't expect that Chu Yunyao would actually be so ruthless as to attack him at this critical moment. Feng Wu Tian, who was dealing with the heart-devouring demon, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. That pure heart sword shadow suddenly pounced onto his body, and Feng Wu Tian struggled to resist. At this moment, that ball of black mist, the black mist called the heart-devouring demon, completely collided with Feng Wu Tian's body. Big brother Wu Tian. Seeing that Feng Wu Tian had been so majestic just a moment ago, but now that he was hit by the black smoke, Lu Ling was so scared that her face turned pale. Then, she looked at Chu Yunyao with hatred in her eyes, and with tears in her eyes, she was about to attack Chu Yunyao. Vicious woman, you deserve to die. Very quickly, the other people from the Qingyang Hall stopped Lu Ling. Without Feng Wu Tian, none of them were a match for Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao indifferently stood beside the heart-devouring demon beast that was rolling around in pain, sweeping her gaze over the crowd. That cold expression, the strong visual impact of the beauty and the beast, caused everyone to keep quiet out of fear. The other martial artists at the advanced stage of the dance stage knew that they should go and snatch the Tai Ching sword at this time, but seeing Feng Wu Tian's miserable state, No one moved. Regarding this result, Long Chen was also very surprised. At this moment, he carefully sized up this young girl and said somewhat helplessly, "A good little girl, but her methods and heart are a bit ruthless. She really isn't the type that I like." On Lu Lan's side, everyone looked at each other in dismay, not saying a word. Lu Lan's eyes were fixed on this young girl. In the end, she could only sigh helplessly. The fellows nurtured by the Azure Emperor Hall are all top-notch existences in terms of temperament and strength. This Tai Ching sword can be considered our wishful thinking. Then she looked at Feng Wutian, who was still surrounded by the black fog, and frowned. After being hit by the heart-devouring demon, although he won't be injured, he will temporarily lose his mind. I hope he won't cause any trouble. Just as this thought appeared in her mind on the other side, just as Chu Yunyao was about to take out the Tai Ching sword, the black smoke on Feng Wutian's body suddenly dissipated, and his body was still surrounded by a faint black smoke. Long Chen also discovered that there was also a faint black smoke in Feng Wutian's eyes, and a dense killing intent was being emitted from his body. He's actually bewitched? Long Chen had originally wanted to show himself now, but when he saw Feng Wutian like this, he still wanted to see what would happen next. After becoming bewitched, this Feng Wutian's aura seems to have become quite a bit stronger. Most of the people present could see this point. Chu Yunyao was no exception. She originally wanted to directly take out the Tai Ching sword, but she discovered that Feng Wutian's cold eyes were staring at her. If I were to fight to the death with him, it would definitely benefit someone else in the end. However, if I were to retreat first, he would make a move on someone else, and it would have nothing to do with me. Now that he has become bewitched, he won't go and take the Tai Ching sword, so I don't have to worry at all. Thinking of this, Chu Yunyao tactfully pretended to be harmless, and gradually retreated to the side of the heart-devouring demon beast. Only then did Feng Wutian's eyes not look at her, but at the heart-devouring demon beast on the ground. When Feng Wutian saw the heart-devouring devil beast in such a pitiful state, the black mist in his eyes grew thicker and thicker. It was almost as if he were the one who had been injured. He let out a howl, and it was as if he had transformed into the heart-devouring devil beast, eyes brimming with killing intent as he glared at everyone. Chapter 113. This heart-devouring beast's divine ability actually has a bit of an effect on the soul. The current Feng Wutian subconsciously will be a heart-devouring beast himself, and now, it sees another heart-devouring beast injured and dying, so it is very angry. Seeing Feng Wutian looking around with a ferocious expression, Lingxi stuck out her tongue and said, "No wonder that girl quickly left the heart-devouring beast when she saw Feng Wutian looking at her. Although this girl called Chu Yunyao looks like a calamity, it is clear that she is a bit scheming." Long Chen didn't really like this kind of girl. What he liked was someone like Yang Lingqing, who was more tenacious and pure, or someone like Lingxi, who was more simple and cute. At this moment, seeing Feng Wutian walking around the heart-devouring beast and letting out roars, the others all kept quiet out of fear. Even Chu Yunyao had retreated to the back, and the others didn't dare to make a move. Why don't everyone attack together and subdue Feng Wutian first? At this time, someone suggested, "That's not appropriate. If we do this we might kill him. Feng Wutian is now the treasurer of the Qingyang Hall. If any of us accidentally kill him, it would be hard to explain ourselves." This was the dilemma in the hearts of these advanced mortal core stage experts. At this moment, Chu Yunyao, who should have stepped forward, didn't move. Her beautiful eyes stared coldly at Feng Wutian, and she thought to herself, "This Feng Wutian, whoever wants to deal with him can go ahead and deal with him. If you guys don't deal with him, once his bedevilment time is over and he faints, that Tai Ching sword will also be mine." With this idea in mind, Chu Yunyao led the people from the Azure Emperor Hall and retreated. She watched from afar, but didn't leave this place. At this time, Feng Wutian finally turned his eyes, which were filled with killing intent, towards the others. "Retreat!" Seeing that even Chu Yunyao had retreated, the leaders of the other halls hurriedly led their own teams to retreat, in case they were affected by Feng Wutian. The only ones who didn't leave were the people from the Qingyang Hall. They didn't have Feng Wutian as their leader, and Lu Ling refused to leave no matter what. She kept crying and throwing a tantrum, looking at Feng Wutian. This caused the others to be extremely anxious, like ants on a hot pan. "Miss Ling, let's retreat quickly. Once Brother Wu Tian's bedevilment period is over, he will naturally recover." However, no matter what she said, Lu Ling refused to leave. She looked at Feng Wutian with teary eyes. On one hand, her heart ached for him, but on the other hand, she couldn't understand why this man, who used to be like a god in her heart, would end up in such a sorry state. How did this happen? Yes, it's that bitch's fault. Thinking of Chu Yunyao, Lu Ling's eyes erupted with ice-cold killing intent. At this moment, everyone except the people from the Qingyang Hall had retreated. Therefore, in Feng Wutian's eyes, these people were very conspicuous. This caused his black eyes to instantly stare at this group of people. Roar! In the blink of an eye, he burst out with a super-fast speed, like an arrow leaving the bow, and charged toward the rest of the Qingyang Hall. Looking at the killing intent in Feng Wutian's eyes, everyone was shocked. Only one late mortal core warrior dashed out towards Feng Wutian. They're dragging Lu Ling away. No matter what, Lu Ling was an elder of the Qingyang Hall, Lu Yuan's daughter. Therefore, protecting her was something they had to do. When the late mortal core warrior said this, he immediately charged toward Feng Wutian. Feng Wutian, wake up! With a loud bang, he threw a punch toward Feng Wutian. Immediately, a huge airwave swept toward Feng Wutian. Seeing that this man still dared to attack him, Feng Wutian immediately let out a loud roar. The red, illusory flame wings appeared on his back once again. With just a flap, Feng Wutian's speed increased by a few times. At this moment, a flaming divine bird appeared in Feng Wutian's hand. Suddenly, a huge amount of energy exploded out. This was obviously the skill from the vermilion bird skill that Feng Wutian had used when he was fighting the heart-devouring demon beast. It was called the Spirit Gathering Feathers, and it was extremely frightening. Right at this moment, the flaming feathers were like countless arrows flying toward the late mortal core warrior who was trying to stop Feng Wutian. The difference in strength between the two was obvious. Right now, everyone in the Qingyang Hall had shocked and sad expressions on their faces. This was because they saw that the late mortal core warrior who was trying to stop Feng Wutian had been completely destroyed by Feng Wutian's skill. Before he could even say a word, his burnt body fell onto the ground. Senior disciple Lu. Everyone cried out in sorrow. However, they were running out of time, because after Feng Wutian killed that man, he didn't stop and continued charging toward Lu Ling and the others. Run! At this moment, they didn't care about Lu Ling anymore. They pulled her a few times, but Lu Ling still didn't move. They had no choice but to abandon her and run for their lives. Fleeing in the face of death was only human nature. However, in this case, only Lu Ling could face Feng Wutian. Big brother Wutian. Right now, Lu Ling's face was pale. She stared blankly at Feng Wutian, who was staring at her with a bloodthirsty and cold expression. Too bad. Feng Wutian couldn't recognize her at all. Everyone else had run away, and only Lu Ling was left here. Therefore, he immediately locked his killing intent onto Lu Ling. After sensing Feng Wutian's cold killing intent, Lu Ling was truly afraid. At this moment, she realized that there was only her and Feng Wutian in this spacious place. The Feng Wutian who gave her a sense of security was now like a demon who wanted to take her life. The cold killing intent that was locked onto her caused her body to tremble. At this moment, Feng Wutian let out a furious roar and charged toward her. Lu Ling screamed in pain. In a hurry, she could only raise her trembling arm and cover her face. Looking at this scene, Lu Lan shook her head. She lightly moved her feet and was about to rescue Lu Ling and announce that the Qingyang Hall would withdraw from the competition for the Tai Ching sword. But right at this moment, a blood-red shadow appeared in front of Lu Ling with a speed that even a late mortal core warrior couldn't possess. In an instant, it knocked Feng Wutian away. Lu Lan finally stopped moving. She looked at the blood-red shadow with a puzzled expression. When she saw the face of the man, Lu Lan was so shocked that her mouth was slightly wide open. Her face was filled with shock. Long Chen, how could it be him? Lu Lan was well aware of how powerful that speed was. Yet, Long Chen was able to unleash such speed. She was extremely astonished. He hasn't been killed yet. Has he been hiding until now? That's right, hiding all the time until the end. It's his style. But, if you want to defeat Feng Wutian and win my little sister's heart, your little strength is far from enough. Long Chen had actually gone to save Lu Ling, but Lu Lan had misunderstood it as him liking Lu Ling, and he was only helping her to please her. This kind of action of a hero saving a damsel in distress was easy to achieve, but Long Chen was just dreaming. Deacon Lu, this beast warrior, which hall is he from? He is a disciple of the Qingyang Hall. Although they had seen Long Chen before, they had never seen Long Chen's dragon soul transformation. The reason why they asked this question was to confirm it. The Qingyang Hall again? Hee, this guy. Didn't he see that a late mortal core warrior was killed by Feng Wutian just now? Other than Lu Lan's side, the others also saw Long Chen's appearance. Those who didn't know him were naturally puzzled. Chu Yunyao was also bewildered. Looking at the beast warrior who suddenly appeared, her face was filled with doubt. After asking a few people, one of them vaguely remembered and said, I remember that the Qingyang Hall seems to have a beast warrior who just entered the clan. His name is Long Chen, and he seems to have a conflict with Feng Wutian. As soon as he entered the Heaven Realm, he was chased away by Feng Wutian. Long Chen? Chu Yunyao had never heard of this name before, but she didn't care much about this accident. He only looked at Long Chen with interest, looking forward to what he would do next. And the person who found Long Chen's appearance the most unbelievable was Lu Ling, who was standing behind him. Her eyes trembled as she looked at Long Chen, her eyes filled with disbelief. Previously, when Long Chen escaped from the Qingyang Hall's group, he had caused such a huge commotion and taught Lu Ling a lesson. In Lu Ling's heart, she wanted nothing more than to hack Long Chen into 1,000 pieces. But now, he had appeared in such a manner and saved her from the brink of death. In Lu Ling's mind, if such a scene could happen, it would be Long Chen trying to kill her, and Feng Wutian appearing to ruthlessly beat up Long Chen. That would be the right way, but she didn't expect that the two roles would be switched over. This kind of confusion made her unable to react at all. At this time, Long Chen suddenly turned his head and revealed an evil smile, saying, Hey girl, did that slap last time make you feel good? Are you interested in letting me give you another one? Don't worry, I won't charge too much. Looking at this despicable young man looking at her with a playful expression, Lu Ling realized that at this moment, she couldn't get angry at all. She stared blankly at Long Chen, not knowing what to do. And at this moment, from the corner of her eyes, she saw Feng Wutian charging towards Long Chen with a face full of rage. She was startled and hurriedly shouted, Be careful. Don't worry. After saying this, Long Chen turned around. In his eyes, Feng Wutian's figure was getting closer and closer to him. Feng Wutian, I didn't expect to fight you under such circumstances. I have already reached the initial mortal core stage. If that crazy woman Lu Lan were to see me defeat you in front of everyone's eyes, how wonderful would her expression be? Chapter 114. What Long Chen didn't know was that Lu Lan was looking at him right now. His aura has become much stronger. I think he has reached the early mortal core realm. From the 8th level of the Dragon Vein realm to the early mortal core realm, it had only been less than a month. Therefore, no matter how Long Chen's battle turned out, Lu Lan would still pay more attention to him. If we train him well and stimulate his potential, it's not impossible for him to surpass Feng Wutian. Lu Lan looked at Long Chen and slightly nodded her head. At this moment, Long Chen had completely collided with Feng Wutian. What shocked everyone was that Long Chen had completely blocked Feng Wutian's attack with just his physical strength. At the same time, he had knocked Feng Wutian backwards. This way, the distance between them would be further away from Lu Ling, and he wouldn't accidentally hurt her. Lu Ling could feel this. Suddenly, she realized that her eyes were a little wet. When she thought about Long Chen, she suddenly felt that he wasn't that hateful. The reason why she hated him so much was only because of Feng Wutian. Peak of the mortal core realm, from the test just now, Long Chen had a rough idea of Feng Wutian's strength. In terms of quantity of true qi, Feng Wutian was almost at the earth core stage, so his quantity was more than 10 times that of Long Chen's. On the other hand, Long Chen's Dragon Soul true qi had 10 times the properties, and with the addition of the Thunder Flame's power, he was not inferior to Feng Wutian in terms of true qi. At this moment, a layer of faint red flame was flowing on Long Chen's dragon body, and there was a faint trace of lightning flowing within it. I have a middle-level profound rank battle skill, and also this Thunder Flame battle body. These are all my advantages, but that Chu Yunyao also knows a middle-level profound rank sword skill. I wonder what this Feng Wutian has. While he was thinking about this, Long Chen had already unleashed his profound dragon seal, clashing with Feng Wutian even more powerful. At this time, Feng Wutian also realized how powerful Long Chen was. The move he used was actually the one he had used before, the Fire Spirit Seal. The two great seals collided in the air. The Supreme Profound Dragon Seal was an advanced yellow class combat skill, while the Fire Spirit Seal was an elementary mystic class combat skill. They were one level lower in terms of level, but in this aspect, Long Chen was stronger. This collision caused an explosion in the field, and both of them were knocked back. How is this possible? Seeing that Long Chen had actually used a high-level yellow-ranked battle skill to block Feng Wutian's attack, even she, Chu Yunyao, did not dare to casually receive this move of Feng Wutian's, so when she saw this scene, Chu Yunyao's face was filled with shock. Only now did she finally look at Long Chen seriously. This fellow. Has he been hiding at the side all this while, waiting for an opportunity to strike and reap the benefits? Thinking up to here, Chu Yunyao's gaze towards Long Chen was already flickering with hostility. Fortunately, I was quick-witted and made Feng Wutian become like this. Otherwise, when I'm exhausted from the battle with Feng Wutian and you come out, you might really be able to take advantage of me. At this time, everyone knew that Long Chen was the third strongest warrior in the Heaven Martial Realm besides Feng Wutian and Chu Yunyao. However, it was clear that Long Chen had yet to reach the peak of the Mortal Core realm, so they were still not optimistic about Long Chen. Among them, there was Lu Ling previously. Long Chen was still in front of Feng Wutian, and had fled in a sorry state. Now, although he had barely managed to block one of Feng Wutian's attacks, the huge gap in cultivation was not something that luck could make up for. Big brother Wutian. At this time, Lu Ling still hoped that Feng Wutian would wake up immediately and return to his usual wise and powerful appearance. As for Long Chen, although at this time, she realized that she didn't hate him that much, she definitely didn't like him to the point of liking him. However, Long Chen was able to block Feng Wutian's Fire Spirit Seal with just the Supreme Profound Dragon Seal, which caused Lu Lan to reveal a look of shock. She blinked her eyes to confirm that she wasn't mistaken, and only then did a slight ripple appear in her heart. His progress is actually so great. The others were also a bit speechless. There are two young juniors in the Qingyang Hall, each with greater potential than the other. That Feng Wutian has a 4-star potential, and this Long Chen should also be rated as a 4-star potential. Long Chen definitely didn't know about their conversation. At this moment, he was pondering what was so special about Feng Wutian. At this time, Feng Wutian had already recovered from the shock of Long Chen's Supreme Profound Dragon Seal. At this moment, his gaze toward Long Chen was extremely cold. It was at this point that Long Chen suddenly noticed a faint red mark on Feng Wutian's forehead. It was a tiny mark, but it was already a firebird. Is this the vermilion bird mark? Long Chen's hearing was very good, so he heard the discussions of the others. This mark must be the Feng Wutian's bloodline that Lu Lan mentioned. Long Chen didn't really understand anything about bloodlines. However, at this moment, he could see that Feng Wutian's aura had actually skyrocketed after the vermilion bird mark had appeared. This meant that he was most likely getting stronger. A raging flame suddenly burned on Feng Wutian's body, turning his entire body into a flaming man. Vermilion bird bathing in flames, this bloodline's power directly doubled Feng Wutian's true energy, and the nature of that true energy seems to have reached more than 3 times. The current Feng Wutian is already infinitely close to the Earth Core realm. Chu Yunyao frowned. Chu Yunyao frowned. The vermilion bird bathing flame in Feng Wutian's bloodline was actually what she feared the most about him. Otherwise, how could a mere Qingyang Hall's Feng Wutian be a match for the strongest mortal core warrior raised by the Green Emperor Hall? Although Long Chen didn't know what the name of the power within Feng Wutian's bloodline was or what its origins were, what he knew was that compared to before, Feng Wutian's true energy had increased explosively, and he was also much stronger than Long Chen. Is the power of a bloodline actually so miraculous? Long Chen was suddenly puzzled, but suddenly, he thought of the blood-refining qi and the dragon soul transformation. These two moves were both derived from the ancient divine dragon's inherited blood essence. Did that mean that these two moves were actually the power of a bloodline? One had to know that the blood-refining qi and the dragon soul transformation were truly heaven-defying abilities. At this time, Long Chen couldn't care less. Feng Wutian had even used the vermilion bird bathing in flames, and everyone was extremely nervous. If Long Chen couldn't stop Feng Wutian, then it was very likely that Feng Wutian's anger would affect them in the end. As for Chu Yunyao, although she was extremely shocked by Long Chen's appearance, she was still happy in her heart. If this brat called Long Chen can block Feng Wutian for a while longer and consume more of his energy, then it will be much easier for me to make a move. I have to say, this Long Chen has appeared at the right time. Facing this Feng Wutian, Long Chen did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. At this time, Feng Wutian had already completed the vermilion bird bathing in flames, and his entire body was surrounded by flames. He suddenly let out a furious roar and crazily charged towards Long Chen. At this moment, Feng Wutian's aura rose to its peak. The flaming air currents crazily twirled around him, growing larger and larger. A strong heat wave pressed towards everyone. Long Chen could already feel how much power was contained within these flames. At this time, all of the flames suddenly converged together, forming a huge flaming divine bird in front of Feng Wutian. An ear-piercing bird cry rang out, and Long Chen immediately felt a ringing in his ears. Vermilion Bird Technique. Fire God Bird Transformation. Suddenly, Feng Wutian's entire body disappeared, leaving only a giant flaming bird in the world. It flapped its huge wings and whizzed towards Long Chen. Wherever it went, even the soil and rocks were charred black, not to mention the trees that were instantly burned to ashes. Does this Feng Wutian actually have a mid-grade profound rank battle skill? In addition to this bloodline's divine ability, no wonder Lu Lan values him so much. Under Feng Wutian's attack, Lu Ling was so scared that her face turned pale and she let out a scream. As for the others, they all believed that Long Chen was dead for sure this time. Even Chu Yunyao, seeing such an attack, she didn't have the confidence to block it, so she shook her head and thought to herself, it's about to end. However, looking at this extremely huge attack, Long Chen smiled. The heaven-burning Devil Yang Fist's scarlet flames burning the heavens probably won't be able to withstand even one move. Right now, Feng Wutian's situation is probably not far from mine in every aspect. Furthermore, I haven't used that move since I learned it. Just as Feng Wutian was about to use the Fire God Bird transformation, Long Chen's eyes suddenly burst out with a strong black light. In the eyes of the crowd, it was as if there were two strange black suns hidden within his eyes. A huge amount of red and black energy began to revolve around Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen was like a dazzling sun, and this sun was black. A blazing energy was emitted from Long Chen's body towards the outside world. That masculine aura was incomparably sharp. The others all avoided their eyes, not daring to look directly at Long Chen. What is he going to do in front of the Fire God Bird transformation? No one understood, but at this time, Long Chen had already shown them. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a powerful aura that was not inferior to his opponent's suddenly erupted from Long Chen's body. It was as if a black sun had exploded from his body, and a blazing aura filled the air with a burnt smell. If Feng Wutian's flames could be said to be yang and blazing, then Long Chen's black sun was 10 times more yang than Feng Wutian's flames. Long Chen also rushed towards Feng Wutian. He leaped high into the air and clasped his fists together. Immediately, a black sphere of true energy formed in his hands, and then like a meteor crashing into the ground, Long Chen rushed towards Feng Wutian. Burning Heaven Demon Yang Fist. Demon Yang. Earth-piercing. Chapter 115. What? A middle profound rank battle skill. Chu Yunyao covered her mouth as she watched this scene in shock. As for Lu Ling, she was even more stunned. She knew exactly how strong Feng Wutian was, but when did Long Chen become so strong? All in all, what happened today was like a dream to her. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Long Chen's Burning Heaven Devil Sun Fist, the even more powerful move, Devil Sun penetrating Earth, and Feng Wutian's Fire Phoenix Divine Bird transformation clashed. This was the most powerful move of the two of them, and when they used it in their strongest state, the scene was filled with shock. There were a total of 2 moves in the Burning Heaven Devil Sun Fist. They were the Crimson Flames Burning Heaven and the Devil Sun penetrating Earth. Compared to the Crimson Flames Burning Heaven, the Devil Sun penetrating Earth was much stronger. It was even stronger than the middle profound rank battle skill, the Fire Phoenix Divine Bird transformation, that Feng Wutian had used after using the Vermilion Bird bathed in fire. This time, Long Chen didn't hold back, and went all out with his strongest move. He had just achieved the Thunderflame battle body, the power of Thunderflame in his Dragon Soul True Energy, and even the dragon's 9 heavens roaming dragon steps. At first, the might of the Devil Sun penetrating Earth penetrating Devil Sun 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 penetrating bird transformation. It was as if the sun in the sky had smashed into the ground. The Fire Phoenix Divine Bird transformation raised its head and was blasted into pieces by the Devil Sun penetrating Earth. Loud explosions rang out one after another. The dazzling light in the arena made it difficult for the crowd to open their eyes. However, they saw the Devil Sun penetrating Earth win against the Fire Phoenix Divine Bird transformation. At this moment, Long Chen's attack shattered Feng Wutian's attack, and the ferocious aftershock collided with Feng Wutian's body. This powerful and enormous attack instantly caused Feng Wutian to cough up a mouthful of blood, and he was sent flying backwards. Only then did he crash to the ground. When he crashed to the ground, his entire body was charred black, and he was unconscious. As for Long Chen, he steadily landed on the ground. At this time, all the disturbances were over. Everyone stared blankly at the young man in the middle of the field. There was complete silence. Chu Yunyao's current expression was also quite brilliant. She had originally only wanted to let Long Chen wear down Feng Wutian's fighting strength, but he had actually used an absolute advantage to directly defeat Feng Wutian, who had used his strongest attack. Who's making such a joke? Chu Yunyao stared blankly at Long Chen, her face full of astonishment. As for Lu Lan's expression, it would only be more interesting than Chu Yunyao's. In front of everyone, she had always been a goddess-like existence. Her every move and smile were filled with charm. But at this moment, her expression was sluggish. Her mouth was slightly open, and her eyes were completely filled with shock. In her heart, Long Chen's appearance was becoming clearer and clearer. From the first time she saw him, she found him interesting. Then she despised him. Until now, Long Chen's performance hit her hard in the heart. Just what kind of person is he? Lu Lan took a deep breath, her full chest heaving up and down. Then, she shook her head and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This time, in front of Long Chen, she had lost a lot of face. Before coming to the Sky Martial Realm trial, she kept saying that there was a 90% chance that Long Chen would die in the Sky Martial Realm trial. She didn't expect that in the end, Long Chen would actually defeat Feng Wutian, whom she had nurtured for several years and was proud of. If this was said, no one would be willing to believe it. Brother Wutian. At this time, Lu Ling also recovered from her endless shock. Seeing that Feng Wutian was injured and that it was unknown whether he was dead or alive, her heart immediately broke. She took a step forward and ran towards Feng Wutian. The other people from the Azure Yang Hall also gradually recovered from their shock and chased after Lu Ling. At this time, Feng Wutian had already completely fainted. Lu Ling didn't know what to do as she hugged him. In the end, it was the other people who took out elixirs and gave it to Feng Wutian. However, at this time, Feng Wutian's clothes were tattered, his face was burnt black, his hair was also burnt by Long Chen and it was extremely ugly. He didn't have the appearance of a handsome man from before. It was the first time that Lu Ling saw Feng Wutian in such a sorry state. All of this was because of Long Chen. But when mentioning Long Chen, Lu Ling discovered that she couldn't hate him anymore. And today, Long Chen's name had completely spread throughout the Azure clan. Now, when the news spread, Long Chen would instantly become famous in the Azure clan. His name would even spread to the other clans. Deacon Lu, this Long Chen, if you do your best to sculpt him, I think he can still participate in the inner clan selection. At this time, someone suddenly said something in Lu Lan's ear. Lu Lan was a little moved, but she thought of something and shook her head with a bitter smile. The inner clan selection criteria are so harsh. Long Chen has no chance of passing. That's true, but Yunyao's brother, Yunqi, should be going to participate in the next inner clan selection. This time, it's the Eastern Blue Dragon clan's turn again, right? Lu Lan nodded. When she mentioned that name, Lu Lan felt a headache. Chu Yunqi was Chu Yunyao's brother. He was only 18 years old this year, but he had already entered the Earth Core realm for more than a year. And now, he had already reached a higher level, the small success of the Earth Core realm. A year ago, when he entered the Earth Core realm, he was known as the #1 genius of the Azure clan. It was best to have a good relationship with such a person. However, what gave Lu Lan a headache was that the brat actually fell in love with her, and had already declared that he would marry no one but her in this life. Father is already prepared to accept the marriage proposal of the Azure Emperor Hall. Could it be that I really have to marry that guy and live the life of a woman from now on? Lu Lan was very repulsed by this point. She had been dealing with the matters of the Azure Sun Hall since she was young, and had already formed her own swift and decisive character. She was very unwilling to give up everything she had now. However, she was not young anymore, so she had to accept her fate. At this time, the development of the situation in the field made Lu Lan recover from her headache. Long Chen defeated Feng Wutian, but he stopped in the end and did not kill him. Under the treatment of the other members of the Azure Sun Hall, his life was saved. However, it was impossible for him to wake up now. The matter of Feng Wutian had come to an end, and the more important thing next was the ownership of the Tai Ching sword. Just now, Long Chen was so terrifying. The other Dan stage great accomplishment warriors looked at each other in dismay. No one dared to make a move. Except for Chu Yunyao. This Tai Ching sword was something she had to obtain this time. She couldn't give it up because of a dark horse like Long Chen. This brat must have used a lot of energy to use that move. Compared to Feng Wutian, I'm stronger. This Tai Ching sword will still be mine in the end. Thinking of this, Chu Yunyao did not say a word. She looked coldly at Long Chen and walked towards Long Chen. The heart-corroding demon beast that was still struggling on the verge of death was between the two of them. Seeing that there was going to be a good show, everyone naturally couldn't take their eyes off it. Looking at Long Chen, Chu Yunyao opened her mouth and said, I admire you very much for being able to defeat Feng Wutian. However, please let me have this Tai Ching sword. I see that you don't use a sword. I believe that the Tai Ching sword is useless to you. Long Chen smiled and said, You speak so strangely. If I don't use a sword, can't I take this sword? If I take it out to exchange for money, it will be a lot of money. Chu Yunyao saw that Long Chen still had no intention of ceding the sword even though she had already said so much. She was slightly angry in her heart. However, she had seen how powerful Long Chen was, so she wouldn't make a move unless she had no other choice. At this moment, she looked at Long Chen gloomily. She was anxiously thinking of a way to deal with Long Chen without bloodshed. Soon, a figure appeared in her mind. She smiled sweetly and said, I don't know if you've heard of Dongfang Tianyu? He has a good relationship with me. If you give this Tai Ching sword to me, he might be able to give you some pointers in the future. Dongfang Tianyu? I've never heard of it. Little girl, don't talk about it anymore. Didn't we fight for the Tai Ching sword with our strength? If you want it, then let's see who's the real deal. Don't be afraid, I'll show you mercy. Although he said that, in Long Chen's heart, there was already a trace of worry. The Lingwu family had 9 outer clans and 4 inner clans. The outer clans were red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, silver, and gold, and the 4 inner clans were the Eastern Blue Dragon, Nangong Xueqi, Shiman White Tiger, and Beitang Xuanwu. Among them, the Blue Dragon clan had the surname Dongfang. The Dongfang Tianyu that Chu Yunyao was talking about was obviously a member of the Blue Dragon clan. Seeing that Long Chen still didn't know what was good for him, Chu Yunyao didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled. I don't want to make too many moves, so as to avoid harming our relationship, but you think I'm afraid of you. Fine, since you don't want to give up, I'll let you try. Just how big is the difference between the Azure Emperor Hall and your bottom-ranked Azure Yang Hall? Yo. Long Chen put on a look of surprise, and even a little lecherous. He laughed loudly and said, Little girl, your mouth moves so nimbly. You must be very good at talking. Why don't you find some time to let me try it? When she said this, Chu Yunyao didn't understand what it meant at all. Her face was blank, and very quickly, it turned into a cold killing intent. However, those people who understood had their faces flushed red. Towards Long Chen's boldness, they really prostrated themselves on all fours in admiration. Even Lu Lan gritted her teeth at Long Chen's words. Her face flushed red as she thought to herself, This brat. He even dares to take liberties with the woman that Dongfang Tianyu has set his eyes on. With this kind of personality, how can he live for a long time? Just as Lu Lan thought of this, a whirlwind swept past. A young man wearing a white brocade robe with a blue dragon tattoo appeared beside Chu Yunyao. This man's face was surprisingly white and clean, and he had an imposing appearance. He was also a rare handsome man. At this moment he smiled at Chu Yunqi and said, Yao, why do you look so pale? Did someone bully you? Tell your big brother Tianyu, I'll take care of it for you. Chapter 116. The appearance of this youth immediately caused Long Chen's pupils to constrict. Although this person was of the same age, regardless of whether it was status or strength, he had reached a level that Long Chen had to look up to. In terms of strength, there was only one explanation for someone who could make Long Chen feel fear, and that was the Earth Core stage. To be able to enter the Earth Core stage at this age, he was definitely a genius amongst geniuses. Moreover, he called himself Big Brother Tianyu. Without a doubt, he was the Dongfang Tianyu that Chu Yunyao had mentioned just now. Within the Lingwu family, one of the 4 great inner clans, a member of the Dongfang family. Thinking of this, Long Chen knew that facing someone of such status and identity, the only thing he could do now was endure. endure with all his might. It was just like how he treated Huang Feiyang and Feng Wutian back then. As long as he endured and protected his own name, Long Chen would have a chance of survival. Chu Yunyao was obviously the person this Dongfang Tianyu had taken a fancy to. Long Chen felt a wave of lingering fear. If what he had said just now had been heard by this Dongfang Tianyu, then the current him would definitely not even have a corpse left. When he had just joined the Lingwu family, Gan Lin had once told him that in the Lingwu family, the 4 great inner clans were the true clansmen. They were the masters of the outer clans, existences that could not be provoked. Although Long Chen resisted in his heart, he had no choice but to admit that the Lingwu family system was simply too huge. In front of such a power, he was just an ant, so he had to be convinced. Therefore, at this time, he had already removed the dragon soul transformation and returned to his previous delicate and pretty appearance. After transforming into the dragon soul, although he was stronger, he was also filled with killing intent. If this Dongfang Tianyu hated him, then he would be finished. The time isn't right. I'll just pretend to be a grandson for a while. At this time, seeing Dongfang Tianyu appear, Chu Yunyao's eyes were filled with pleasant surprise. She excitedly said, "Big brother Tianyu, how did you know I was here? I heard from your father that you came to participate in the Heaven Martial Arts Realm Trial, so I followed you here. You outsiders are really something. Why are you doing a trial for no reason? If you were to get hurt, that wouldn't be good." "Oh right, you weren't happy just now. What happened?" Dongfang Tianyu looked at Chu Yunyao with concern. When Chu Yunxi thought of Long Chen, a trace of hostility flashed in the depths of her eyes. However, it only lasted for a moment. She looked at Long Chen and said sweetly, "No, I'm just fighting over the clear chi sword in the heart-devouring beast's body. I can't blame others for competing with me." Dongfang Tianyu furrowed his brows, and his tone turned ice-cold. He turned his head and looked straight at Long Chen. At the same time he said, "He actually dares to fight with you over something? Could it be that he doesn't know of my existence?" By then, he had already turned to look at Long Chen with a cold, murderous glint in his eyes. Long Chen hurriedly said, "Miss Yunyao wants to get a real test, that's why she wants us to use our full strength. We only dared to make a move because we listened to her. Otherwise, with you here, how would we dare to fight with Miss Yunyao?" As long as there was life, there was no need to worry about firewood. Now that he was pretending to be a grandson and preserving his life, there might be a chance for revenge in the future. Therefore, Long Chen was very open-minded, even though he had been abandoned. "Is that so?" Dongfang Tianyu nodded. Long Chen's words were very useful to him. Chu Yunyao had originally wanted to borrow Dongfang Tianyu's hand to tactfully get rid of Long Chen, but after hearing Long Chen's words, all of her killing moves were dissolved. If she were to pester endlessly and insist on proving that Long Chen was lying, it would be hard for Dongfang Tianyu to think that she wasn't pure enough and had a strong desire for revenge. Thus, she gritted her teeth and decided to let Long Chen go first. "Brat, as long as you are still in the Lingwu family, I have a way to take your life. No one who dares to contradict me will be able to live." At this time, Dongfang Tianyu had already killed the heart-devouring demon beast. From its body, he took out a chenkuan bag, and then took out a light green long sword. He handed it over to Chu Yunyao and muttered, "This Tai Ching sword is a pretty good treasure. Take it back. When you reach the Earth Core stage, I'll ask my father for something else for you." "Thank you, big brother Tianyu." Chu Yunxi happily received the Tai Ching sword that she had yearned for even in her dreams and put it into her own chenkuan bag. She secretly looked provocatively at Long Chen, this cowardly man, and seeing that Long Chen didn't move at all, with a flattering face, she felt so disgusted that she wanted to vomit. Then she completely focused her attention on Dongfang Tianyu and said, "Big brother Tianyu, I have already obtained this Tai Ching sword, the trial is over, let's go out first?" "That's exactly what I wanted. Not far from Yuanling City, there's a beautiful deep stream. The environment is elegant, and the flowers are everywhere. I was just about to take you to see it." The two of them only cared about talking and didn't even look at the others. Then, under Dongfang Tianyu's lead, they left this place and headed towards that beautiful deep stream. As for Long Chen, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, at this time, the way everyone looked at him was a little strange. Originally, they had admired Long Chen a lot, but when they saw that Long Chen had met an expert and immediately turned into a grandson, a look of abandonment appeared in their eyes. "He's just a lowly person. He doesn't even have the strength of character. We are ashamed to be in the same group. Now that the Sky Martial Realms trial had ended, Chu Yunyao effortlessly obtained the Tai Ching sword and became the final winner. Everyone had already accepted this result and left one by one. Even Lu Ling and the others, seeing that it was over and Feng Wuqian was still heavily injured and unconscious, quickly left this place. Only by bringing Feng Wuqian back to the Qingyang Hall would he be able to receive adequate treatment. Very quickly, only Long Chen was left here. Beside him was the corpse of the heart-devouring demon beast. At this moment, Long Chen's expression was extremely depressed. After spending so much effort, in the end, the Tai Ching sword was still taken away by that little girl. Chu Yunyao, it won't be that easy to kill me. Sooner or later, I will make you regret it. Also, Dongfang Tianyu. The person who truly gave Long Chen a lot of pressure was Dongfang Tianyu. This was the first time that the terror of the four great inner clans of the Lingwu family was clearly displayed in front of Long Chen. Under this enormous power machine, Long Chen finally realized how weak he was even though he had defeated Feng Wuqian. Fortunately, there's the corpse of the heart-devouring demon beast. Finally, I've gotten some rewards. Chu Yunyao didn't take away the corpse of the heart-devouring demon beast, and since Long Chen was still standing here, of course no one else dared to take it. Long Chen had just absorbed the red flame golden swanni, and he had broken through to the initial mortal core realm. That was why he wasn't in a hurry. He took out another storage bag and placed the heart-devouring devil beast's body into it. Just as he was about to leave the heaven martial realm, he discovered that there was an outstanding and charming woman in front of him. Wasn't that great Deacon Lu? Lu Ling hurriedly went out to look for her. She didn't expect her to appear here. To be able to arrive here so quickly, it meant that Lu Lan had been watching from here for a long time. Long Chen knew that Lu Lan had probably seen everything that he had done just now. Therefore, the gaze she used to look at Long Chen did not have any pretense of charm, nor did it have any contempt that came from her bones. Instead, it was very calm. What is it? Is your heart finally itching from your father's peerless charm? Long Chen walked up to Lu Lan's side, looked at her slender and delicate body, and said shamelessly. Before, he had pretended to be a gentleman, but he had been provoked by Lu Lan twice. Now, he finally had a chance to get back at her. However, Great Beauty Lu wasn't angry. She smiled faintly and started walking towards the exit of the heaven martial realm. As she walked, she said, I already knew that you were a hooligan, so I purposely wanted you to reveal your true nature. I didn't expect that I wouldn't succeed, and now you've revealed your true colors. Originally, Lu Lan thought that Long Chen would definitely not be a match for Feng Wuqian. But now that Long Chen had defeated Feng Wuqian and proved himself in front of her, Long Chen knew that his performance had already set off a huge wave in this woman's heart. She just pretended to be calm and didn't show it. However, she no longer had the aura of Long Chen, and Long Chen already knew that at least he had conquered a part of this woman. When the two of them walked together, it was as if they were old friends chatting. To tell the truth, I've indeed underestimated you before, but you can't overestimate yourself either. Just now, when you saw Dongfang Tianyu, I'm sure you know better than me how you felt. Long Chen was very clear about the pressure Dongfang Tianyu was under. This time, Dongfang Tianyu had pretended to be a coward in front of him. Speaking of which, based on your performance just now, I should give you a new potential value. Lu Lan looked at Long Chen with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. How much? 4 stars. Long Chen nodded. That's not even 5 stars? In the Green Clan, how many people have 5 stars? Lu Lan smiled helplessly. Just 1. However, you don't need to know who he is. Long Chen, since you've obtained a 4-star potential value, the Lingwu family could have done something for you. They could have helped you deal with the Scarlet Blood Sect, but unfortunately, this action was rejected by the senior elders. Only now do I know the identity of the Scarlet Blood Sect leader. Long Chen's brows deeply furrowed as he asked, what kind of identity does the Scarlet Blood Sect leader have? Lu Lan smiled bitterly, shaking her head. Before this, I didn't know either. Because his identity is rather secretive, ordinary people don't know. Oh right, do you know the Beast Soul Hall in Yuan Emperor City? Could the Scarlet Blood Sect leader be related to Yuan Emperor City? Long Chen had a bad premonition in his heart. Yuan Emperor City is a power that's similar to Lingwu City. Lu Lan said directly, the strongest expert of Yuan Emperor City's Beast Spirit Hall is called Yuan Emperor. This generation's Yuan Emperor has many children, and the Scarlet Blood Sacred Church's sect leader is one of the grandchildren of the current Yuan Emperor. Chapter 117. Hearing this news, Long Chen's body trembled. He looked at Lu Lan in disbelief and said, "It can't be, right? A random Scarlet Blood sect leader's grandfather is Yuan Emperor?" Lu Lan shook her head helplessly. Her peach blossom face was filled with regret. There are such coincidences in this world. That's right, the Scarlet Blood sect leader is indeed Yuan Emperor's grandson. Although Yuan Emperor has more than 100 grandsons and this grandson is not well received by him, our Lingwu City and Yuan Emperor City have always been at odds. If we touch the Scarlet Blood sect because of you... Beauty Lu looked at Long Chen. Long Chen, I believe you understand that Lingwu City and Yuan Emperor City are two great powers that are as incompatible as fire and water. It has not been easy for the two of them to achieve their current peaceful state. Therefore, even a small matter can become a fuse. Lu Lan's meaning was very clear. If the Lingwu family made a move against the Scarlet Blood sect, it might cause Yuan Emperor City to retaliate and pay a huge price. After all, the Lingwu family was the most important. Therefore, the current Long Chen did not have the qualifications to let the family take such a risk for him. This was the reality. However, Long Chen did not place much hope on the Lingwu family. He thought for a while and a smile appeared on his face. Seeing Long Chen's indifferent attitude, Lu Lan frowned and said, "Hey, could it be that you want to deal with the Scarlet Blood sect by yourself? I have great enmity with the Scarlet Blood sect. If I don't kill them, they will definitely kill me. Since that's the case, what reason do I have not to deal with them?" Long Chen raised his head and looked at Lu Lan's fair face with sparkling eyes. Looking at Long Chen's resolute gaze and the unyielding attitude in his eyes, Lu Lan, who was used to controlling others, felt a little uncomfortable. She took a deep breath and said coldly, "Long Chen, when the time comes, don't blame me for not reminding you. If Yuan Emperor doesn't pursue this matter, consider yourself lucky. If he does, we will definitely send you to him immediately." "You don't need to tell me. I naturally know." Long Chen curled his lips and said indifferently. He had always been fearless. This was his style, but being fearless did not mean that he was brainless. Besides, the Red Blood Holy Church has 1,000 followers, 8 guardians, and 5 sect elders. All 5 sect elders are at the late mortal core realm, and the Red Blood Holy Church's chief is an earth core warrior. Although you're basically invincible in the mortal core realm right now, if you face an earth core warrior, you'll definitely die. When Lu Lan saw how fearless Long Chen was, she could only advise him. If it was in the past, she wouldn't have bothered to say such words. But now, Long Chen had already displayed his immense potential. In the Azure clan, there were less than 10 people who could obtain a 4-star evaluation. As for Lu Lan herself, her potential value was only 4 stars. The Earth Core realm is so powerful? Long Chen was a little surprised. In his opinion, since he was able to defeat Feng Wutian, who was infinitely close to the Earth Core realm, he should be able to deal with an Earth Core warrior. Do you know why the Divine Core realm is divided into Mortal Core, Earth Core, and Heavenly Core? The difference between the first 3 stages of the Divine Core realm, the middle 3 stages, and the last 3 stages is huge. There is a huge divide between the Mortal Core realm and the Earth Core realm, and there is a huge divide between the Earth Core realm and the Heavenly Core realm. With your current strength, you are no match for an Earth Core warrior. Hearing Lu Lan's words, Long Chen didn't have much confidence in himself. But this didn't mean he was afraid, it just made him feel more pressured. The matter with the Red Blood Holy Church has been delayed for a long time. Now that the Heavenly Martial Realm is over, I need to solve the problem with the Red Blood Holy Church as soon as possible. Only then will I have nothing to worry about. While thinking, Long Chen followed Lu Lan back to the Azure Sun Hall. Looking at this young man who remained silent, but didn't show any fear in his eyes, Lu Lan shook her head and thought to herself, this young man is indeed a rare talent. But he is too arrogant, and he always seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. I'm afraid he will bring a lot of trouble to the family. When the charming Lu Lan and Long Chen walked together, they inevitably attracted the attention of the passers-by. Lu Lan had a great reputation among the outer families, and Long Chen's reputation had also slowly spread out today. Right now, when the crowd saw Long Chen walking together with the beautiful Lu Lan, they couldn't help but have some wild thoughts in their minds. Soon, Long Chen followed Lu Lan back to the Azure Sun Hall. The people in the Azure Sun Hall were exactly the same as when he left. However, among the younger generation, Long Chen was the only one. Lu Yuan and the others were looking at Long Chen with mixed emotions. When Long Chen left, none of them paid any attention to this young man. At most, they felt it was funny that Long Chen stood them up. However, what had happened in the heavenly martial realm had spread across the entire Green Clan. Even the tragedy of the 3 mortal core warriors of the Azure Sun Hall had been heard by Lu Yuan and the others. Come, Long Chen, right? Sit here. Although Long Chen had injured Feng Wutian, with the resources of the Azure Sun Hall, it was very easy for him to heal Feng Wutian. With Long Chen and Feng Wutian, in a few years, they would definitely become geniuses like Lu Lan, who could support the Azure Sun Hall. The status of the Azure Sun Hall would also rise greatly in the Green Clan. At this moment, Lu Yuan looked at Long Chen. No matter how he looked at him, he felt that he was very pleasing to the eye. Especially when Long Chen was younger than Feng Wutian by 3 years. He was much more flexible than Feng Wutian. Seeing this old man, Long Chen was already sneering in his heart. However, he was a smart person. Seeing that someone wanted to protect him, he hurriedly sat down obediently and looked at Lu Yuan with a face full of joy. That flattering expression of his made it seem like he was just short of calling him father. I, Long Chen, pay my respects to Lord Elder Yuan. Before, Lu Yuan even thought that Long Chen was a bit arrogant, but now that he saw him, he seemed to be extremely modest. With that, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes and smiled, then said, "You're truly not bad. To tell the truth, I've underestimated you before. In this Heaven Realm trial, although none of you managed to obtain the Tai Ching sword in the end, you brought me quite a bit of face. After I came to the Lingwu family, Sister Lu has helped me a lot. Now that I've achieved something, it's only right." Long Chen was very thick-skinned. His face didn't even blush when he said that. When Lu Lan heard the word Sister Lu, his face twitched a bit. When he came back, Long Chen's face was still cold. He didn't think that his face would change when he saw Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan had only seen Long Chen once. Last time, Long Chen didn't say anything, so Lu Yuan automatically thought that he was an introverted and cowardly disciple. Now that he saw him, he realized that he had indeed underestimated Long Chen. Moreover, Long Chen respected his elders and was neither servile nor overbearing. No matter how he looked at it, he was a good child. Lu Yuan thought very highly of Long Chen, but Long Chen didn't feel proud. He knew that even though he knew Long Chen's potential, he still rejected the Scarlet Blood Church's matter. That meant that Lu Yuan wasn't a good person. "Long Chen, I brought you here because I wanted to give you a reward." After chatting a bit more, Lu Yuan suddenly stroked his beard and smiled at Long Chen. "Many thanks, Senior Elder. If there was a reward, it would be a waste not to accept it." Long Chen didn't even know what it was, so he was prepared to accept it. "Originally, I wanted to give you a middle-grade profound class battle skill, but now I've changed my mind." When Lu Yuan said this, the 4 elders and 5 deacons were all shocked. The reward for Long Chen had already been prepared by Lu Yuan before Long Chen had arrived. Now that he had changed his mind, it could only be said that Long Chen's likable performance had made Lu Yuan fall in love with him. "I wonder what Senior Elder is going to give this little one?" Long Chen had an expression of anticipation. If it was a profound class battle skill, Long Chen didn't really need it since he had the Solar Devil Burning Fist. Lu Yuan sized up Long Chen and said, "Your Dragon Vein Source Beast Soul is a 5th rank yellow rank underground blood lizard, and after breaking through to the Divine Core Realm, I suppose you haven't found a profound class Source Beast Soul yet. Coincidentally, I have a Beast Soul with me, but it's too precious for you, so I can't just give it to you. If you want to get it, you need to fulfill some conditions." Long Chen was startled. Only now did he remember that he was a beast warrior in front of the others. In fact, he didn't need the Beast Soul at all. He just wanted to exchange it for contribution points. But what Lu Yuan said next startled him. This is the Beast Soul of a Mystic Level 6 demonic beast. Demonic Dragon Violet Rain. Demonic Dragon Violet Rain is a very powerful existence among the Mystic Level 6 demonic beasts. This beast soul can be sold for 100,000 Divine Jade in the Dawn Light of Commerce Alliance. The words 100,000 Divine Jade caused Long Chen to feel a little breathless. He was used to being poor. Even when he had the most divine jades in his pocket, he only had 100 divine jades. Just how many things could he buy with 100,000 divine jades? Even in the Lingwu family, without 10,000 contribution points, it's impossible to get this beast soul. But you've done well this time, and this beast soul belongs to me. Therefore, I only need 500 contribution points to exchange for it. This can be considered a test for you. Lu Yuan looked at Long Chen seriously and said, "You haven't done anything for the Qingyang Hall. If I give it to you directly, people will inevitably gossip. Therefore you have to work hard." At this point, Lu Yuan glanced at the other elders and deacons. His meaning was obvious. They were the ones who would gossip. When Lu Yuan mentioned the beast soul of the demonic dragon Violet Rain, the few of them looked a little unnatural. Lu Lan looked at Lu Yuan and sighed. Father has invested too much this time. He even took out the beast soul of a 6th-rank profound class demon beast. Even I would have a hard time dealing with demonic dragon Violet Rain. But she looked at Long Chen. Demonic dragon Violet Rain is very suitable for this kid. But he's going to the sacred Red Blood Church to die. How can he get the 500 contribution points? Moreover, is it that easy to get 500 contribution points? In fact, in Long Chen's mind, there was only one thought. How can I get this beast soul and sell it for 100,000 divine jades? Chapter 118. After talking about Violet Rain, Lu Yuan smiled lightly. Looking at Long Chen's happy face, he thought that Long Chen was very interested in Violet Rain's beast soul, and he was very happy. For him, Long Chen was a big surprise. He was very happy that he had been so happy for a long time. At the same time, he was very satisfied with his daughter. Lu Yuan knew that the reason why Long Chen could reach his current realm was because of Lu Lan's pressure. Lan has already told him about the Red Blood Church, so I don't have to remind him anymore. But I have to tell him about that. Thinking about this, Lu Yuan said, "Long Chen, do you know about the next inner family selection?" Inner family selection? Long Chen had only heard from Gan Lin that the inner family would take in outstanding disciples from the outer family and train them. However, he also said that Long Chen had to at least be able to enter the Earth Core realm. Could it be that I have a part in this inner family selection? Yes. Now, all the outer families have sent their recommendations to the inner family, and I have the right to make the recommendation. I will report your information in a few days, and as long as you pass the examination, you will have the chance to participate in the inner family selection. Long Chen suddenly felt that he had performed too well in front of Lu Yuan. Seeing that this old man was treating him so well, Long Chen immediately thanked him. Long Chen will definitely repay elders' kindness. Hee. Lu Yuan stroked his long beard. Before this, he had looked down on Long Chen, and he had even scolded Long Chen. But now his attitude had changed 360 degrees, and he was treating Long Chen so well. He felt a little embarrassed. But, Long Chen, don't be too happy yet. You are still at the mortal core realm, and you haven't reached the inner family's requirements. You have to work hard, and if you can get the beast soul of Violet Rain before the inner family selection, and your strength has improved, then you will have the chance. Is the inner clan selection really so difficult? Long Chen probed. Lu Yuan helplessly nodded and said, "It is indeed very difficult. Basically, there will be 10 to 20 people who pass the examination, but there will only be 2 spots. This time, it will at most let you show your face in front of the various races. To truly enter the inner clan, there was only one word to describe it: difficult. Difficult. Difficult." Although Long Chen knew that becoming an inner clan member would definitely allow him to obtain more resources, receive better training, and improve further, Long Chen was not in a hurry. However, looking at Lu Yuan's excited expression, it was likely that it would be very difficult. Right at this moment, Lu Yuan said with a sigh, "In our green family, the only young warrior with a potential value of 5 stars is Chu Yunxi from the Green Imperial Hall. Chu Yunxi is 18 years old this year, and he's already at the initial Earth Core realm. He's already been nominated to enter the inner race selection battle." When he mentioned Chu Yunxi, Lu Yuan looked very excited. However, when he saw Lu Lan glaring at him angrily, his expression froze, and he grew silent. Chu Yunxi? 18 years old. Initial Earth Core realm? Long Chen was inwardly speechless. Only now did he realize that Huang Feiyang and Feng Wutian were nothing compared to him. This Chu Yunxi was the true genius. Long Chen realized that he was still looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. When he defeated Feng Wutian, he thought he had truly entered the ranks of geniuses. But now, it seemed that he was still far from it. There's still a long way to go in the future. At this moment, Lu Yuan said, "That's all for today. Long Chen, you've experienced the Sky Martial Realms trial. You must be tired. Go back first." Long Chen nodded his head. Then he bid farewell to the crowd and turned around to leave. The crowd looked at his back as he left, and they couldn't help but sigh. "Lan come with me." He walked all the way to the garden at the back. Then he turned his head around and said to Lu Lan, who followed him, "When you were in the Heaven Realm, Chu Fengqing, a senior member of the Azure Imperial Hall, came to find me again." In his words, he mentioned the matter of marriage proposal. Lu Lan was startled. "Father, did you agree? How could I agree without your consent?" But Lan he already said that 20 days later, he will personally bring Chu Yunxi to propose. I didn't reject him on the spot, so in order to prevent the relationship between the two clans from being destroyed, I have to agree to his proposal, right? Speaking of this, Lu Lan felt very lonely. Seeing his daughter like this, Lu Yuan's heart ached. He said, "Lan don't think too much about it. Chu Yunxi is a peerless genius, and it's very possible that he will enter the inner clan. His future is limitless. I'll be at ease if you follow him." "Father." Lu Lan raised her head and said helplessly, "You don't understand. He's too stubborn and arrogant. No matter how much of a genius he is, I can't stand him." After leaving the Green Imperial Hall, Long Chen walked to the Green Willow House alone. Along the way, people stopped when they saw him. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and respect. Long Chen's performance in the Heaven Martial Arts realm had already spread far and wide. "Stop right there." Suddenly, a voice could be heard. A beautiful girl stood behind him. It turned out to be Lu Ling. Seeing that her eyes were still red, Long Chen found it funny. She must be crying because of Feng Wutian. Feng Wutian wanted to be Long Chen's enemy, but Long Chen had injured her instead. She couldn't blame anyone else for that. "Oh, crying because of your lover? How touching. I'm about to burst into tears too." Lu Ling had seen this hateful guy by chance and hated him. She couldn't help but shout at him, but she didn't expect to be teased by him. If it wasn't for the fact that he had saved her life before, she would have definitely risked her life. "Long Chen, you're a total bastard. You bastard." Lu Ling pointed at Long Chen and scolded him, not caring about her image at all. Long Chen didn't seem to care about her insults at all. He said, "What? What's the matter?" When it came to him, Lu Ling really had the urge to rush up and tear his face apart. "Brat, I stopped you because it's too early for you to be happy. Take advantage of Brother Wutian's state to defeat him. That's nothing. Brother Wutian has already woken up." "Oh? He's awake?" "Yes. You're scared now. Moreover, he's profited from his misfortune and is about to enter the Earth Core realm. Just wait for him to ruthlessly teach you a lesson." Earth Core realm again. Thinking about how he had taught Feng Wutian a lesson this time, now that he had woken up and his reputation had fallen, he would definitely come to find trouble with him. Long Chen was now extremely worried about the Scarlet Blood sect. Adding on the fact that Feng Wutian was awake, he frowned deeply. "Sure enough, you're afraid. What a coward. You only know how to take advantage of Brother Wutian's unconscious to attack him." Saying that, Lu Ling sneered and left. Long Chen shook his head and returned to his residence. "Little Shi, my strength has been rising very quickly recently. It seems like I've reached my limit. Can I still increase it?" Of course. Lingxi could finally come out from the sword and move her body. She was so happy that she kept flying around the house. After playing around for a while, she flew in front of Long Chen. Wrinkling her nose, she cutely said, "Your current strength is only at the bottom of the dragon sacrificial continent. You're now a dragon warrior. Although your starting point is slow, it's still much higher than others." "Higher by how much?" "Don't worry about it. In any case, this little bit of increase in strength won't be a problem." Lingxi's background was high and her knowledge was much broader than the people around Long Chen. Towards her words, Long Chen believed them completely. "All right, I'll continue to work hard. First, I'll pull out the thorn in my heart that is the Scarlet Blood sect. Then, I'll plan my own path." "And?" Lingxi nodded her head heavily. Then she stretched out her hand and looked at Long Chen with a sneaky gaze. I want it. What do you want? Long Chen was startled. Of course it's food. Seeing that Long Chen still didn't know, Lingxi immediately showed her fangs and claws and looked at Long Chen angrily. Oh. Long Chen said helplessly. I'll refine those beast cores and beast souls after I get them. Then, I'll go to the treasure pavilion and find some herbs for you. That's a good girl. Lingxi smiled satisfactorily. Her eyes squinted into crescent moons. It was really beautiful. Long Chen smiled bitterly. Last time, you helped me get the Thunderflame crystals, and you've already consumed a lot of your strength. I've already decided that after I leave the Sky Realm, I'll get you something again. Now is the time. Thunderflame crystals? Mentioning this, Lingxi became excited and said, "Oh right, now that you've reached the mortal core realm, your true energy has increased by at least 10 times. You can now suppress even more Thunderflame crystals." In other words, I can still absorb Thunderflame crystals? Long Chen's voice was filled with surprise. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can try. Of course, Long Chen believed Lingxi's words, but he wasn't in a hurry right now. He came to the basement where he cultivated and started collecting his rewards. There are 6 Mystic Rank 2 Beast Cores and Beast Souls, but these aren't worth much. The most valuable ones are the Beast Cores and Beast Souls of the Red Flame Golden Xueqi and the Heart-Devouring Devil Beast. How much can they be exchanged for? Lingxi's eyes were filled with stars. The 2 items from the Red Flame Golden Xueqi can be exchanged for about 20 contribution points, and the Beast Soul and Beast Core of the Heart-Devouring Devil Beast can be exchanged for more than 200 contribution points. How much is that? Lingxi was too lazy to calculate, so she asked directly. It's equivalent to more than 2,000 divine jade. At this moment, Long Chen remembered the 500 contribution points Lu Yuan mentioned. A Mystic Rank 6 Beast Soul was worth 100 times more than a Mystic Rank 4 Beast Soul, but he only wanted Long Chen to exchange it with 500 contribution points. Obviously, it was equivalent to giving it to Long Chen. So, in order to get the Beast Soul and exchange it for 100,000 divine jade, I need to kill a few Mystic Rank 4 Beast Souls, which are equivalent to Earth Core warriors. After calculating, Long Chen was shocked. He thought 500 contribution points was easy, but now he realized how difficult it was. That Heart-Devouring Devil Beast appeared in the Mortal Core realm. It must be the weakest Mystic Rank 4 beast, that's why we can kill it. Hearing Long Chen mention 100,000 divine jades, Lingxi reminded him, "Hey, don't let your imagination run wild. Where do you plan to exchange that beast soul for 100,000 divine jades? Anyway, if you go to the treasure pavilion, that old man will definitely explode in anger." Only now did Long Chen realize that the beast soul was indeed troublesome. If the old man gave the beast soul to Long Chen, but Long Chen didn't refine it, he would definitely be suspicious. At that time, Long Chen wouldn't know how to explain it. Forget it, don't think too much. I'll condense the beast soul first, then I'll go to the treasure pavilion with you. Chapter 119. Long Chen, who had come to the Bao pavilion, was no longer as unknown as before. Basically, the people of the Green Clan were all very concerned about the Heaven Realm trial this time, and at the same time, they also knew of Long Chen's great name. However, Long Chen was still unfamiliar with the crowd, so no one took the initiative to greet him. However, whispers of discussion were unavoidable. He was even able to defeat Feng Wuqian, who used the vermilion bird bathing in flames. Furthermore, he is still young. This Long Chen has truly shocked everyone this time. Indeed, not bad. Although it is slightly inexperienced, with more training, I believe that in the future, he will be able to take on an important role in the Qingyang Hall. I heard that the elder of the Qingyang Hall, Lu Yuan, has already submitted his name to the inner clan selection battle. Although it is impossible for him to pass, to have the qualifications to enter, he would at least have the evaluation of a 4-star potential value. That's natural. In the end, Long Chen did not obtain the Tai Ching sword because of the East. Let's not talk about the matters of the inner clan. Long Chen passed by the 2 middle-aged men. When he mentioned the Tai Ching sword, the other person hurriedly stopped him. Long Chen understood what they meant. From their point of view, the Tai Ching sword should have been produced during the fight between Long Chen and Chu Yunyao. The appearance of the inner clan members had broken the rules of the various outer clans. However, The crowd only dared to complain a few times. After all, the main body of the Lingwu family was the inner clan. The power of the inner clan is actually this great? It seems that if I don't enter the inner clan, I will be suppressed for the rest of my life. Thinking of this, Long Chen's heart trembled. Soon, he arrived at the treasure pavilion, the place where beast souls and Yao cores were traded. There was only one wall, and only one passageway about the size of a plate. It was used to deliver items, but Long Chen had no way of getting a clear look at the people inside. Put your beast core and beast spirit here. Put your identity jade tablet in as well. A deep voice sounded from the other side of the wall. Long Chen didn't waste any time. He placed everything he could use on the table. At this moment, a fair arm reached out and took everything on the table. When he got the heart-devouring beast's beast soul and beast core, the man's hand paused for a moment and suddenly asked, "You're not going to refine this mystic rank 4 beast soul?" Long Chen instantly understood that even the people in the treasure pavilion had some understanding of him. In the eyes of the others, Long Chen was a true beast warrior. Since he had broken through to the divine core realm, he should be absorbing the beast souls, but he just didn't. Previously, others had thought that Long Chen didn't have a beast soul he was satisfied with, but now that they knew that Long Chen had the heart-eroding war beast, they all thought that Long Chen would refine it. "There's no hurry." "Oh," the man nodded, but didn't say anything else. However, from his sighing tone, Long Chen could roughly guess that the man must have thought that he wasn't satisfied with a mystic rank 4 beast soul, and was being too arrogant. "I'll exchange my identity jade tablet for yours. You'll get 250 contribution points in total." It was more than what he had expected. Long Chen was in a good mood. After thanking the man, he went to where the soul carrier fruit was. Sure enough, there was a soul carrier fruit here. "I want this soul carrier fruit," Long Chen said to the staff member in charge of this area, who was a charming beauty. When Long Chen came last time, this beautiful lady had only met him once, and she only had a slight impression of this man who needed the soul carrier fruit. This time, Long Chen's reputation had risen, so her attitude became much better. With a sweet smile on her face, she said, 9 contribution points in total. Last time, you said you needed the soul carrier fruit. I guess you'll be here soon." When Long Chen saw the beautiful lady smiling at him, he revealed his true colors as a rich young man. He said with a smile, "I'm here to buy the soul carrier fruit, and I'm also here to see you, sister." "You're asking for a beating." The beautiful lady giggled and covered her mouth with her hand. Long Chen stopped for a second, then he asked, "Sister, do you know if there are any other soul-nurturing herbs in the treasure pavilion?" The beautiful lady thought for a while and said, "There aren't many soul carrier fruits. The headquarters will only supply the missing herbs, but they won't increase the quantity. But, I remember there is a soul grass on the 2nd floor of the treasure pavilion. It's a mid-mystic rank herb." "Soul grass?" She was a little excited. She whispered into Long Chen's ear, "Scoundrel, the medicinal properties of the soul grass are countless times better than the soul-breeding fruit. This is a spirit herb that is close to a high mystic rank spirit herb. A single soul grass is comparable to hundreds of soul-breeding fruits. If I had the soul grass, I would be able to face an earth core warrior head-on." Hearing that Lingxi really needed the soul grass, Long Chen asked, "Sister, what's the price of the soul grass?" Hearing this question, the beautiful lady shook her head and said, "Let's not talk about the price first. Only earth core warriors can go up to the 2nd floor." Long Chen had a bitter expression on his face. The strict hierarchy of the Lingwu family made him very depressed. "But, if you really need it, since you called me sister, I can get it for you." "Thank you, sister." Long Chen was overjoyed. "Don't be happy too early." The beautiful lady frowned and said helplessly, "Soul grass is considered a precious item among the mid-mystic rank herbs. It's very useful for increasing one's power of understanding. Without 300 contribution points, it's impossible to get it." Hearing the number 300, Long Chen's face fell. "Right now, I only have 240 contribution points. If I want to get 300, I'll have to enter the Sky Martial Realm. But that old man Lu Yuan wants 500 contribution points from me. What should I do?" Thinking about this, Long Chen frowned deeply. "If you're not in a hurry, wait until you have enough contribution points, then come back and buy it." Long Chen nodded, thanked the beautiful lady and walked towards the direction of the Green Willow house. Whatever. Who cares about that old man? It's not easy to get his mystic rank 6 beast soul. I might as well protect Lingxi first. The opponent I'm facing right now is too strong. If she tries to show off, I'm afraid that she'll lose her life if she's not careful. Returning to his residence, Long Chen first let Lingxi refine the spirit-breeding fruit. Then he took out a Thunderflame crystal. In this battle, the Thunderflame crystal helped me a lot. I still have 38 Thunderflame crystals left. What will happen if I fuse them all? Level 1 Thunderflame battle body is already equivalent to a mid-mystic rank body refining technique. Then what about level 2 Thunderflame battle body? With his true chi exploding, Long Chen fused with this Thunderflame crystal. What he didn't expect was that fusing with the 11th Thunderflame crystal was much easier than the 10th one. Under the suppression of his surging true energy, Long Chen spent more than an hour to assimilate the 11th Thunderflame crystal. There was no danger, but there was no pain. Next, the 12th one. In the process of fusing with the Thunderflame crystals, time passed bit by bit. Long Chen suddenly had a feeling that there was no day or night in the cave. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he had already fused with the 15th Thunderflame crystal. Only now did the difficulty gradually appear. He had no choice but to use the Dragon Soul transformation and turn into a dragon's body. After fusing with these Thunderflame crystals, I'll enter the Sky Realm again and get the Soul Grass for Lingxi. Finally, I'll directly leave the Lingwu family and search for the whereabouts of the Scarlet Blood Church. Long Chen's goal was extremely clear. However, just as he was preparing to fuse with the 16th Thunderflame crystal, an urgent knocking sound suddenly rang out. Long Chen opened the door and saw an anxious Gan Lin. The feeling that Gan Lin gave Long Chen was that he was usually calm and indifferent. However, right now, his face was filled with anxiety. Long Chen's heart jumped and he hurriedly asked, "Senior Gan, what happened?" Gan Lin hurriedly said, "Long Chen, someone from your family has come to find you. Quickly go to the Martial Hall." Family? Long Chen's heart immediately jumped. His family was definitely the people from the Baiyang village's Yang family. Since the Yang family had come to find the Lingwu family, something big must have happened. Long Chen had a bad premonition in his heart. He hurriedly rushed towards the Martial Hall. Not long after, he saw the man who had already started to grow old, Yang Yuntian. Second uncle, what happened? Yang Yuntian's heart was filled with grief. After seeing Long Chen, he hurriedly said, "Chen Ling Qing was captured by the Scarlet Blood Church." Chapter 120. What? Long Chen was dumbfounded. His breathing immediately sped up and became coarse. His eyes gradually became bloodshot. "Chen don't get too agitated. Let me explain it to you." Although Yang Yuntian was also very anxious when he saw Long Chen's appearance, he knew that he needed to calm Long Chen down. Long Chen and Yang Lingqing's relationship was like that of real siblings. Now that something had happened to Yang Lingqing, how was Long Chen supposed to calm down? He was just short of killing his way to the front door. Suppressing the murderous intent in his heart, as well as the deep self-blame, Long Chen knew that what he needed the most right now was to remain calm. However, as soon as he thought of the scenes between himself and Yang Lingqing, as well as the group of bastards from the Scarlet Blood Sacred Sect, Long Chen clenched his fists until they made cracking sounds. Is it because of the blood sacrifice ceremony? A bloody light surged in Long Chen's eyes. Seeing that Long Chen's mood had calmed down, Yang Yuntian was relieved. Deep sorrow appeared on his face as he said, "It's all my fault as a useless father. I couldn't properly protect my daughter." Yang Yuntian had already lost a son. Now that he thought about how he might lose his daughter as well, his mind was already blank. "Second uncle, don't blame yourself. What exactly happened? Tell me in detail." Long Chen bit his lower lip as he said this. "Chen, did you participate in killing the other two great protectors of the Scarlet Blood Sacred Sect?" Yang Yuntian raised his head and asked. Long Chen was startled. Thinking of Protector Qin and Protector Shi, he was puzzled and asked, "How do you know about this?" Yang Yuntian shook his head helplessly and said, "This is what that thief said. The Scarlet Blood Sect killed two protectors in Yanluo town. After investigating, they found out that the Lingwu family was the culprit. Among the three, you were one of them. So he investigated your background and found out that you were from the Yang family of White Poplar Town. Then, in order to take revenge, one of the Scarlet Blood Sect's protectors came to White Poplar Town. After arriving at White Poplar Town, he found out that Blood Yuanzi was also killed by you. So, he made a move against our young family. Long Chen didn't expect that the matter of killing Blood Yuanzi would be exposed because of him. Among the 8 protectors of the Crimson Blood Holy Church, 3 of them had died because of Long Chen. It was no wonder that the other party would attack them. When he heard that, Long Chen's self-blame grew even heavier. He wished he could immediately slaughter his way to the Scarlet Blood Sacred Sect, but he knew he couldn't do that. Why did he kidnap Ling Qing? Yang Yuntian said bitterly, my dad had broken through to the Divine Core Realm with the help of the evoking Divine Fruit, and he was barely able to fight against that thief. That's why he couldn't take advantage of him. But, during the fight, Ling Qing was accidentally injured. He saw that Ling Qing's blood had a faint green color, so he said that Ling Qing had a profound Yin body that's rarely seen in 100 years. That's why he took her away. Your grandfather had just broken through to the Divine Core Realm, so he couldn't stop him. Profound Yin body? Hearing these words, Gan Lin, who was standing at the side, trembled. Long Chen hastily asked, now, that guy has returned to the Scarlet Blood Sect, right? Yang Yuntian nodded his head. With a pale face he said, I heard from that guy that Ling Qing has a profound Yin body, and it's very important to their blood sacrifice ceremony. My dad has been moving around the southern spirit region for the past few days, and he's found out that the blood sacrifice ceremony will be held in 1 day. For Long Chen, this news was like a bolt from the blue. 2 days? Blood sacrifice ceremony. Anger and hatred surged crazily in Long Chen's heart. An ice-cold light appeared in his eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. He gnashed his teeth and said, if anything happens to Ling Qing, I will bury all of you from the Scarlet Blood Holy Church with her. Seeing the violent aura on Long Chen's body, Yang Yuntian cried out in alarm. He hurriedly said, Chen, I didn't come here to find you because I want you to be reckless and charge into the Scarlet Blood Sect to court death. You're now a member of the Lingwu family, so I came here to ask if you have the power to mobilize the Lingwu family. The leader of the Scarlet Blood Sect was the grandson of Emperor Yuan. Long Chen wasn't a member of the Lingwu family. Who would take such a risk to help him? At least Lu Lan wouldn't, and Lu Yuan wouldn't either. Second uncle, don't say any more. Ask Grandpa to come here and stay. I'll go to the Scarlet Blood Sect now. I promise you that I'll rescue Ling Qing in 1 day. Long Chen's voice was cold, but it was filled with determination. Profound Yin body. The Scarlet Blood Sect's blood sacrifice ceremony requires the blood of a young girl. If Ling Qing has a profound Yin body, her blood will definitely be drained clean. If such a thing happened, Long Chen would definitely go crazy. Even at that moment, he was unable to control his feelings of anger. Seeing Long Chen like this, Yang Yuntian knew that he had always had a violent temper and was impulsive. He hurriedly said, Chen, I didn't come here for you to risk your life. You have a bright future ahead of you, and now that you've joined the Lingwu family, it's time for you to develop and soar. I don't want to harm you because of Ling Qing. The Scarlet Blood Sect is hell. Is that a place where a young man like you can go? In Yang Yuntian's mind, Long Chen hadn't even reached the mortal core realm, and the Scarlet Blood Sect was a place where Earth Core warriors could be found. Long Chen, listen to me. Go and ask the Lingwu family for help. You might have a chance. Just as Yang Yuntian was speaking, Lu Lan walked in with a cold expression. Gan Lin quickly bowed and said, Lady Deacon. Hearing the words Lady Deacon, Yang Yuntian was shocked. He knew that this Lady Deacon was the owner of this huge green willow residence. In terms of cultivation, she was definitely an Earth Core warrior. He quickly suppressed his excitement and said respectfully to Lu Lan, Yang Yuntian greets Lady Deacon. Lu Lan nodded at him. Then she looked at Long Chen. Right at this moment, Long Chen was looking at Lu Lan with a fierce look. Seeing the disrespect in Long Chen's eyes, Yang Yuntian was shocked. He quickly wanted to remind Long Chen, but out of his expectation, Long Chen said with a cold voice, Great Deacon Lu, didn't you say that you'll keep an eye on the Scarlet Blood Sect for me? Once there's any movement, you'll inform me? Even Yang Yuntian, an outsider, could hear the strong dissatisfaction in Long Chen's words. He quickly pulled Long Chen and said to Lu Lan with an apologetic expression, Lady Deacon, my nephew is young and doesn't know any better. I hope Lady Deacon won't lower yourself to his level. Lu Lan's expression was calm. She didn't even look at Yang Yuntian, she was looking at Long Chen. Lu Lan was also surprised that such a thing happened. At this moment, she indifferently said, "Only one of the protectors of the Scarlet Blood sect went to White Poplar Town. These past few days, I was busy with the matters of the Heaven Realm, so I didn't pay attention to it. That's normal. Moreover, Long Chen, didn't I tell you to give up on dealing with the Scarlet Blood sect? Could it be that you don't know that this will bring you a fatal disaster? If you don't handle this properly, your entire young family will die without a burial ground." Long Chen wasn't scared by her. He let out a cold laugh and said, "All right, I don't want to talk about responsibility with you anymore. I just want to ask you one thing. Now that my little sister has been captured by them, I'm going to kill my way to the Scarlet Blood sect. Are you going to help me or not?" Long Chen's words didn't have a single trace of respect. According to Yang Yuntian's understanding, when Long Chen said something like this, he should be killed by Deacon Lu immediately. But he didn't expect that Deacon Lu seemed to think highly of Long Chen. Yang Yuntian stared blankly at the two of them confronting each other. His heart was gradually filled with shock. Right at this moment, he suddenly wanted to know one thing. What was Long Chen's current strength? Could it be that in just a little over a month, he had broken through to the mortal core realm? When he remembered that Long Chen also had the epiphany fruit, Yang Yuntian felt that this matter was highly possible. Right at this moment, Lu Lan hesitated for a moment, then she shook her head and said, "You're making the Azure Sun clan take such a huge risk for your personal affairs. Not only will I not agree to this, even my father won't agree to this. Besides, Long Chen, the Scarlet Blood sect is not a power you can fight against. I won't allow you to go." "What right do you have to not allow me to go?" When Long Chen heard what she said, his heart for the Lingwu family had already died by more than half. When he heard that Lu Lan still wanted to restrict him, he couldn't help but laugh coldly. Being challenged by Long Chen like this, no matter how firm her heart was, she couldn't help but become angry. Her curvaceous body was slightly trembling as she stared at Long Chen with her beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent. Yang Yuntian cursed silently. Long Chen had angered Chief Deacon Lu. Perhaps before they could go to the Scarlet Blood sect and save Yang Lingqing, Long Chen would die here. He quickly signaled to Long Chen, then said to Chief Deacon Lu in a flattering manner, "Master Deacon, Chen doesn't know any better, he doesn't think before he speaks. Please don't argue with him. We'll deal with the Scarlet Blood sect ourselves. Can we leave now?" Yang Yuntian's words made Long Chen very unhappy. He pulled Yang Yuntian behind him and said, "You don't have to flatter her. What right does she have to enjoy this?" Looking at Chief Deacon Lu coldly and ignoring Yang Yuntian's shocked expression, Long Chen said in a gloomy voice, "My sister is now in someone else's hands, and you want me to stay here? Then let me ask you, if I, Long Chen, am such a person, then what is the difference between me and an animal? And if you are such a person, then what is the difference between you and an animal?" "Long Chen, don't go too far." Lu Lan was so angry that her face turned red at the mention of the word animal. However, Long Chen's words were very reasonable, so she had no reason to refute them. "How am I going too far?" Long Chen smiled coldly. He gestured to Yang Yuntian and said, "If I will be expelled by the Lingwu family for saving my sister, then I won't stay in the Lingwu family any longer. Second uncle, let's go." After saying that, he walked around Lu Lan under her furious gaze and headed for the door. "Long Chen, if you die, don't blame me for not warning you today. My life or death has nothing to do with you. Great Beauty Lu." Hearing this, Yang Yuntian's mind was in chaos. To be able to talk to a deacon like this, Chen what level has he reached? Chapter 121. Right now, Yang Yuntian was still in shock from Long Chen's performance. Even after leaving Lingwu City, he still looked at the young man in front of him in a daze. "You know where the sacred Red Blood Church is?" Long Chen turned around. After leaving Lingwu City, he was no longer as excited as before. However, most of his killing intent was hidden within his body. "Your grandfather knows. He's in the southern spirit region." "I know where he is." "Then let's meet up with grandfather first." Long Chen didn't say anything else and hurried on his way. Yang Yuntian hurriedly followed behind him. At this moment, he had just recovered from the shock of what had just happened. His eyes flickered as he looked at Long Chen. Along the way he asked in a low voice, "Chen, can you tell me how strong you are now?" If he didn't tell him, neither Yang Yuntian nor Yang Tsongqiong would let Long Chen attack the sacred red blood church. Right now, although I am still at the initial mortal core realm, I am confident that no one in the mortal core realm can be my match. Last time, during the Lingwu family's Sky Martial Realm trial, I defeated a warrior who had 1 foot in the Earth core realm. Yang Yuntian opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, "Is what you're saying true? It's only been a month." Long Chen nodded his head and said, "Regarding the sacred red blood church, I'm still confident. Besides, I'm not an idiot, I won't rush in recklessly. Let's talk about this after we meet your grandfather." Even though Long Chen was strong, he was still far from reaching the Earth core realm. Yang Yuntian didn't dare to think too much. Although Long Chen was their only hope, he wasn't sure if Yang Tsongqiong would let Long Chen attack. After all, Long Chen was better off cultivating in peace. The distance between the Eastern Spirit Region and the Southern Spirit Region was quite a distance. Long Chen and Yang Yuntian spared no effort on their journey and spent quite a bit of time before they arrived at the Southern Spirit Region. "Your grandfather lives in a small inn here. This is the place to contact me." Compared to the Eastern Spirit Region, the Southern Spirit Region was much more backward. However, it wasn't something that Baiyang Town or even Yuanyang City could compare with. Soon, the two of them arrived at a relatively simple inn. The Scarlet Blood Sacred Church is located at the edge of Yuanling City and Southern Spirit Region. There aren't many places here, so there aren't any big powers. In this place, the Scarlet Blood Sacred Church is considered to be the biggest power. Compared to the Lingwu family, the Sacred Scarlet Blood Church was just an unremarkable speck of dust. However, this speck of dust was like a huge rock to Long Chen. Moreover, the background of this huge rock wasn't ordinary. "There's movement in the inn." After arriving, Long Chen was still asking about the Scarlet Blood Holy Church when Ling Shi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said something. "It seems like your grandfather is about to fight with a mortal core warrior." Long Chen was shocked. In one of the guest rooms of the inn, Yang Tsongqiong looked at the middle-aged man in a blood-red robe in shock. The middle-aged man looked at Yang Tsongqiong with a sneer and said, "I'm curious as well. I've been asking about the identity of the man from the Scarlet Blood Church for the past few days, but I never expected it to be you. You've just broken through to the Divine Core Realm, but you sure know how to travel from Baiyang Town to here." Yang Tsongqiong had lived his life for a long time, so of course he wouldn't be scared by this man. However, when he found out that he had been discovered, he felt a sense of despair. Right now, Yang Lingqing was still in their hands. As the strongest fighter in the clan, he had been discovered by the other party. Even if he could defeat the middle-aged man and escape, he couldn't stay in this place anymore. The blood sacrifice ceremony would be held in 1 day, and at that time, Yang Lingqing would be dead. He had just broken through to the mortal core realm. Facing the Scarlet Blood Holy Church, he basically had no chance of turning the situation around. Thinking up to this point, although he didn't show any signs of giving in, his heart was filled with despair. "At the end of the day, I still have to thank you, old man. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have discovered this mysterious Een body. You should know that the blood of a mysterious Een body is equivalent to the blood of thousands of young girls. Even the 5 great sect elders are jealous of the reward that our sect leader has given me. Using the blood of young girls to form a blood pool, then cultivating with it. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens for doing such a heartless thing?" "Heavens? What is the heavens?" "With strength, we are the heavens," the red-robed man said indifferently. "It's like I'm stronger than you right now. I'm the heavens, and the one being punished by the heavens is you." Looking at the man who was laughing wildly, Yang Tsongqiong felt helpless. "Ling Qing, do you really have to suffer like this?" Thinking about how his beloved granddaughter was going to die like this, Yang Tsongqiong's heart twitched. He would rather be the one dying than the beautiful young girl, Yang Lingqing. "If we hold another blood sacrifice ceremony, our Scarlet Blood Holy Religion's strength will soar once again. At that time, we will be able to absorb even more disciples and grow like this. One day, we will grow to the same level as the Lingwu family and the Beast Spirit Palace. In your dreams." Hearing the red-robed man's words, Yang Tsongqiong smiled coldly. He was already thinking of a way to escape from this crisis. "Oh, I'm going to take your life now, then you'll know if I'm dreaming or not." After saying that, a powerful aura exploded. Everyone in the inn was shocked. Just when they were about to step forward to see what was going on, the red-robed man's cold voice sounded out. The Scarlet Blood Holy Church is handling a matter. Those who are not involved, leave immediately. Immediately, people ran out of the inn one after another and left in a panic. In this small place at the edge of Yuanling City, these people seemed to be living under the shadow of the Scarlet Blood Holy Church. Yang Tsongqing's heart was filled with sorrow, but he knew that he was the pillar of the Yang family. He couldn't just fall like this. Last time when I fought with you, I didn't let you have a taste of a mystic combat skill. This time, I'll show you the power of a mystic combat skill, you country bumpkin. After the red-robed man said this, Yang Tsongqing's face turned bitter. He was no match for this man because he had just broken through to the mortal core realm, and also because he didn't have a suitable combat skill. If you want me to die, you'll have to pay a heavy price. At this moment, Yang Tsongqing's eyes had turned red, and his face was filled with killing intent. The red-robed man was startled, then he sneered. You old bastard, how dare you threaten me? You've got guts, but today will be the day you die. After saying this, he unleashed his powerful energy towards Yang Tsongqing. In his hand, true qi exploded and formed into an illusionary fist. This was the energy of a mystic combat skill, and it made Yang Tsongqing feel despair. Could it be that today, I'm really going to die here? He thought about all the things that had happened to him in his life. He didn't expect that in his old age, the things that had happened were getting more and more tragic. I hope that when Yun Tian comes back, he'll find my body and help me bury my roots by Yang Town. But, if you want me to die, don't even think about living. Seeing that his opponent was using a mystic combat skill, Yang Tsongqing roared out and started using the Taishan Dragon Seal. Two powerful auras instantly rose to their limits. Then, both of them roared and charged at each other. The red-robed man's mouth was filled with a cold smile. Go to hell for me. Jade-breaking fist. Taishan Dragon Seal. The two forces were about to collide, and the jade-shattering fist, which was stronger than the Taishan Dragon Seal, was about to take Yang Tsongqing's life. Suddenly, the window burst open, and a figure appeared in front of the red-robed man. The figure reached out and grabbed the man's jade-shattering fist. The red-robed man's violent attack was now immobilized. He was stunned as he looked at the person who had appeared out of nowhere. As for Yang Tsongqing, when he saw the familiar figure standing in front of him, Yang Tsongqing hurriedly retracted the Taishan Dragon Seal and was stunned. This young man had given him an endless shock. How could he not remember him? However, when he saw Long Chen suddenly appear and break the red-robed man's powerful mystic combat skill with just a stretch of his hand, Yang Tsongqing was completely stunned. The look of disbelief in his eyes was no less than the red-robed man's. The red-robed man stared blankly at Long Chen and his eyes gradually filled with fear. He quickly knelt down and said, Sir, may I know why you are blocking me? What is it? Long Chen smiled and stretched out his hand to pat the red-robed man's face. The red-robed man dared not resist. You want to kill my grandfather and you still dare to ask me why? Hearing Long Chen's words, the red-robed man's eyes widened and he said in shock, You are the Long Chen who entered the Lingwu family? How can you be so powerful? Just as he was about to break free, Long Chen's hand that was still holding onto his arm suddenly twisted. The red-robed man screamed in pain as his arm was twisted into a terrifying angle by Long Chen. I advise you not to move or your other arm will be broken. Long Chen's cold words made him feel hopeless. He finally understood the situation and started crying. He wanted to beg for Long Chen's forgiveness. It's not impossible for me to forgive you. If you answer me seriously later, I won't kill you. After saying this, Long Chen turned around and looked at Yang Tsongqing who was still looking at him in shock. He said apologetically, I'm sorry Grandpa, Chen is late. Yang Tsongqing finally regained his senses and said hurriedly, You're not late at all. But Chen is this you? How can it not be me? How did you become so powerful? When he asked this question, Yang Tsongqing still thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Long Chen had just entered the Lingwu family for a month. There was no way he could easily defeat a mortal core warrior in such a short period of time. Yang Tsongqing had personally experienced the red-robed man's strength. Even he couldn't do anything to him. How did Long Chen do it just now? At this moment, Yang Yuntian walked in and looked at the scene in shock. Grandpa, if you have any questions, just ask second uncle. I'll interrogate this guy. Chapter 122. Yang Yuntian had only heard about Long Chen's strength before, but he had not seen it with his own eyes. Now that Long Chen had easily subdued the red-robed man, he finally believed it. Father, seeing the old man's face filled with shock and excitement, Yang Yuntian also felt the same. He silently stood beside the Yang family ancestor, watching how Long Chen dealt with the red-robed man. The Yang family ancestor had many questions in his heart, but he did not ask. He only wanted to see what level his grandson had reached. This was the sacred Scarlet Blood Church's territory, and this red-robed man had caused such a huge commotion. Long Chen knew that he could not stay here for long, so if he wanted to know anything, he had to end this quickly. The red-robed man was under his control, so he had no way of escaping. He knew that Long Chen had the status of a Lingwu family member, so if he did not handle this well, it could bring a lot of trouble to the sacred Scarlet Blood Church. Therefore, the red-robed man's heart was currently filled with fear. I won't talk nonsense with you. Answer all my questions honestly. If you lie, I'll cut off one arm at a time. I want to see how many arms you have. Long Chen stood in front of the red-robed man and coldly asked. I'll talk. Just ask. Seeing that although Long Chen was young, his words and eyes were filled with ruthlessness, the red-robed man anxiously said. Very good. Long Chen nodded his head in satisfaction and said, First question, when will the blood sacrifice ceremony be held? Long Chen had come this time specifically for the blood sacrifice ceremony, so the red-robed man was not surprised at all when he asked this question. However, even if he was not a member of the sacred Scarlet Blood Church, there were still many people who knew about this question from Long Chen. Therefore, the red-robed man directly said it. The blood sacrifice ceremony is tomorrow. What time tomorrow? This was what Long Chen wanted to know. Seeing the ice-cold look in Long Chen's eyes, the red-robed man quivered in fright. He hurriedly said, Tomorrow night, at midnight, the yin qi is the heaviest. It's the best time to hold the blood sacrifice ceremony. Third watch. From the looks of it, there really wasn't much time. Seeing that Long Chen did not question him immediately, the red-robed man asked pitifully, Sir, are you saying that as long as I tell you the truth, you will let me go? That will depend on whether or not your answer can satisfy me. If you stutter and try to cover things up and beat around the bush with me, you will die a horrible death if I find out. Although Long Chen's tone was calm, it was extremely terrifying to the red-robed man. The Yang clan patriarch and Yang Yuntian looked at Long Chen, who was growing more and more mature by the day, then exchanged glances and nodded. It seems that after Chen went to the Lingwu family, not only his strength but also his temperament has matured a lot. In this way, they were more confident that Long Chen could rescue Yang Lingqing. Perhaps he will succeed. At this time, Long Chen had already asked his second question. Where will the blood sacrifice ceremony be held in your Scarlet Blood Demon Palace? The Scarlet Blood Demon Palace was the main base of the Scarlet Blood Demon Church. Thinking of what Long Chen had said before, that as long as he answered honestly, he would be let go. The red-robed man saw the righteousness in Long Chen's eyes and concluded that Long Chen was a person who kept his promises and would do what he said. So he answered honestly, Our Scarlet Blood Demon Palace has an underground city and the blood sacrifice ceremony will be held in this underground city. Normally, the underground city is closed and when the blood sacrifice ceremony is held, all the members will enter the underground city. To the red-robed man, the questions that Long Chen asked could be answered by any member of the Scarlet Blood Demon Church, so the red-robed man was not afraid. He would be punished by the Scarlet Blood Demon Church Patriarch. Underground city? As long as he was still in Yuanling City, then he would be able to make it in time. I'll ask you another question. You must answer this question honestly. Long Chen looked at the red dot between the red-robed man's eyebrows and said, What does your Scarlet Blood Demon Church rely on to identify members? You want to sneak into the Scarlet Blood Demon Church? The red-robed man said in shock. You don't want your hand anymore? Long Chen said coldly. I'll speak. The red-robed man knew that he should not speak nonsense. He thought to himself, if this brat wants to enter the Scarlet Blood Demon Church, naturally the sect leader and the 5 elders will take care of him. If I tell him this now, I can get rid of him and vent my anger. Thinking of this, he quickly said, Our Scarlet Blood Demon Church members will have a cinnabar mark between their eyebrows called the Scarlet Blood Mark. I can see that you have a red dot between your eyebrows, so if you want to enter the Scarlet Blood Demon Church, you don't need the Scarlet Blood Mark. Other than that, we also have a Scarlet Blood token to prove our identity. Scarlet blood token? Let me have a look. The red-robed man took out 2 blood-red tokens from his universe bag. He first gave one of them to Long Chen. Long Chen took the token and found that there was a strange pattern on the front of the token. There was also a name carved on the back. Protector Zhou Tai. Your name is Zhou Tai? The red-robed man quickly nodded. He then gave the other token to Long Chen and said, Sir, the Scarlet Blood Demon Church has over 1,000 members. There are over 100 that I am in charge of. The owner of this token has already been secretly killed by me because he angered me. No one knows about this. If Sir wants to enter the Scarlet Blood Demon Church, you just need to use his identity to enter and no one will know. Long Chen took the token and saw that the back of the token was also engraved with a few words. Followers of Yellow Sky. Seeing that Long Chen did not say anything, the red-robed man anxiously looked at him and carefully said, Sir, I've said everything I need to say. Moreover, I've directly given you a token and helped you arrange an identity. Is Sir satisfied now? This little one promises that as long as I leave this room, I will immediately leave Yuanling City and never return. I will not care about the Scarlet Blood Demon Church. Is that so? Long Chen revealed a faint smile and put away the Scarlet Blood token. Then he looked at the red-robed man with a smile and said, Don't be anxious. I will release everything that needs to be released. However, I will ask you one last question. Where are the girls that the Scarlet Blood Demon Church has been capturing these days? Just give me a specific location and route and you can leave. Sir, this. I really don't know. In order to prevent everything from going to waste, our sect leader is very careful. Perhaps only he knows about this. Hearing this question, the red-robed man's face turned white and he anxiously said, You mean that you don't want your arm? Long Chen's face sank. No, I really don't know about this. I only know that it is somewhere in the underground city. However, the underground city is so big, so how would I know where it is? Seeing that Long Chen's eyes were already filled with ill intent, the red-robed man anxiously said. Long Chen smiled coldly. Without any warning, he attacked. However, his target was not the red-robed man's arm, but the top of his head. That palm strike directly killed the red-robed man, who had been subdued. Even in death, the red-robed man did not know that Long Chen would suddenly kill him for Long Chen. First, Long Chen said that if he did not answer well, he would break his arm. He did not say that he would take his life. Secondly, from the red-robed man's point of view, a rash young man like Long Chen should keep his promise. Chen, why did you kill him? The Yang family patriarch and Yang Yuntian were both very shocked. At this time, Long Chen put the red-robed man's corpse into his cosmos sack. Then he cleaned up the scene and covered up all traces. Then he said, Someone is coming this way. We can't stay here for long. Grandfather, let's go to a safe place first and then we can discuss. Under Long Chen's lead, the three of them came to a forest on the outskirts of Yuanling City. This place was not far from the Scarlet Blood sect and was very good for concealing themselves. Grandfather, second uncle, you should be clear about what I just asked. You should stay here. I will secretly capture a few people from the Scarlet Blood Holy Church and confirm the information I just received. Then I will sneak into the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace and save Ling Qing. No! Yang Yuntian's expression was anxious. Chen, the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace is like a mountain of knives and a sea of fire. How can you go in alone? Ling Qing is my daughter. I will go with you. Long Chen shook his head and said, Second uncle, let's forget about it. With my current strength, even if I face the Scarlet Blood Religion Master, I can still escape unscathed. As for you, if you enter, you will only cause more trouble. I hope you can believe me, even if I die, I will properly complete the things I said. Yang Yuntian still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by the Yang family patriarch. The Yang family patriarch's eyes were filled with concern. He looked at Long Chen and said, Chen, do what you want to do. We really can't help you with this matter, but you are the future and hope of our Yang family. So grandfather warns you that you must be more careful. Also, your life is the most important. Don't give up your life so easily. It is not worth it for you. Long Chen nodded his head and left. His figure quickly disappeared from Yuanling City, leaving the Yang family patriarch and Yang Yuntian looking at each other. Father, do you think he will succeed? The Yang family patriarch sighed and said helplessly, I don't know either. But right now, our Yang family can only leave it to fate. Throwing away the fourth corpse in his hand, Long Chen looked in the direction of the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. With the confirmation of these 4 ordinary disciples, the red-robed man's words are not wrong. But I still don't know where Ling Qing is imprisoned. It seems that I need to enter the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace to find her. Looking at the Scarlet Blood token in his hand, Long Chen smiled. In order to live, this fellow has even prepared an identity for me. This is a smart choice. Firstly, it allows me to spare his life. Secondly, even if I don't spare him in the end, from his point of view, if I successfully enter the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace, I will still die. Long Chen had also asked the 4 disciples about the information of the person named Huang Tian in the token. But he knew that there were not many people who were familiar with each other in the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. Therefore, as long as he was careful and did not meet Huang Tian's acquaintances when he entered, he would be able to successfully enter the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. Lingxi, your senses are strong. When the time comes, help me search. I know. Ling Qing is also my sister. If something really happens to her, I won't forgive you. Since something had happened to young Ling Qing, Lingxi was also very anxious. Now that they were nearing the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace, she was also very nervous. That's good. But you have to promise me something. What is it? Because you stole the Thunderflame crystal, you don't have much spiritual energy left. Therefore, this time, you don't need to do anything. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Although Long Chen's words were cold, there was a deep concern in them. Lingxi nodded obediently. Scarlet Blood Demon Palace, I'm coming. Long Chen walked towards the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. Chapter 123. The building in front of him was several times larger than the Green Willow House. Although it was called the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace, it was extremely beautiful. There were many pavilions, flowers, and trees everywhere. It was no different from the residence of a rich family or a scholar. Long Chen stood at the entrance and observed for a long time. With Lingxi's perception, he quickly figured out how to enter the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. This method was very simple. He only needed to show his Scarlet Blood token and then report the name of the protector in charge. Huang Tian, under the jurisdiction of Protector Zhou. These 4 guards were all at the peak of the 9th Dragon Vein realm. Although Long Chen was several times stronger than them, he did not dare be negligent. He nodded and took the Scarlet Blood token from one of them before entering the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. These guards should be rotated, so they don't recognize Huang Tian. However, in the Scarlet Blood Demon Church, there will definitely be people who recognize Huang Tian. I should be careful. Thinking of this, Long Chen casually walked around the huge Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. Of course, he did his best to disguise himself as a member of the Scarlet Blood Demon Church. Because the Scarlet Blood Demon Church was about to welcome an important blood sacrifice ceremony, the Scarlet Blood Demon Church members would return to the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace to witness this important moment. Thus, the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace was very lively. It could be seen that those who joined the Scarlet Blood Demon Church were all vicious and merciless people with dark hearts. Thus, even if it was very lively, there were no scenes of people putting their arms around each other's shoulders. This made things much more convenient for Long Chen. Long Chen calmly walked around the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace, wanting to find any information about the underground city, but he was unable to find anything. It seems like I have to be bold. Although the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace was large, it did not take long for Long Chen to walk around it. In the Scarlet Blood Hall of the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace, Long Chen came to a stop. At this time, a burly man came to his side and looked at him suspiciously. "Brat, you look unfamiliar. Are you new to the Scarlet Blood Demon Church?" Long Chen was already prepared for this situation. Huang Tian had not joined the Scarlet Blood sect for long, so Long Chen did not hesitate and said, "I joined the Scarlet Blood sect less than a month ago." The burly man chuckled and said, "I'm sure you haven't tasted the taste of blood, have you? Cultivating in a bloodbath. That kind of feeling is really nostalgic. However, brat, you are really lucky. You just joined the Scarlet Blood sect and you already have the fortune to enjoy a bloodbath." He heavily patted Long Chen's shoulder a few times. Seeing Long Chen's pained expression, the big man laughed and left. However, as soon as he left, Long Chen's pained expression disappeared. "There's basically no use for me wandering around here. There are fewer people at night, so I'll come out to investigate at night. That way, I'll be more effective. If I wander around now, I'll give him something to use against me. In the Crimson Blood Demon Palace, at least everyone had a place to stay. However, Long Chen could not return to Huang Tian's residence. Now that the sky was getting dark, he found a corner and hid himself. Night fell quickly, and there were fewer people on the streets. That Scarlet Blood sect leader is staying in the Blood Pavilion. I think that I have to enter the Blood Pavilion to find news about the underground city. If my guess is correct, the entrance to the underground city should be in the Blood Pavilion. After making up his mind, Long Chen headed towards the Blood Pavilion. The Blood Pavilion was in the center of the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. It was a sealed courtyard. Long Chen had already heard that this Blood Pavilion could only be entered by the important figures of the Scarlet Blood sect. Therefore, the closer he got to the Blood Pavilion, the fewer people there were. Soon, Long Chen saw a completely red pavilion. Looking from afar, this Blood Pavilion was filled with a murderous aura. That Scarlet Blood sect leader has the strength of an Earth Core warrior. If I rush in now, not only will I not be able to escape unscathed, I might even harm Ling Qing. That's why I need to think of a way. Thinking up to this point, Long Chen stood in a corner and frowned as he stared at the blood-red pavilion without saying a word. There is indeed an Earth Core warrior in that pavilion. Besides that, there are also 5 Mortal Core warriors. Lingxi reminded him worriedly. Indeed, there was an Earth Core warrior and 5 Mortal Core warriors. Long Chen was only a Mortal Core warrior, and he also had to rescue young Ling Qing. Therefore, this was a very troublesome situation. Damn it! These sons of bitches, if I, your father, defeat them, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. Long Chen said with a gloomy expression. Someone's coming. Under Lingxi's gentle reminder, Long Chen quickly hid himself. Soon, another 3 black shadows sneaked into the Blood Pavilion. Looking at their shapes, it seemed like they were a woman and 2 men. Long Chen, they must have sneaked in as well. There was no need for Lingxi to tell him, Long Chen already knew. Besides, the Scarlet Blood sect had caused a huge commotion this time, and they had kidnapped a lot of girls. They must have made a lot of enemies. Among the 3 of them, 2 of the men were at the early Mortal Core realm, and the woman was at the late Mortal Core realm. Soon, they arrived at a place not far from Long Chen. Secretly looking at the Blood Pavilion, the woman said, "Brothers, the entrance to the underground city is in this Blood Pavilion, but the Scarlet Blood sect's leader, that demon, is also in this Blood Pavilion. I'm no match for him. Do you 2 have any plans?" One of the men said, "How about us 2 brothers lure away the Scarlet Blood sect's leader, and Big Sister Li, you enter the underground city and rescue your sister?" Big Sister Li shook her head and said, "No, if we do that, you'll definitely die. Besides, the Scarlet Blood sect has 5 Grand Elders, a total of 6 of them, and they're all stronger than us. How many of them can you lure away?" Thinking up to here, the 3 of them frowned. Big Sister Li, I don't care about that. The Scarlet Blood sect has harmed so many people over the years, I've seen it all. This time, they've even extended their evil claws to your sister. Even if I have to pay with my life, I won't let them have an easy time. Shut up. We're not strong enough, so we can only think of other ways. Don't act recklessly and end up harming everyone. Being reprimanded by the woman, the other 2 men calmed down. These 3 people have some strength. If I come into contact with them, perhaps they'll be of help. While the 3 of them were at their wits' end, Long Chen appeared. In order to avoid any misunderstandings and fights, he immediately revealed his identity. "The 3 of you, I am not a member of the Scarlet Blood sect and my goal is the same as yours. I wonder if I can speak with you privately?" When the 3 of them saw Long Chen appear, they were shocked. They were just about to make a move, but hearing Long Chen reveal his identity, they let out a sigh of relief. Looking at Long Chen, seeing how young Long Chen was, they were speechless. This brat is so young, but his courage isn't small. He actually dares to charge into the Scarlet Blood sect alone. That's fine, I can't think of anything even if I stay here. It's better to find a place and have a proper discussion. Thinking of that, the woman called Big Sister Li nodded and said, "Then we'll do as little brother says. We'll talk privately." Following this woman, Long Chen circled around the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace a few times before arriving at a small room. The 3 of them actually had rooms in the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace without being suspected. This caused Long Chen to be somewhat shocked. Little brother, there's no need to be shocked. The three of us have been trying to eradicate the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace since a few years ago. Nothing ventured. Nothing gained. Over a month ago, we joined the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace, so no one will suspect us when we move around here. So it was like that. No wonder the three of them were so familiar with the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. The four of them were like-minded and sat down at a square table. Long Chen looked at the tall and sturdy woman and the two middle-aged men who looked similar. He introduced himself and said, "My name is Long Chen. How should I address the three of you?" The woman directly said, "I am Li Jing and these two are Li Cheng." "Little friend Long Chen, why did you sneak into the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace this time?" "Just like you, my little sister was captured by the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. Our goal this time is naturally to rescue her." The three of them looked at each other in dismay. Then Li Jing said, "My little sister was also killed by them. However, little brother is so young. Yet you are so daring. This really makes us admire you. It's just that the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace is like a mountain of knives or a sea of flames. Moving around here is like walking on thin ice. Everyone, do you have any news regarding the underground city?" Long Chen ignored Li Jing's sigh and went straight to the point. Li Jing was startled and said, "There are a total of 10 passages to the underground city and they are all distributed in the blood pavilions. However, entering is hard and leaving is even harder. The Scarlet Blood Demon Palace's leader and the 5 great elders are all in the blood pavilions. Even if we can enter the underground city, we won't be able to leave." "Is that so?" Long Chen's brows tightly knit together. Li Cheng also sighed. Looking at Long Chen's young face, one of them said with a sigh, "Little brother is so young, yet you are so loyal. This really makes us admire you. However, the strength of the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace far surpasses your imagination." "That's right. I think you should go back earlier. Once your cultivation is complete, you can come back to take revenge on the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. This time, you can't sacrifice yourself here in vain. Us brothers and Big Sister Li are not afraid of death this time. Even if we can't save Big Sister Li's little sister, we will make these demons pay the price." The other side saw that Long Chen was young and his future was limitless. This advice was out of good intentions. Long Chen understood them. However, this did not mean that he agreed with them. "The three of you, my little sister is very important to me. This time, no matter what, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will definitely save her." Seeing Long Chen being so stubborn, Li Jing and the other two looked at each other and sighed. They were about to say something, but at this time, an explosion suddenly came from outside. "There's a spy!" You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.